Good afternoon, race fans, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to BSTV. Today, we've got a Next Level E-Series endurance race for you. This is round 3 of this particular series, and we are at Twin Ring Motegi in Japan. A fantastic track, and as with a lot of Japanese tracks, this used to be a track that was extremely slippy on the tarmac, and with temperatures of 41 degrees, even though the track has become grippier, it won't feel like it to the guys driving today. I'm Pete Bingham. In the booth with me at the moment, and controlling everything in the background is Sam Boozan. Good afternoon, Sam.
Yeah, good evening, Pete. You're a bit ahead of time, I guess. And good afternoon, everybody.
Also joining us throughout the day will likely be Clyde, when I can be bothered, Whiting. Stacey Jeffries will join us at some point, as will Tyler the Smiler Newitt. Afternoon to Yannick Zanders on the chat there, and to Wobbly, who is just doing what Wobbly does best, which is talking nonsense, I think. He says that I crash and do slow-mos. That's not right, is it? I am never crashing unless he's around me. I did try and... You didn't catch it on camera the other day, Sam. I tried to wreck him after the last corner when he was lapping me. But I failed to do so, and then he cut across the front of my car. It was very funny. But it wasn't on the broadcast, so never mind. So, for the guys at home watching this today, we've got 3 classes of car. Hopefully, we can show them as they come round in their various different qualifying windows. At the moment, we've got GT3s on track. We've got Audis, we've got BMWs, and we've got Lamborghinis. They are split into 2 classes, these guys. We've got a Pro and an Am. The Pro cars have the numbering system where it starts with a 4. So you'll see the side of Florian's car here. He is car number 478. He's just been pipped off the top spot by Piotr Motegi. I haven't put my team names on my screen. How very foolish and amateurish of me. Just one sec. It's not multi-car in this league, it's teams. So Carbon Simsport is your car on screen now, 473, another Pro car. If we move to car 599, which is Leonard Ziegler, he's got a 5 as the first digit of his number, so he's in the AM series. We've also got GTEs, which will be out on track in around about 10 minutes. And we've got P2s, the Wasps, that come screaming through and generally annoy the other 2 classes as they pound their way through the field. There's the ever ugly BMW. And this is Stefan Kurzman in the Manatee Racing red car, but it looks very, very green to me. It must be just the Sam giggling in the background that you can't hear. But
I saw the red bits when the camera moved to the front of the car. Yeah. When you see the side mirrors red, that's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the most predominant colour on the car is not the colour of the team. Well, never mind. It's always funny when we get into these leagues. A car that's not actually gone out on track yet, because I think there's a problem with the file, Sam, is they're showing as GT3. I think they're a P2 car or a GTE car. Number 99?
Yeah, the GTE Racing is a GT3.
Ah, right, okay.
Don't you remember? Number, I know it was a month and a half back.
Yeah.
Don't you remember?
We already had this conversation.
Yes.
Oh dear, right, okay. Wobbly said we almost had a love tangle, but I backed out apparently. What's that? Yannick is asking if there are only 7 GT3 cars. Yes, that's right. Only 7.
No, 8.
Of GTE cars. Is it 8?
The GTE car is in.
Yeah.
It's not that hard to count up to 8. I can do it in English, so you should be able to do it, Pete. I mean, please.
Oh dear. Poke in the eye for Sam. Eric Verlet in the Next Level Racing GT3 car. On my SDK screen is in green, so I think he's misaligned in the file that we've been sent. Yebby Broy says something in a language I don't understand. But very much following the Manatee Racing team. Or Manatee, which is what they've actually typed. So, yeah. We're going to have a 6-hour race here today in sunny Japan. And like I said before, it's 41 degrees track temperature. That's centigrade, obviously, and not in freedom units. And that is a very hot track. In sim time, we are at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which means we will be generally getting cooler. It might get a little hotter before it turns, and then it'll steadily get cooler, the track temperature, as we race into the evening. I don't think this will go dark. It shouldn't, but we have been caught out before. So let's hope it doesn't, because staring at headlights all night when you can't see the paints is a bit more challenging when you're trying to identify the cars. So we're on board with Piotr at the minute. Hopefully we can run a full lap, so thanks Sam. We are hammering down the start finish straight towards turn 1. It's almost a double right-hander this. So you get a little bit of curb on the start of it, and then lots more curb on the second part of it. This is turn 2. Fire it down this straight here to turn 3, which is another double really, because you're into turn 3, run it out to the right hand side after the apex here for turn 4's apex. For those of you that follow BSTV a lot, you'll remember this as being the scene of a murder in the GT4 TCR League a few seasons ago, where Jamie Jeffries bowling bowled everybody. We took it really lots of curb here on this turn 5. It's quite sharp, that's beyond 90 degrees. This is a very fast right-hander. Generally they don't take too much curb here. And then you've got an S's section here for turn 7, very smoothly into turn 8 if you can manage it. Piotr's done a great job there, as much of the track as you can manage to keep your speed up. Then you've got quite a tight, over 90 degrees, not quite a hairpin, turn 9. Turn 10, however, is a full hairpin. These cars are letting him go because they're not on racing laps, or quali laps rather. He's gone a bit shallow into that one, in my opinion. Needs to run it out wide to get back on the gas as early as he can. Not the fastest of laps so far from Piotr, I don't think, but he's already got the fastest time. However, saying that, I think he's gone purple in every sector apart from sector 3 so far. Took it in lots of curb here, and then under the bridge, avoid the next curb because you get more grip, and then over the curb here. We've got a curb cam on this one, it's going to be good. Oh, we got a mega wobble on there, out of the final chicane and over the stripe. So that would appear in this car to be a reasonably leisurely lap. It was fairly clean, but it was a bit scrappy, wasn't it, Sam?
A bit of wiggle at the end, yes. And
Yeah.
I think sector 3 was not the best, so... But, I mean, could I do it myself? Probably not, so that was a good
that's
lap.
true. Yeah. And then you'll see the speed differences when we get the GTE cars out on track, and then, of course, the ridiculousness of the P2 speed. All that downforce means that they can hair it round the track. And obviously we get the standard coming togethers of the fields throughout the race. One point to note on that, if you're going to stick with us for the entire race, don't be too disheartened when everything goes a bit quiet and everyone strings themselves out across the track. It's a big old race, and the fields and the individuals within the classes, they kind of concertina out and then squash back together again as pit stops take effect and things like that. So don't become too disheartened. We've got quite a few cars on the track, even if in individual classes there's not like thousands of them. 8 cars in GT3, I think 8 cars again in GTE, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I'm counting the wrong one. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's about 10 P2s, which have been the more entertaining of the classes. If you describe getting in people's way and crashing as entertaining. It's certainly been interesting at the top. What is Wobbly saying now? Since when can you describe a track this decent? Is this the real Bingham? Well, I don't know what he's saying, but that's not the line to go through there, Vitor. Let me have a look at the standings in this class, if I can find the damn thing. I have been sent it. Results. There we go. And last time out in GT. He sent me them in 2 lists. Here we go. Right, so GT3. We're going to talk about the Pro class first, it's only fair. So last time out, DSCDA Esports Silver, who I don't think are here. No, they're not. No. They won last time out, and are currently 3rd in that championship. Second last time was GTE Racing, who are here, but they're not out on track. I don't think they are anyway. No, they're not. And then Manatee Racing Purple, who won the first round, finished 3rd last time out. So they are currently the top car in the class, Manatee Racing Purple. Currently 2nd, or provisionally 2nd for their qualifying today. After those top 3, we've got in order of their league standing currently, Carbon Simsport in 4th, Simsa Esports Car 467 in 5th, Manatee Racing Red currently provisionally 3rd, then EFP Racing in, what's that, 7th, and then Simsa Esports Car 466, who I don't think have actually raced yet this season. Because they've scored nothing, either that or they haven't finished. I think this is the league where you only get points if you finish. In your AM class of car, last time out, our winners were 27 Motorsport. They're definitely here. There's Vitor Miranda on your screen at the minute. Second in class were Next Level Racing GT3. I think they got that position just through surviving, to be honest. And they are currently your class leader. Overall in the league at the moment. Trackside Esports, there they are on your screen at the minute. Trackside Esports finished 3rd last time out, and it's really, really close in this particular AM class. Then we've got...
quick note about Trackside Esports GT3, so repeats. They will have a drive-through penalty because they joined the race with the wrong number.
What have they joined with? Is that the one that's 99?
Number 7.
7. Oh, yes.
Yeah, and I guess the GT Racing will have the same trouble because they joined with the number 99, yes.
Yeah, I spotted that, yeah. So, in order of that particular class, leading the class, as I said, was Next Level Racing GT3. Second in class is 27 Motorsports GT3. Bazinga Motorsports, which is Bill Switzer's favourite car in this class, are 3rd. They're on 4... Sorry, I should have done the points. So, Next Level are on 59. 27 are on 51, Bazinga are on 48, Rapid E-Racing are on 44, Trackside Esports GT3 are on 40, Pink Fish are on 34, and Vector by RSR are on 17. GTE class have been asked to assemble at the end of pit road, while the GT3s finished off their final... Oh, they're not even finishing. They're pulling off into pit road. I think they've been instructed to do that. And GT3s have been instructed to leave pit lane. So, there they go. So, in this class, let's talk about this. Similarly to the GT3s, these cars are classified as Pro and AM in a slightly different way. Pro cars, their numbers begin with a 2. And AM cars, their numbers begin with a 3. So Michael Gregorio here in the V10R car is a Pro car because his number is 299. It's as simple as that, folks. In this class we have Porsches, as you can see on the screen at the moment, with Michelle. We have Corvettes. There we go, excellent. For the SCCR Simsports Black Team, that's Craig Jones driving that one. And we is that it? Yeah, it is, yeah. I think there is a 3rd car to choose from, but it's not chosen here. I think it's the BMW, but nobody's picked it. So, these 2 cars are not that vastly different from my own experience of them. They're both fairly planted cars. I'd say the Porsche's got better launch than the Corvette. The Corvette you have to upshift in very low revs in order to get the most launch out of it. But I think in my experience at least, the Corvette turns a little more sharply than the Porsche. I think that's to do with setup more than anything. The balance of performance in GTE now is very, very good. It's taken them a while to bring that Corvette into a competitive point, because it used to get mullered on the straights by the BMWs and done in the corners by the Porsche. I think it's a lot more balanced these days, and hence people actually selecting it. We'll join a lap once they get going, but whilst they're getting onto their laps, I'll talk about where the standings are for this one. So we'll talk again about Pro first. Top of the class, last time out was Hashtag Racing GTE. They got the full 32 points. Second were KWC Racing, and third were IBAC Sim Racing Team. Have we got all of them here? I've not seen IBAC so far.
I don't see now.
No.
No.
So they've missed out this time. KWC, don't see them either. And Hashtag,
No, none of them.
no,
I think.
none of them. That's bizarre. That's the strangest set of starts ever. So in order of their championship, IBAC Sim Racing Team, the most consistent over the first 2 rounds, they lead the way on 53 points. KWC Racing are in second on 48. LB Designed by Sim Controls are in third on 44 points. I don't think they're here either. Nope, don't see them.
No, nothing.
No, V10R are the first team that are actually present, and they're fourth in the championship. They are definitely here because we're looking at Michelle Gregorio now. They're on 42 points. LM23 Endurance Team, they are here as well with Wes van Dijk at the wheel. There we go. They are on 42 points and are fifth, and rounding out the bottom of this is Hashtag Racing GTE on 32. They're not here. Then we move on to AM class. So last time out, our winners were Roaring Chicken Nuggets, who are here, and that's Jeroen Vatlet in car 342. Second in class last time were, I'm trying to figure this out, it was SCCR Simsports Black, but they got penalty points. So they ended up without 25, they got 23 points. Are they here? Yes. Craig Jones is driving their car. And then third last time was Kart Academy Esports 2. Yep, they're up there. That's Jensen De Leeuw, who's driving that car at the moment.
Yeah, sorry, they're all moving up in the live timing, so it was complicated.
So in order of their standing at the moment, so Kart Academy Esports 2 are on 55 points and equal top with Roaring Chicken Nuggets, also on 55 points. BSTV Esports, who I don't think are here tonight, no, are on 48 points. Apex Racing Team are on 40. SCCR Simsports Black are on 38. Simsports White, same team, are on 30. Also on 30 are Trackside Esports GTE. Kart Academy Esports 1 are on 30 points. Smurf Racing Team, classic, on 19, and just 9 points for Blue Chew. Blue Chew here, I don't think they are. The last time out was their first race, and they've not turned up tonight. So, a lot to play for in each of the classes that we've seen so far. Hopefully now these guys have done a sighting lap or two, we can jump on board with somebody and get a racing lap out of them. Looks like we're going to go for V10R because they're top of the pile at the minute. And we're just going under the bridge at the moment, and then hopefully we'll jump on board with them for the start of their lap. So out of the last turn of the chicane and over the stripe, just like we were in the GT3 car earlier. The profile of the lap is identical, only you do it a lot faster and get on the brakes probably a bit earlier because you're carrying lots more into the corner. Oh dear, that was a bad choice, wasn't it? We may find that each of them do the same thing because in GT cars you really want to gun it for the lap that you're on. Although in this Corvette at the minute with Kevin Stringer, we are going again, so into turn 3 here. Similarly to last time, a lot of curb, a little run out, and then you turned in a little soon there. There's a rolling or standing chicane in the middle of the track. That may have upset him a little bit because you do get off the gas and hesitate when you see that sort of thing for obvious reasons. Again, you'll notice that these guys are a bit faster. Around the lap, we're looking at a difference of around about 3.5 seconds, I would expect, between the two classes. So they are picking up speed generally in the straights and on launch out of corners. This is a car with ABS and no traction control, is that right, Sam? Or is it traction control and no ABS?
It's the other way around, traction control but no ABS.
Yeah. Whereas the GT3s have a full complement. Obviously you can turn it off if you want, so it doesn't mean they're actually using what the gifts that they are given by the iRacing gods and the manufacturers of these classes of car. Yeah, generally quick around the lap. This guy's figured out that this Kevin Stringer's figured out that you upshift at low revs, which is why he's getting through the gears quite quickly in this car. It'll be a different experience if we were to jump on board in a Porsche, where they'll scream it right to the top of the rev range and then shift. And that was a pretty clean lap by Kevin, but he has dropped down the field to 5th overall and 4th in class. And here you'll hear the more traditional sound of letting it scream its nuts off, although he's between gears there, I think, wasn't he, Sam, trying to get himself set up for his first racing lap in the Porsche. We might as well stay on board with him. Obviously there's no overtaking because we're in qualifying still. So he'll be pitching the car right at the top of the rev range. Yep. And upshifting when he reaches the top of the red bars, whereas with the Vet you do it as soon as the red bars show. Ooh, a bit of oversteer, is that, or understeer? Oversteer. He was correct in there. As he charges towards turn 3, tips it in, gets a little bit of curve, a bit more than that would be nice. You'll see his rear view camera in your picture there. And you'll also see his speed in kilometers per hour on the right. That's quite clever. Have we had that before, or have I just not been paying attention?
Both.
Okay, excellent. Wobbly's just tried to enrage all Porsche lovers everywhere by saying the Porsche is just a foiled Beetle. They are actually owned by Volkswagen, aren't they? Can't remember now.
I know Audi is.
Oh, it's the Audi. Yes, sorry, you are right. It's the Audi that's owned by Volkswagen. Oh yeah, this is the alternative start-finish. I have been known to pit at that one once. That was when I was first in iRacing. I didn't do what I did at Virginia, which is I'd be absolutely convinced I was pitting at the right one. I was in a V8 once, raised a few laughs. And Tyler's on the chat, so yeah, Porsche is owned by Volkswagen. Thanks, Tyler. And Tyler's extended knowledge of the Volkswagen stable is on the chat. He says,
there's one more. I think that's is also owned by Volkswagen.
Right. Okay.
As you are, and I'm just said as well. So there you go.
Right. There you go. Cool. Quite stable, isn't it? I know Fiat own a whole load of other ones. I don't know. I think it's Fiat that own Ferrari, or they might have sold them now. I don't know. But yeah, there's quite a lot in that stable: Bentley, Lamborghini, Audi, Skoda, Seat. Oh dear, that was the same Porsche that we saw go around earlier, wasn't it? There they are. That's the one on. Oh, it's the. Who is that? There. Oh, right, Apex. There's Wes van Dijk in the LM23 Endurance team. Usually finishes well, Wes van Dijk. He's a very capable driver. Currently they are 3rd overall in GTE. They're the 2nd pro car though. Jeroen Vatlet is currently the 2nd overall in GTE. But 1st in his class, because he is an AM car, carrying the number 342. He's getting out of the way of other cars there if you're new to racing or iRacing, so that it doesn't interfere with anybody else's lap. Doing the obligatory tyre warming that doesn't warm the tyres. But if it makes you feel good about it, then get on with it. Wobbly's busy trying to wind up Tyler on the chat. And we'll let Tyler have his day when he gets in the broadcast and can ignore Wobbly's comments and just tear him to pieces in the chat. Never wise to wind up the commentary team, is it, Sam, really?
Especially when you have a race coming the next week.
This is true.
That's always a bad thing to do, even when you're in the commentary team.
Absolutely right. And I think Wobbly's
right.
Yeah. I think Wobbly's racing tomorrow, isn't he? But Tyler isn't.
Easy.
I think that's right. Because Tyler's got a minor muscle injury. Because I was asking, is it a minor muscle? If so, don't feel bad about it. Or is it a minor injury to a muscle? Clearly, Mateus on the chat says, go Bazinga Motorsport. Obviously a fan. But I don't think Bazinga... Oh, yeah, they are. Yep. They're in the other class, aren't they? I keep forgetting. GTEs, GT3s. My powers of alphanumeracy. Never good. Tyler will remind everybody of that when he comes on later.
6 hours and a half to remember, Pete.
That's not enough for me.
Yeah, I know.
That's a classic from Tyler. Wobbly has to drive his wife to the shops tomorrow. That's brilliant, because he was talking about being under the thumb earlier. He's not under the thumb, he's under the entire hand. So, as we, let me just get my timing screen up again. As we move towards the end of GTE qualifying, your provisional poleman is on your screen at the moment. This is Michel Gregorio for the V10R Esports team. They've done a 146.89. They did that quite early on, actually, in the stint. So, let me check the track temperature at the moment. It has dropped. It's dropped 2 degrees to 39. Oh, has it just dropped again? It has, as I was watching it. Gone down to 38. So, really, you should expect the faster times towards the end of the stint with the... just reading Wobbly's messages on there. He says that's why he's bald. The big thumb is on the back of his head. Yeah, you would expect the fastest times to be at the end of the stint with the track temperature dropping. Second, provisionally, will be Jeroen Vatlet for Roaring Chicken Nuggets in the AM class car. And third, provisionally at the moment, is going to be Wes van Dijk for LM23 Endurance team. Still on track and trying to improve. Was Jensen Deleeu, but that he's just pitted the car. Kevin Stringer not out on track in provisional 5th. Craig Jones out on track still in the SCCR black car. Currently 6th overall and 5th in pro. And then Perry Oversteer has just pitted the car for Apex Racing Team. And Daniel Morphy for Trackside Esports is currently last in class and 7th, or rather 8th, because of Joran Vatlet being ahead of him at the moment. Good morning to Chris Jackson, who's joined the chat on YouTube. Don't forget to follow us on any of the other formats you like, as long as you watch us. We don't mind where you watch us. If you want a decent chat, then YouTube's the place to be, only because I don't watch the Twitch one. I leave that to Sam. Practicing pit lane entry there for Craig Jones. We will. Ooh, oh dear, that doesn't look healthy from Dan Morphy. That's a bit of a wonky wing going on there. Maybe he was driving so fast that the wing couldn't cope with the aero. But I think that that's probably impact. And the clear effects of that lack of downforce showing on his pit lane entry there. Still a couple of cars out on track for GTE, but it is very, very quiet. P2s have just been summoned to the end of pit road, but aren't allowed to join the track yet. Whilst the GTEs complete what is left of their laps or box the car. That was an improved time from Joran Vatlet. So the AM car of Joran Vatlet has topped the pile. He's done a 146.73, which is, well, 3.5 seconds faster than the previous class, which is about where I pitched it out before. I think I said 4, didn't I, or something like that. But it wasn't too far off. Motegi is quite a long lap, really. But it will feel much shorter once the P2s go out in a second. And the P2 cars have been released from pit road. And here they come, the Wasps. Whilst they form their do their tyre warming lap, I shall run you through their history from the last time out and overall. So last time out in the Pro class, again, identification of the cars is by number here. If they are a double-digit number, so in other words, 00 to 99, they are a Pro class car. And they are Vulcan Sim Racing won last time out. Are they here? Yes, they are. Mohamed Yanko is currently driving that car. There he is on your screen now. Second last time out was CXR Project Black with 27 points last time out, which is quite good. And that's Aaron Taylor driving that at the minute, or Aaron Taylor. Don't know how you say your name. Probably Aaron. I've got a friend who spells his name like that, and he's called Aaron. And then, let me figure this one out now. It must have been this car. So the Unicos Gaming Sim Racing team came third last time. The reason I was, and that's Martin Ray. The reason I was and ahhing about it is because Simsa Esports LMP2 also got 23 points last time out, but they ended up with 2. Oh no, so they must have been. I've got that the wrong way up. Simsa Esports LMP2 must have finished 3rd last time. That's Burkhard Mehring, because they got 2 more penalty points than Unicos. In order of that class overall, Simsa Esports LMP2 are leading the way on 55 points. Vulcan Sim Racing are 2nd in the championship at the moment on 47. 1 point behind them is CXR Black on 46. Blue Chew America's Blue, have they turned up today? I haven't seen any of the Blue Chew cars. Nope, I don't think they're there. They're in 4th on 44 points, as are Unicos Gaming Racing on 44 as well. I'm sure I've seen theirs. Unicos, yeah, there they are. Martin Ray again, isn't it? And then hashtag Racing LMP2 on 42. They round out the bottom of the pile. That's Rugieros at the minute. And then LMP2, you'll identify these cars as 3-digit numbers starting with a 1. So 100 to 199. Last time out, we had Hellenic Racing win. I'm guessing they're here because I saw that Andy Purrs before. Yep, there we go. They're on screen now. Second home last time was Next Level Racing, LMP2. No, they're not here. Oh, yes, they are. Jeffrey Colmel. There we go.
Oh, yeah, I had to scroll up. Sorry. Don't mind me.
Third home last time was Wasabi Racing. I've not seen that name on screen today. That's because they're not here. So they finished 3rd. And then in order of the championship, Hellenic Racing are top of the pile on 47 points. This one is extraordinarily close. This is where our fighting is going to be today without a doubt. Wasabi Racing are 2nd on 46. Vector by RSR, they're definitely here because that's Radu Zevianu's car at the moment. They're in 3rd on 45 points. DSCDA Esports Red are in 4th with Frank Smits at the wheel at the moment, also on 44 points. Blue Chew America's Black are on 44 points. Again, a car that's not here. Next Level on 38. Unicos Gaming Yellow, they are here because I saw their name first off. They are Ricardo Fernandez. They're on 30 points. Blue Chew America's Platinum, not here, on 28. Just Sprint Racing on 24 points, if I can put my teeth back in. That's Philippe Barreto at the moment in that car. Then Team Cloud Racing LMP2. Are they here? I've not seen that one. Nope. They're on 21 points. And Crips Racing, which I don't remember seeing today. They're on 17 points. So some absences. And have we got any new ones here? No, I don't think we do. So, yeah, I think the P2 race today is going to be the more interesting one. And we're going to try and keep on board with Martin Ray here for Unicos Gaming. And do a full lap with them. You can see the speed difference is fairly obvious. Running a bit wider out on that because of the extra speed they're carrying, but the downforce in these cars is unbelievable. It's a bit like Batman's Batmobile. You think that they've fired up a grappling hook on a rope to turn the corners, but no, that's all done by downforce. Aero and mechanical. Hounding down here towards turn 6, I think this is, or 5, I can't remember, 5 it is. And then under the bridge here, carrying huge amounts of speed through this turn. And their overspeed against the other two classes is unbelievable. We should be seeing something in the region of about 8 seconds different, back to the GTEs even. Into the first of the super tight turns, not a hairpin though. The hairpin is the next one. Down here at the bottom of this little straight before you get into the alternative pits and the alternative start finish, which we're not using obviously. Up and over the crest. I do like this track because of the elevation changes. I do like elevation changes in races. It makes for different lines and different launching points, different tactics as they go around the lap. down the hill, under the bridge. Again, keep away from that particular left-hander, but take as a lot of this curb as you can. Curb cam will be shown a lot today on that chicane and over the stripe for the finish. You'll see a lot of that curb cam because it's quite dynamic. We found a good one today, and it makes me blink every time the camera is on that turn. And yes, Tyler is right. In the previous class, Urine is functionally the pro among the AM chicken nuggets. Definitely, he is a super quick racer, very clean as well. I paused there to read Tyler's latest message, just thinking it might be interesting, but apparently he's having a pop at me, saying elevation change is my excuse for always being offline. Yes and no. Generally offline anyway, but there you go. This is Burkhard Mehring in the Sims LMP2 car. Trying to get further up the standing screen here. At the moment we have Martin Ray for Unicos Racing on provisional pole. Mohamed Yanko for Vulcan Sim Racing is provisionally second. Third is Radu Zernovianu for Vector by RSR, but he's an AM car, so he's popped himself in right in the middle of the pro field at the moment. This one does split out pro to AM a bit more balanced. As we've argued about and discussed before, in a 6-hour race or a 10-hour race or a 12-hour race, what does qualifying get you? It gets you away from all the first lap incidents in theory, because they're more likely to be behind you. But that is the only benefit, really. And less overtaking, of course, while you're in congestion. But I suppose it gets you some kudos and some intimidation of your co-competitors. But Radu has done himself no disservice at all by getting on up the leaderboard for provisionally third place at the moment. Like me, you'll probably be amazed to learn that the track temperature has dropped again by another 2 degrees. We started off at 41, we're now at 36. So the track should be getting faster and faster. Those two Unicos cars look identical, even though one of them is Unicos Gaming Yellow. The 22 car is the Unicos Gaming Yellow car. It's the second one in your picture, obviously. With the Unicos Gaming car in front.
Yeah, big shame on them, because they haven't put the light just on top of the cockpits.
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
It's blue, not yellow, so... that needs to be changed before the race in the setup section.
Yeah, so hopefully the Unicos boys are listening.
Please help us.
My ability to read numbers is somewhat impaired, so I go with colour generally. And even then, I can get that wrong. So Ricardo, if your teammates are listening, hopefully they can change that light on the car. This is Andy Pers in the Hellenic car.
I'm sure that has something to do with setup sharing inside the team, and I bet the Gaming Sim Racing gave their setup to the yellow team.
Gotcha.
Or I'm completely wrong, and, we'll deal with it anyway.
I think you're right, because the default is blue, because I remember that from when I was driving it. and Hellenic have got the blue lights on the top. The car that's following them currently is just coming under the bridge. If we can switch to that one, has got the red lights on the top of their car. For that next level car, that's Jeffrey Colmel. Got a bit of work to do here. He's currently 4th in class and 2 off the bottom, so you can see the little red lights at the top. They're endurance lights, aren't they, Sam, so that we can identify them in the dark, generally?
I think it's more for the teams themselves to know which car is entering the pit lanes and things like that.
Right, okay.
I think that was the first reason they introduced that. I think that was Ford in the Le Mans 24 or something, or maybe I'm completely wrong, but the first time I saw that was in the Le Mans with the Fords. In the front windshield, they had the lights to differentiate the 4 teams because they had 4 teams engaged in the same thing. So
yeah, and when you do night race, when you see night racing, not in iRacing but on the TV now, it's like the whole of Las Vegas is driving past you. It's bizarre. There's lights all over the cars. Excuse me. So, Vector by RSR with Radu Zernavianu have popped it on provisional pole. They're an AM car. They've done a 138.26. They will have very much upset Rui Guerreros in the hashtag car because he's done a 138.27. 100th of a second. Actually, it's less than that, isn't it? Is that 5,000ths of a second, Sam?
4 exactly.
Oh,
Yeah.
crazy. So, like I said, it was going to be close. It's going to be close. I mean, there is a significant jump from Vulcan Sim Racing to Simsa and the rest of the field at the moment. So there is, what's that, 1/10 that covers the first 4 cars, then a massive 4/10 that jumps us from position 4 to position 5, and then another big jump when we get from 6 to 7. Is that 6 to 7? No, sorry, 7 to 8. There's 2/10 there. So obviously some differences in capability and overall racecraft or lapcraft, you would call it. Racecraft is more about getting around the other cars, but I think we're going to see a very, very close and pocketed battle like we saw in the last 2 races, where we had breakaway P2 bunches making their way around. It was a fantastic series of races. Just to remind everybody, this will be a 6-hour race. After we finish our qualifying here. There's about 5 minutes left of qualifying at the moment for these cars, and I've made a word, yes, Tyler. I think it's a good word, lapcraft. Don't know about that. Well, I'm just going to ignore him. I am the Shakespeare of the BSTV crew, it has to be said. I didn't hear that announcement, did you, Sam, that Race Control just made?
It's more about shaking spear, but...
Alright.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was a bad wordplay. Sorry.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, I saw Roaring Chicken gets... I was just reading that, in fact. That's why I was a bit quiet. We've got that and some penalties for all the teams. I don't know if you noticed that as well, Pete.
Yeah. Happy to agree with Wobbly there. I have no lapcraft. I'm lucky to get round, it has to be said. So hashtag trying to do what they can to oust Radu Zernovianu. In fact, he's been done. Mohamed Yanko has just put Vulcan Sim Racing's car on top of the pile. So that's going to make it very, very interesting now. Again, roughly 1/10 covers the top 4, but it's a different top 4 now. What can Rui Queiroz do about everybody in front of him? Nothing, it would seem. Still third provisionally. Here is the wonderful curb cam, which doesn't catch the ones going to the pits, obviously, but it does all the others. Still make me blink. I'll be using this without a doubt on lap 1 when these P2s go hounding through there.
Yeah. Talking about lap 1, remember they have a starting zone assigned, so the driver cannot go when they want. They will have to wait till the start line of the ground on the pit straight, and they have all the way up to the red marking on the walls. I think if I read that properly. So that's a small start zone about the middle of the pit lane straight. So that's the starting zone. That would be interesting.
Yeah, and we've seen some odd starts, haven't we? Where we've not been too sure if that certain cars have gone too soon or not. Ricardo Fernandez getting it a little bit sideways there.
Like, if you look on the ground, you've got start zone starting now, if I saw the pictures correctly, and ending now. There you go. Okay. It's a shame we are not like NASCAR and have overlay for each track and things like that, but you know. At least you know where it is.
Yeah, with the word Geico written across it. Peels off to the pit road just to do a practice pit lane entry.
Yeah, and that pit lane entry made us famous, if you remember.
Which? Oh, is that the one where? Oh, what was his name?
I don't remember his name, but it was, yes.
He was laughing his socks off, wasn't he? It was hilarious, that. We made not the top 10 on that occasion. Which is where we'd want to be. This is BSTV after all. So as I understand it then, start there and there is the starting zone.
Well, I said the middle, but it's more the at the end of the first third of the pit lane, straight. So
sure.
Still a long way down to turn 1.
It is, isn't it? That's a big amount of tow, even from a start. Will it turn dark this race? 6 hours onto 3 o'clock in the afternoon will take us to 9 o'clock.
If not fully dark, probably quite a lot of darkness, yes. I think so, at least.
Yep. I'd agree with that. Oh, not too long to go before we get to the end of this qualifying session. iRacing obviously adds on any lap completion time. But there is nobody out on track at the moment. Yep. Everybody will be getting ready to put their starting driver into the car.
Before we go green, Pete, I'm gonna run through the protest sheet and call out the outcome already for the different penalties given to teams.
Yep, go for it.
We've got the trackside GT3 starting with the wrong number, so that's gonna be a drive-through. The GTE Racing, again starting with the wrong number, a drive-through penalty, so that's 2 GT3 penalized. Then in GTE, Karting Academy went over the time, so that's a drive-through penalty. Roaring Chicken Nuggets, same issue, drive-through penalty. And Hellenic Racing in LMP2s, the same infraction, in fact, over the 20 minutes on track. So that's the car we had just on display at the end of the session.
Interesting. So, I've got quite a few cars getting penalties. I'm going to run through the grid as it shows at the start, but if you see some cars out of place, that is why. Cool. I'm just going to wait for it to pop up. There we go. So your poleman in P2s will be Rui Quieros for hashtag Racing LMP2. He did 138.07. Mohamed Yanko will go off second for Vulcan Sim Racing. Radu Zernivianu will go off third for Vector by RSR, with Burkhard Maring going off fourth for Simser Esports LMP2. Martin Ray goes off fifth for Unicos Gaming, and sixth will be Ricardo Fernandez for Unicos Gaming Yellow. Philippe Barreto goes off seventh for Just Print. Aaron Taylor off eighth for CXR. Project Black. Frank Smits off 9th for DSCDA Esports Red. Jeffrey Colmel off 10th for Next Level Racing LMP2. And 11th will be Andy Pers for Hellenic Racing.
In GTEs, Jeroen Vatlet first for Roaring Chicken Nuggets and first am in front of the pro in the GTE. Romain Verdolivo, désolé Romain, for Vitan Air Esports seconds. Wes Van Dijk, LM23 Endurance Team third. Jensen Deleu, Kart Academy Esports in fourth. Kevin Stringer for SCCR Simsports White in fifth. Craig Jones sixth for SCCR Simsports Black. Perry Oversteers for Apex Racing Team in seventh. And Daniel Mopley for Trackside Esports GT in eighth.
And GT3, once that pops onto the broadcast screen, I'm about 5 seconds behind, I think, on my seeing of it. First will be Piotr Matuszak for Carbon Simsport. Florian Capel will go off second for Maniti Racing Purple. Stefan Kurzman will go off third for Maniti Racing Red. Leonard Ziegler off fourth for Bazinga Motorsport. Fifth will be Vitor Miranda for 27 Motorsport GT 3. Eric Verley goes off sixth for Next Level Racing. Marnix Heister for Trackside Esports goes off seventh. And the one that always confuses me, Renzo Uhlenbrock for GTE Racing, but they're a GT3 car. So here we go, over our camera with the P2s. And then into their start zone for the P2s, and he's gone at the right point by what I saw, and nobody did anything naughty there that I could see. So everybody away. Vector early on the brakes into turn one. We should be watching the GTEs now, which is this field here, getting into their start zone, and there he goes. That Roaring Chicken Nugget is away. Bit of dicing and dodging for the three cars in second, third and fourth there. We'll come back to who they are. Kart Academy's in that little battle there. And then the GT3's back here. Not so many today. And they're off. Quite big gaps in between, but there again, maybe that's the sensible option. It's a 6-hour race. You are not winning it on lap one, guys. So, best you keep it safe, which is what they appear to be doing. Absolutely, so good effort. Lots of action here in the GTE class, though. That Porsche there got its nose fully chopped. These are both the SCCR cars, black leading white here. A bit further forward. This is for the battle for first. Looking back from Michel Gregorio's V10R Esports Porsche to Wes Van Dijk's LM23. And then, ooh, that's a bit of a nudge, I think, on that Vector car. Oh. We're going to have to watch a replay of that, because I thought that was the car that got into the back of the Vector car. And there's our wonderful curb cam, making me blink lots. I think he ends up spinning it after he... Oh no, this is the second of the two cars. The yellow car, so he's gone under braking. Oh no, it was the first one. It was the Unicos car. After he'd got into the back of the Vector car, he spun it. Over the curb cam again for the GTEs. Love that camera. And then in about 5 seconds, we'll end up with the GT3 field doing the same sort of thing. Although they're a bit further back because of the delay to the start of their rolling. And here they come. A bit more reserved from these cars. And that was the full field, actually. So, P2s all in order, other than the one spinner. We've not had anything naughty going on as such. So, do the penalties get served after the start of the race, Sam? Is that why there's black flags knocking about? Okay, yes, so we're gonna.
They should have black flag now, so they have 3 laps to serve it, basically.
Yeah. We will see some guys peeling off here to serve their penalties. Somebody didn't like any of those cones, they've gone. Bit wobbly through there from Jeffrey Colmel, trying to get the power down. Bit too early possibly, and ended up spinning up the back tyres. Which you don't want to do in these cars at all. You drive these more than I do, Sam. Once you've heated up those tyres, how easy is it to cool them down again? Oh, hang on. That was Jensen DeLew serving his penalty, or his team's penalty, I should say. How long does it cool those tyres down, Sam?
That's actually a good question. I've not driven them that much, and I'm not crashing as much as you, so I've not done a lot of them, so...
Yeah, thanks for that.
That's quite hard. I think the rear end of the car tends to cool off pretty slowly because, you know, it's a rear end drive and things like that. And if people do, like I do, not a lot of traction control, that's the rear tires will, the rear tire will spin a lot, and that doesn't help to cooling them off. So yeah, you have to be very careful about that.
Yeah.
Andy Perez is in the pits as well for Hellenic Racing.
He is. Doing his naughty boy route.
Yeah, he has time before the GTE comes around, so that's okay.
That's true. And here we are with Joran Vatlet.
Still not choosing to pit, so probably wait for the last laps.
Yeah.
Probably to avoid being caught in the GT3 battle, even though Jensen DeLew is already, you know, being through the pit lane. and he's in front of the GT3, so that shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see when he pits that Porsche, or not pits it, but goes down pit road with it. Florian Capel, very much in Piotr's toe there. And Tyler says that Jeroen's choosing his strategy well, to build as much of a gap as he can before serving his penalty.
Battle is closing in front. Really put a gap for hashtag racing on the Simside sports car, but Simside sports car is really closing in down now. Probably tires heat up and everything, setup is ready to go, and now maybe you're ready to put some move for the lead.
Yeah, this is the 5th lap for these guys, so tyres should be where they need them to be, hopefully not too hot. And he is roping him in. And there is Jeroen Vatler serving his penalty. He has managed to stay ahead of Jensen de Leeuw by quite a long way, who also served a penalty. And back at the front here, or just slightly back from the front, this is Radu Zernovianu closing in on the back of Mohamed Yanko. So this is the Vector car closing in on the Vulcan sim racing car. Great curb cam again. 2 pairs this was. It's going to close down pretty quick now, I think. And that was a good overtake there from Wes on Michel Gregorio for the lead of GTE and for the lead of Pro GTE. It looks like we're getting very tasty at the front end of the P2 field as well. And we've already caught the back of the GT3s in this particular class. Only just under half a second between the top 2 P2 cars at the moment as they scythe their way through. Oh no, that's not good. That's another Unicos car. It's the yellow one this time though. There's the other one going through. Is he on his own? Or has he got into a tangle with a GT3 car? Oh no, look at that! The power of a replay. Who was that? That was Felipe Barreto, Just Sprint Racing. We just witnessed a murder, folks. Right, so the P2s continue to make their way through this GT3 field. And that's caused a little bit of gapping in the P2s. Although positions 1, 2 and 3 are, well, call it a second, covering all 3 of them at the moment.
Yeah, and what we see now is the battle for the lead in the GT3, and yeah, look at this, Manity Racing, yep, going for the inside, taking, nah, not quite.
That'll make Yebby...
Yeah, go ahead.
That'll make Yebby very happy on the chat if this does happen.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing when you're being lapped when you're the car following, you can take advantage of the traffic like that. You may open the doors for the P2s, and then you try to follow them. Look, if you can quite get behind the P2s now, he might be able to take the inside. He's not quite able to do it because there's other people coming in. But now, if you can manage to cross over and take the inside, what he's doing.
Whoa. Yeah, he's very, very close now.
Yeah,
that is
not quite close enough. But that's the thing.
And he's closing. I mean, he's going to have to send it if he's going to go here, which he's not going to do. Wow, that's
that was close.
When I am racing, I hate being that close to somebody else's car because you can't see your own turning points. You've just got a windscreen full of car. Another excuse as to why I never overtake anybody. And Yebby's got it absolutely right. This is a long race. We are only 12 minutes into 6 hours, so plenty to go at. Don't want to throw your car at the scenery just yet, but I think somebody needs to tell the Unicos team that. And here they are again. This is the one that had the initial off after getting into the back of the Vector car. Lighter lines going through these corners from the Unicos car. Maybe that's to do with the control of the car, Sam. Maybe it's a bit too twitchy for them. Especially in the draft.
Yeah, it always depends on the setup as well. You've got the draft, you've got a lot of things to take, into account. He's maybe also trying to find where the doors can't open, and trying to make a move on the DSCDA Sports Red. Because I feel like Motegi is not an easy track to pass on the same category at least. For the multi-class racing, it's kind of okay. You've got a few pacing opportunities, but in the same class, the corners just go so fast one after each other. That's super hard to pass.
Yeah. I mean, this is a good endurance track, isn't it, Motegi? Some really nice long straights that you can get some toe on, into some very heavy braking zones, and that's prime overtaking real estate, isn't it?
It is, but at the same time, look, that was a bit of a nudge to pass. Yeah, like it's almost TCR racing there. That's quite funny, but yeah, you don't want to damage that front splitter, by the way, because you're gonna be gone in no time if you do.
Really?
Hang on. That's Jeroen and
it is
Daniel
Morpy, Trackside Esports car. I wonder if that's Jeroen making his way back through the field. It is, I think, looking at this, unless he's quite a way back there, like. This is going to be a send and a half, this. Oh no, I was totally wrong. My apologies, Jeroen. So, Dan lost it on his own. Got a tyre on the grass on the right-hand side.
Yeah,
probably pushing a bit hard. Sorry?
Yeah, apparently no damage on the front. But that was, yeah. No luck for Jeroen there.
No. And that's probably the argument about qualifying high up. You avoid getting behind cars that do things like that, I guess. But he's got a penalty to serve, so he's back there now. So there you go. So making their way now through the GTE field for the P2s. Yebby says that he's always afraid of the wonderful iRacing netcode. Yes, and it does feature in these races. We've seen a few netcode crashes. Not that netcode exists, of course, according to iRacing. Figment of your imagination, Yebby, clearly. And mine. So, round 2 here for Jeroen Vatler versus Daniel Morpy. And I think he's kind of let him go there, hasn't he?
Yeah, the LMP2 helped a bit, and I think Daniel knows that he runs faster anyway, so there is no point on fighting him. Daniel is probably one of the AM driver, which I guess by his rating, which is over 2,000 by the way, which is quite good still. But yeah, Yerwin is faster, so there's no point. He will probably let the pro driver of his car, if he has one, fight back later. That's the way to go.
Yeah, definitely. And there's not really any shabby I ratings in this field. There's some really, really good ones. This is the very front of the P2 field, just 2/10 apart, separates 1 and 2, and there's third. Ooh, that was a send. I don't think that Porsche is very happy. No, he's getting a good old flash there from Wes Van Dijk. I think that's Wes Van Dijk. I do recognise that LM23 Porsche. Burkhard Mehring leading the way still for P2s. And on board with Rui Queiroz, who's busy towing Burkhard Mehring around behind him.
That's massive fuel save.
Already.
I just told that. I told my son went completely wrong and nothing because it was nothing.
Right.
Yeah, massive fuel saving. Yeah.
See if he's got the same thing going on here.
Not quite.
No, that was looked fairly standard. And he's pulling a gap on Burkhard Mehring now. It's not massive yet, though. I mean, I don't know how far back the toe will go. Rui really doesn't like those cones. That's about the 4th lap that he's wiped them out.
So there's only 2 battles going at the moment, which is this one on screen for 7th in LMP2, Jeffrey Kermel and Martin Ray on screen, and the battle for 1st with Hashtag Racing and Simsport.
Yeah, Jensen de Leeuw has got, I think it's Joran Vatlet closing him down now, which will be an interesting one.
Yeah, closing quite fast.
Because of it's the other way around. Yeah, he is catching Perry oversteer at the minute.
Yeah, well, not the pit stop, the drive-through penalty. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Look at that. He's just carved half a second out of him in 3 corners. Came off the brake nice and late, but Perry able to keep him behind for a little bit longer. Oh no! This is a bit further back in the... Oh, it's the Unicos car again. Yeah.
I mean, it's already the third time we see a new Unicos car in the litigator.
Yeah,
Oh,
and...
that's bad. Let's see that again.
Yeah, we're gonna have to, I think. Oh, dear. So that was Jeffrey Colmel getting T-boned there. Let's have a look at this. So he's in the tow. Oh, dear. Going for a gap that was always going to shut, I think.
Yeah, the thing is, some people think, the door is open, I can't go in. But when you're not alongside the car, you really can. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
But there's different opinion, and I think like 50 people think they can, and the 50 others think they cannot. So.
Yeah. Back with Perry, who's now slowly getting dropped by Jensen. And now we're right at the very pointy end of the field. Car in the distance there, overtaking the Audi, is the class leader and the race leader. We're with Burkhard Mehring at the moment, who has Mohamed Yanko slowly closing on him behind. And we'll close a little bit quicker now in theory because he's got a better tow than Burkhard has. Although there was no benefit to that at all, stayed exactly as it was. But look at that, he's closed up on Rui Quieros hugely because that GT3 BMW was right in his way in the middle of the chicane. Bit of a strange line from Burkhard there, but probably taking a better turn 2 apex. And has closed another tenth of a second. Rui gets rid of all the cones again. This is looking good here for Burkhard Mehring. Rui better in the braking zones. And Rui's ability to get past that Audi was critical there, so he's managed to pull out half a second, and that previous blocker of a GT3 car has been repaid, as it were. So it's still very tight at the top of this P2 field. The other fields, well, we've got this going on. So this is Joran Vatler making his way back through the field again after his penalty. Now closing in on the back of Perry Oversteer. And of course, Jensen DeLieu also gone through. If you've been away for a few minutes and wondering why Joran and Jensen are the wrong way round from when they'd served their penalties, it's because Joran had to take evasive action whilst chasing down Daniel Morpy and went off track. Done a good overtake there though, nice and clean, let the car he was overtaking know exactly what he was about, but he's getting raced here. He's not having it all his own way. This cutback is going to be massive though. Or it would have been if he could have got a decent line without the grass being in his way there. And we're joined in the booth now with Tyler Newitt. Good afternoon, Tyler, if you're able to hear and talk at the minute.
Good morning, everybody.
Ah, it's morning for you, isn't it, over the pond? Yep.
Yeah, I got my coffee and donuts. I'm ready to go for 6 hours, I think.
Awesome stuff. We're 26 minutes in now, and 5 hours and 34 minutes to go. Had a few incidents. I don't know whether you've seen them all so far, Tyler. What's that message that's just come through, Sam? Francisco Mello. Try to find out which car that is. Oh, it's a Just Print Racing car. Who are in the pit lane at the minute, if we want to split to them. I think they are anyway.
Oh, yeah. You remember that incident?
Yes, I do, yeah.
I think that's one deserved incident, you know. Even though not intentional, when you do with someone else, you're gonna go to the pits and do a drive-through, and this is exactly what happened.
He tried to polish his car on one of the Unicos ones, didn't he? Or was that the next level one? I can't remember now.
And by the way, hello Tyler, sorry I was messing with my cat the time you went on, so good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I was just sorting out my push to talk. But yeah, I have seen most of the incidents. I saw the 2 Unicos ones. I didn't see what happened the next level. You just mentioned, but
yeah, they got turned off the track by Unicos again. So there's been 3 Unicos incidents, 2 for the Unicos car and 1 for the Unicos yellow car.
Gotcha.
Lots of close battling right at the very front of the P2 field, which is a bit more strung out now, but they are, there's the 2 Unicos cars at the minute making their way past
Blue and Blue,
Piotra.
what do you think about that?
It could happen. It could happen.
Well, if I remember correctly, back to Watkins Glen, the 2 Unicos cars were running quite strongly, kind of towards the midpoint in the race, and I don't remember exactly what happened to either of them, but they started just kind of to fall off towards the end, and I don't think either of them finished particularly far forward.
Let's see. No, Unicos Gaming finished 3rd in Pro. I don't know where they finished overall. And then Unicos Gaming Yellow didn't do very well at all. They only scored 9 points, which would probably put them about 10th in class. So yeah, you're exactly right.
Yeah, and I think they were both kind of running together towards the front before something happened to the yellow car. So running together again today, but not. I don't think as far forward as they'd want to be at this point.
No, not at all. And I feel sorry for the poor simulated guy who keeps bringing those cones back onto the track, because
I was
everybody...
about to make the same joke. You're kidding me.
Also, Pete, you were mentioning, as far as identifying the Unicos cars, the sim racing is the one with the red wheels, and the yellow car is the one with black wheels. So,
that makes sense, doesn't it?
If you get any side-on shot, that's how you can tell them apart. Because you said you like the colors better than just trying to read the numbers.
Yeah,
they did not
change yellow wheels. It would be better. Sorry, go on, Sam.
They did not change the blue lights.
No.
So they're not looking at the broadcast, which is a shame.
It's a sin, is what it is.
Yeah, that's. Oh. Now, team orders. Probably.
Sorry, my cat is attacking my headset cable, so I'm gonna have to step away for a second.
Yeah, there was a multi-21 there for Unicos without a doubt. Mohamed Yanko making his way through on one of the Porsches there. There's the Vulcan Sim Racing car. Currently in 3rd place and trying to get back on terms with the Simser Esports car of Burkhard Mehring. makes his way through on the Apex Racing Porsche of Perry Oosterveer. A little bit of rear wheel spinning there from Burkhardt, and took a lot of that first curve in the chicane there. I would expect him to have gotten off track for that. So we'll talk about the incident points for those of you new to watching iRacing. Incident points are dished out in 3 real ways. You get 1 incident point for leaving the racing circuit, or what iRacing perceives as of you leaving the racing circuit based on an algorithm of where the car is relative to the edge of the track, which Tyler will be able to detail in far more technical ways than I can. You get 2 incident points for a spin, or where iRacing determines your car has gone through 45 degrees or greater, or it might be 90 degrees, without you controlling the car. You also get 2 points if you hit some of the furniture around the track. So a 1x will turn into a 2x quite quickly if you, well, not round here possibly, because you've got lots of big kitty litter trays for you to get through. We've just got another black flag showing. Well, I stopped for Unicos Gaming yellow.
Oh, interesting. One thing to mention, though, Pete, the cones are not a 1x.
No, they're not. Just bizarre, isn't it? They really are pointless cones. And also one for Unicos Gaming. So both cars have been penalised for incidents.
I am back now. The cats have been bribed with treats, so hopefully I get a few minutes of broadcasting peace. I'm a bit surprised about the Unicos Gaming yellow penalty.
That is because they joined with the wrong number. It's not because of an incident on track. So they're
would they not have gotten that at the start?
Probably because it has not been seen. Oh, we already have pit stops? That's...
I would assume that's drive-thrus on the Unicos cars, but...
No, I mean,
no, you're right.
XR.
XR is in as well, yeah.
Yeah, he's stopping the pit stop. Just see.
Not gone up on the jacks yet.
It is fuel and tires separately for LMP2. So.
Okay. I'll explain that then.
Ooh, that'll be a 40-second hold for him.
Yep. Yeah. Unsafe entry there for Aaron Taylor.
Not the first time we see a bad pit entry on Motegi, and probably not the last.
Not the most hilarious one. That was in the V8.
If that's the last one we see today, I will be shocked. Does look like both of the Unicos cars were just serving their drive-thrus though, so not sure why CXR was in the first place. Maybe damage or something, but that pit entry will be costly.
How much time do you get out of a tank in a P2 roughly?
Depends on the track. I would say anywhere from 35 to 45 minutes.
Yeah, so
usually
we're right at the 40. Right at the very start edge of that window that you've just called out.
Yeah, it's not something you'd really be back timing either, I don't think. I'd be surprised if CXR was kind of working from the end of the race forward, but could be they had damage and are, working back timing because of that. But the car looked all right, so I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah, I don't remember that car being in any incidents either. And it's had no penalties, so it's nothing to do with bizarreness to do with that. So
now, question that I don't know the answer to, which means you probably don't either, but if you are serving a penalty and you get a pit lane entrance penalty, would that make you have to stop in the box and serve that penalty?
Like,
would it turn a drive-through into a stop and hold?
Ooh.
We will have to give that a try because I actually don't know. So what you mean is, if you go in for a drive-through, if you cut the entry, what happens to the drive-through? That's your question, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So do you have to serve the drive-through and then come back for a pit lane penalty, or do you have to stop in the box and serve it there? I'm just wondering if that was CXR serving a drive-through, and then they had to stop in the box for a stop and hold because they blew pit entrance.
That's how cool. To be fair, I don't know.
I think that Tyler is onto a winner because car 188 got black flagged a few laps back, and if
that's Hellenic,
yeah,
not CXR.
Oh,
they've reset, so something obviously going on with them. CXR, that is, not Hellenic. Not to worry the Hellenic fans out there.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, they're now dropping down the GTE order, which is never a good thing for a P2 car. So if Next Level fully shifted to this blue and red livery from their classic green and black?
It very much appears that way. We've got a couple of cars in here. Jeffrey Colmell's driving the LMP2 car. And Eric Valet is currently in the GT3 car.
We're gonna have to train ourselves because we're so used to the masses of green cars running together on track. It's not that anymore.
No, definitely not.
I think I saw Ilis in our GT4 TCR league was running the blue and red. So. Looks like Jeroen's recovered all right from his penalty, up to 6th already, and looking, I think, at 5th here from Kart Academy.
Yeah, he's certainly made short work of the back end of the field.
Of course, the Roaring Chicken Nuggets and Kart Academy teams are definitely familiar with each other from Next Level's other series, the Sprint series, with the GT3 cars, so I'd imagine, I'm not sure I can't see who's in the Kart Academy car at the moment, but I'd imagine those two have raced together quite a few times.
Yeah, it's Jensen de Liu, so yes, very much so.
Right, I shall go back in a minute. I'll leave you on this battle with Jeroen. Hopefully it stands for at least 1 minute, the time I've got my water back.
Very good.
Awesome. Yeah, so these two both victims of penalties towards the start of the race, both making their way back through to their more associated positions towards the front of these fields. Jeroen getting off track to avoid another car earlier on, has put him behind Jensen.
Yes, it has. Definitely set them back. Interesting, and I didn't notice when I was watching at the beginning, but only 2 pro entries in GTE this time around. I'm not sure if some teams got moved up or just of the entries that didn't turn up this weekend, it was mostly pro teams, but there's going to be an AM car on the podium no matter what, and these two are probably strong contenders for that, to be honest. Two really strong AM class lineups, but as you've mentioned, they're on the recovery drive and at the moment have to find a way past the SCCR teams who currently hold the top 2 positions in AM.
Yeah, and with the capability of these 2 drivers, they're not AM drivers, are they? Some of their other teammates maybe, but these guys have got pro capability, as it were, or pro talent, as it were.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I find really interesting about this league in particular. You know, it's something that's kind of generally available, as we see Jeroen going through on Jensen there. But a lot of the leagues that split Pro and Am by iRating kind of have this option available to them, but you don't often see such a diverse group of Am class teams, because there are some where it's just a bunch of drivers at, roughly the same kind of just below the cut line skill level, and then you get some where it's a couple of guys who are maybe lower on the iRating level with one or two guys who are really high up the iRating level. That's what I think both of these teams are. Certainly the Chicken Nuggets, and I believe Kart Academy as well. I'm not totally sure who else is on their endurance lineup, but I know they've got some really quick drivers in that team.
Oh, we've got a few P2s in pit road at the minute.
Yeah, these will be scheduled stops at 41 minutes or so. This'll be scheduled, I believe. In fact, all the top 3 are in now. So it looks like at the moment, Just Print Racing is going the farthest on their tank of fuel, which could definitely come in handy later on in the race.
Yeah, they've also been through pit lane for a penalty.
But obviously would not have had the chance to fill then, so...
No, not at all, no.
It's they will have saved a little bit of fuel, that's true, running through on the limiter, but definitely the extra lap doesn't hurt in any way, shape, or form.
Especially in a 6-hour race, because if you do that on each stint, you're saving an enormous amount of pit road time, potentially.
Exactly, yep. Yeah, it'll kind of be a wait-and-see thing for us if they can maintain that over the course of the stint. Obviously, the 4 LMP2s that pit now have an advantage over the ones who pit the lap prior. If Just Print can hang on, they'll have a 2-lap advantage over a number of those already. So, you look at the time, we're 26 laps into the race. I doubt that's going to be enough to save a pit stop by the end of this 6-hour race, but it could certainly be enough to shorten that last stop to the point where you can make some time up on track that way.
Yeah, and track temperature as well, Tyler. We started off the qualifying session at 41 degrees. We're now down to 30 degrees.
Yeah, and if it's going down already, it's only going to get cooler as we see. Was that a move, your own? Oh, no, that was the LMP2 going through on the Chicken Nuggets. They've caught the SCCR white car who is seemingly stuck behind these GT3 cars here.
It does appear that way, yeah, which is odd. He's now getting alongside the second of them, the next level car there,
yep,
which is Eric Valet's car.
Yeah, I think the 2 Porsches have caught down the SCCR Corvette here pretty quick, and I'd expect them to get through rather expediently here. They've definitely got the pace right now, and as we were talking before, if you're a team that's structured so that you've got one, really quick guy, and then everyone else is just kind of, the house.
That was close. 3 wide into turn 3, Tyler.
Yeah, that's not really how you want to do it. The BMW made the right choice there. That's you got to back out of that one. It's not a situation you want to be in, and it certainly doesn't help your race. That's the 27 Motorsport BMW that's racing the next level car. But there comes a point in any racing, in any race, where you have to kind of take a brief loss to survive to fight later, and that's what the 27 Motorsport car did there. But to the point I was making, the Roaring Chicken Nuggets and Kart Academy, we were talking about how the different AM teams are structured. They're going to want to build as much of a gap as they can while they've got their hot shot in the car, which Euron certainly is for the Chicken Nuggets. So he was quick to get through on the SCCR white car, and he'll set off chasing down the SCCR black car for that 3rd place overall.
Yeah, just sticking with Eric Valet at the moment, chasing down Vitor Miranda even in the 27 BMW.
Also, should be clear here that we're not ragging on the rest of the Chicken Nuggets team or the Kart Academy teams. there, especially in team events like this, everybody plays a role. There's not as much as Yaron is probably the massively quick driver on that team. The role played by everybody else on that team is just as important, and that's part of the beauty of team endurance racing. I think it's why it's my favorite thing on iRacing personally, is just because even if you're in a car that you don't necessarily click with, or it's a track you don't click with, or you're just racing with people who are maybe a little bit quicker than you, you can still play an important part in the race, just by kind of driving to your best.
Yeah, I generally know what my role is in team endurance, and that's to fill time when other people can't drive the car because of fare share.
Yeah, and that's that's an important role, to be honest. Like, it's not if everyone could drive 24 hours nonstop, we'd all do it, but we can't. So you need you need the people to fill time and maintain some level of pace.
It's a bit. Well, I was going to say that's a bit wide, but I forgot that turn 2 is it's just one big turn, really, isn't it?
It really is. Yeah. You're just setting up turn 2 at that point. But they love those cones, don't they?
Yeah. I don't know that it would ever do any damage to the car. I can't believe it would, otherwise they'd avoid it more. So I don't think it does anything.
The only problem is if one gets stuck under your car. But
actually have an effect or not?
Oh, if one gets stuck under your car, you'll definitely know it.
All right.
It's a pretty dramatic effect, actually. It doesn't usually cause any lasting damage, but it'll slow you down as long as it's stuck under there. And sometimes they get so stuck you have to pit to get it cleared.
Right.
But I mean, they're just giving them a glancing blow, so they're not going to get wedged under there. You'd have to hit it pretty much head on to get it stuck.
So this little seesawing exercise between these two has gone on all race so far. Burkhardt has managed to get back within 8/10 of Rui again. Between these two, their I ratings are eye-wateringly high. So I think they are just to and fro because they're so equally matched in terms of talent.
Yeah, I just took a look at their pit lane times. They both pit on lap 25. And it was only about a half a second difference total pit lane time between the two of them. So, as you mentioned, it's not some big gain in the pit stops that's brought Simza kind of back up to hashtag racing. It's just two, I would say, very evenly matched drivers putting in some very evenly matched laps.
Yeah, and as the cones go flying yet again, I'm impressed by the lack of input into the wheel that Burkhardt manages. It doesn't move that much. He's got a very good setup for himself here, hasn't he?
Yeah, typically, how you don't want to be correcting all that much in an LMP car. It can. If you're correcting, it means you've kind of lost that aero grip that is oh so important, and it's probably not going to end well for you.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's not to say there are definitely times when you're going to be making corrections, particularly in slow speed corners, off camber corners. Pretty much every lap at the Daytona road course, when you head back onto the banking, I was turning right to go left when we were running the 24. But by and large, that's how you want your prototype to be, is smooth and steady.
Yeah, and with those cars, how much of it is it all aero grip, or is the mechanical grip involved in that as well?
It's actually really interesting because it's notable with the shift from the HPD to the Dallara in iRacing. There is the Dallara. The HPD was all aero grip. I mean, that's a slight exaggeration, but it was not, didn't perform particularly well in slow speed corners, but it would sail through high-speed corners without an issue. And the Dallara is a bit more balanced, actually. It definitely is slightly favored towards aero grip, but there's a good amount of road feel and mechanical grip as well in that car. So it's one of my favorite cars on the service for sure, because it's quite a lot of fun to drive.
That was Perry Oversteer there passing us. We're on board with Eric Verlet, or we were. There's curb cam. It's a good one this time, Tyler.
Always is.
As Perry then dispatches Vitor Miranda just in front in the 27 BMW. I think Vitor didn't really know where he was properly there and took an extra wide entry into turn 1.
And those two have been battling for a little while. We saw when that big gaggle came through with the LMP2 car and the 3 GTE cars. That's kind of the life of after the first kind of hour or so, that's the life of the GT3 car, is you're even when you're in a battle, you're watching the mirrors constantly for traffic working through. And the best GT3 drivers or lower class drivers are the ones that know when to run offline and give position to traffic without compromising the battle they're in. And that's clearly what both of these teams are capable of. We've seen 27 Motorsport and Next Level Racing win races, obviously. So they know what to do, I would say.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a fine line between doing the sensible thing and throwing lap time away. I've always found it a hard thing to balance, because you do want to survive to the end of the race, but it's too easy to over-compromise your own position in order to maintain survival.
And I think the real sensible thing is to know what lap time you can throw away, what you can afford to throw away, basically, because the fact of the matter is, at some point you're going to lose time to traffic. It's inevitable, as we see there's all 3 classes right there. Yep. GT3, GTE, LMP2, all on your screen at the moment. The Lamborghini there lost a bunch of time, but that's not something that is going to greatly affect its race one way or another, But what did greatly affect his race is the fact that he wasn't punted off the road by those cars coming through, because, he was aware of what was going on and made the pace.
And that Lamborghini is the class leader for GT3. That's Piotr Matuszak.
Yeah, so he, and with no other GT3 within visible range of him, he can afford to be a bit lenient with the oncoming traffic.
Yeah, he's got 7 seconds, I think, if I'm reading my screen correctly, over Florian Capel in the Manatee Racing purple car. As we now change our view to Craig Jones. This is the CC. Ooh, there we go. There's Piotr's Lamborghini, just for an extra shot of it. And then way back down here to Florian. So that's quite a gap. And like I said before the race started, I wouldn't be too concerned about the gaps that are generated in the field as we go through this 6 hours, because it all comes back together again at different points in the race. We've seen it so many times in these endurance races. A little bit of gap in the field gives us a chance to get our voices back on track.
It's so rare in these races that time is made up through pure pace. Or even significant time being lost through pure pace. I mean, what ultimately happens is maybe you do have a driver who's a little bit quicker, who's able to close in a gap, but it's never just because they were quicker. It's always getting lucky breaks in traffic. Maybe the car in front has an incident. Maybe the car in front's been battling with somebody, and that's really what shapes these races. So the key is not to overextend yourself to try and push to close down a gap, because the fact of the matter is it's probably not going to happen just by pushing. So it's to run to the best of your safest ability is the key in these endurance races.
Yeah, without a doubt. So Rui has managed to eke himself out just over a second now, getting on for 1.5 seconds. Visible gap there to Burkhard Mehring in the Sims Esports LMP2 car. So obviously turning up probably a bit smoother, cleaner laps. Might have got Burkhard may have got delayed in traffic that we've not quite seen.
Yeah, Rui was about 2/10. I push the talk's cut now. Rui was about 2/10 quicker than Burkhard last time around. He does also. Oh, he's tied for the fastest lap. Oh no, sorry. No, yes, he's tied for the fastest lap of the race with Radu Zernav. Oh, jeez.
Zernavianu. Yeah.
Yeah, that's that's right. Zernavianu. Good call, Pete.
I got one right for once. Get in.
I know. I was just my sight reading skills are not up to par at the moment. But Radu clearly has some pace in that car. A bit surprised he's as far back as he is at this point. Was Vector one of the ones with a penalty at the start, or is he just?
No, he started third, I think, and I think he got shuffled back on the first lap, and has sat there since. So
interesting. So maybe just a bit of inconsistency in that Vector by RSR car.
I think it was more that Burkhard Mehring started off in 4th place, and his capability on his race pace has come through, and he's dispatched who started 2nd and 3rd.
Certainly possible, but as I was saying, Radu is tied for the fastest lap of the race with Rui Quiros. So clearly, at least over the course of one lap, he has the pace to fight with the leaders, but he is about, doing quick math, about 12 seconds off of the race leader. So,
yeah. But there's a big jump behind him, though, isn't it? Radu back to Frank. That's nearly 30 seconds.
And that is 1st to 2nd in the AM class in LMP2. So Radu is comfortably in front there, and maybe that's all he really wants to do. I mean, you obviously want to win, but you'll take the class win, 7 days a week.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose at the beginning of a race like this, is it a benefit to put your best driver out first, because it's going to be the most congested in your class of probably the whole race, or is it better to save your faster driver for later in the 6-hour race? It's a hard one, isn't it?
There's no right answer there. I think the short answer is it depends where you qualify. And I know you were talking at the beginning about how qualifying doesn't matter all that much, but it does matter some. And if you are, say, say you're the Roaring Chicken Nuggets, and you didn't have a penalty from qualifying, if you're starting up front, you want to put your quick driver in at the start, have him build as much of a gap as he can, and then probably put him back in at the end of the race, and hope that you were able to hold on to the lead through then. But if you're someone a bit further back in the order, you qualify towards the back of the pack, maybe you start with one of your kind of pace setting drivers, drivers who are going to turn laps, and they'll probably fall back a bit from the overall leaders, but will keep the car on the track, and then you put your quick guy in the middle, and hopefully hope that they can make up some positions. So I think it's not there's no one answer to that question, Pete, but I think I think it's just a matter of knowing, you know, what sort of pace you have at your disposal, and you know, where you're going to be strategy-wise at different points in the race. And sometimes it just comes down to who can drive when, because people are often busy on weekends.
Yep, that's true. And that was what I was going to say, actually. It also depends on what real-life commitments people have as to whether their star in the car is available at a certain point in the race. But we do have GTE pit stops happening now. Joran Vatlet's been in, as has the LM23 team. They've switched drivers to Ivar Langen, so they're back out on track now.
Yeah, Ivar was on the chat earlier, so he is now behind the wheel. There he is. I'll be back in just a second. Hopefully Sam is back. He can chip in.
It's not like I'm changing cameras since like 15 minutes. So,
Yeah.
I figured, but you know, maybe it randomly switched to best camera. I don't know. Anyway, I'll be back.
Okay,
Cool.
so iRacing does the same job as me. Okay, cool. I got it. Next time, Tyler will go on cameras. Good. Good to know. I'm still waiting for your 5 from last week, Pete.
My what?
Talking about cameras. Yes, you said last weekend that you were providing the camera pack for the GT4 TCR race, so I'm still waiting on that camera pack. So
I don't remember this. Was I drunk?
no, it was just a broadcast. You know,
Oh, okay.
as we're used to do. So for next time, that will be Tyler's task.
Yeah, we've got most of the GTE field in the pits at the minute. We have V10R in there, we have Kart Academy in there, SCCR Black and White are both in there, and Apex. So busy old pit lane at this point for GTE. Already into the pits and out again was LM23, Roaring Chicken Nuggets, and I think Trackside have also been through there as well.
Yes, and we see on the map, Ivan is on the last chicane, heading off to the pit straight, almost crossing the line, and you see guys took tires. Wait,
Yes, yeah,
is Ivan
there's a
back
few.
in the pit? No, that's changed. Sorry, no, don't mind me. There you go. Don't just because position changed and the way it works. Don't mind me. So Ivan is back in first place, and Craig Jones has down Romain from the
and I
second
think
place.
that's not enough for a difference in a tyre swap, is it? So that must be just on how much fuel was taken, maybe? Don't know. You'd think there'd be a lot more in it than 2 seconds if he'd taken tyres and the other car hadn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the full pit lane time on screen. There you have it, folks. So 1:28.7 and 1:31.2. So
that 3 seconds. What we're gonna get from that?
yes, and I'm not gonna put the pit time. 1:01.2 and 1:02.9. So that's only 1.5 seconds. So that means the V10 Air car lost 1.5 seconds in the pit lane transit, which is a lot.
It is, yeah.
So,
that's massive.
Yeah, I don't know if they were either, you know, out of fuel or something, coughing at the end, trying to rejoin their pit stall. But
Yeah, or overshot the box.
Maybe as well, maybe.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like we could find out by a replay. Give me a sec. I'm just... There you go.
Okay.
So
It's a bit jumpy on my screen. I'll have to go with your commentary.
So that is Roman entering pit lane. So yeah. So we already see a bit of gain.
Yeah.
Oh yes, and that cuts. Okay. So the time gain is in fact at the entrance of the pit lane, where you can apparently cut the yellow line without any issue. Because yeah, that was right on the pit stall for the V10R at that point, so that was okay.
Yep. Just a very, very good pit stop by Craig Jones. And now I think we've got the GT3s that have started to pit, as long as my screen is not lying to me. We should have 27 and next level into pit road.
Yeah, the only car not pitted is the Bazinga Motorsport. And 27 and next level that were battling previously are in at the same time and out at the same time.
Yeah.
Bit of a bigger gap though for the 27 Motorsport. Is good.
Yeah,
really
obviously.
Good.
Yeah, it might be another similar thing about pit lane entry. Pit lane entry here appears to get you a really good benefit if you can absolutely mint it. But as we found out from being in not the top 10, getting it wrong is a race-ending incident. This is Roman Verdolivo, very much closing in on the back of Craig Jones again. These two cars were reversed before. There go all the cones yet again. You're wondering about names, don't forget this is a 6-hour race with fair share active. So the previous driver in this car was Michele Gregorio. Now it's Roman Verdolivo even. If I can try that with my teeth in, that'll be good. And Roman is showing some serious pace on this particular little section of track. He's closed right up on the back of Craig Jones, who is, of course, right on the back of the class leader now.
Yeah, they are called the race leader, by the way.
Yeah,
like
big time.
2.5 seconds last time by. A 158 for Ivan and a 148.2 for Craig Jones.
That's crazy.
And a 47.4 for Romain, which is even faster.
Yeah. So this is going to hot up here now. This is the battle for the GTE lead, podium, everything. All three cars are here. Whoa, big wiggle there from Roman Verdolivo in that V10R Porsche. This, Sam, really does evidence that the balance of performance for that Corvette is very much on with the Porsche now.
Yes, I've not driven either of these, in fact. So I guess so. It proves on tracks. We have Porsche, Corvette, Porsche, which is great. We only have 2 Corvettes, so it's kind of hard to tell. But seeing, 2 different cars on the top 3, I think that proves it's pretty good. Yes.
Yeah.
And we're already at the pass for the lead. And who's behind? Battle for the lead in the LMP2s as well.
Here we go. It's all on this bit of track. So remember what I said, folks, about it all splitting up and coming back together? Here's the evidence of that. And this is the closest the P2s have been at the front of the field all race since the very start. That, what you're seeing there, is 0.3 of a second. And very slightly reducing for a second there. This is the battle for second in the GTE class. Roman trying to do his best to be safe by the look of things. Ooh, and he's getting undertaken there by Mohamed Janko.
Which is third place in the PG. So he's chasing down the battle for the lead. He lost a bit of ground in the second stint over the lead, because he was with them, basically, in the same seconds. If you remember before the pit stop,
Yeah.
so now he's 4
Yes.
seconds behind.
Oh, here we go. There's all
Oh,
sorts
yeah,
of...
there you go.
No!
I saw that one
dear.
coming. And that's the leader of the GTE field taking out.
That's...
Well, that was quite a moment to come back to.
Yeah, sorry if I deafened you, I just couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Was there more context to that?
So this
It looked
was...
like the LMP2 just...
It was at turn 4, which is just here, and yeah, ooh, ugh. You wouldn't do that, would you? You would come off the gas, surely.
That was interesting.
That was also the GTE class leader as well.
Was the AM class leader? Yeah.
No, they were the overall leader, actually.
SCCR? I thought they were the AM class third overall.
They were. However, we've had a good shuffle of positions since you were last with us.
Okay.
The LM23 car that was out front and in the lead by quite a way is now in third place. Been absolutely chased down.
Because of that.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And I think in all of that we missed Roman passing for the lead, in fact, of the GT.
Or what became the lead.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
He took it in at turn 3 just before the incident. You can see the smoke from it there. Oh, after that high drama, it's good to get back to this battle that's been on simmer for the entire race so far. This is way back in the GT3 field, and this is still Eric Verlet and still Vitor Miranda.
Yeah, this is for second in GT3 AM.
Yep.
The Bazinga car is about 10 seconds up the road from these two, but they're really going at it for second place in AM. As there's is that the leader? The hashtag LMP2 coming through. Yeah. And Burkhardt is not far behind in the Simsa car.
He was closer than that about one lap ago. He was only 3/10 behind, so something's happened. Traffic related, I guess.
Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away.
Yeah, brutally at times, as we've just seen. So the LM23 car has now been caught by what is now the Kart Academy and Roaring Chicken Nuggets cars recovering from their penalties from the start.
Yeah, they've been on a tear, those two, haven't they? And swapping positions all the way.
Yeah. Woo. Thought he was going to absolutely crown that Kart Academy car.
Well, there was a wiggle there from Eurone. He got a little too far over the curb and onto the grass.
Yeah, and unless I'm seeing it,
is not far back from this.
No, it's not. And unless I'm seeing things, I'm sure that the splitter on the front of that Roaring Chicken Nuggets Porsche is bent up.
It's definitely bent up, and I think the Kart Academy one is as well. Not sure if they had it coming together or individual incidents, but what's happened here?
Was he been P2'd? No? Yes. Yes.
Well,
I'll have to see that from a different angle, I think. I'm not sure who did what on who.
there comes a point where running your normal line is... He needs to know the LMP2 is there. I mean, that's...
Yeah.
He basically, I mean, that is the line to go from all the way to the left to all the way to the right and back to the left again through those corners, but that just... I'm sorry, that just shows no situational awareness to me. I mean, you have to... In these endurance races, you have to know when traffic is coming, and to be, you know, zigzagging over the track like that, even if it is the normal racing line, it's not really a predictable line.
Oh. Well, it's all happening at this point.
Yeah,
we're just over an hour and a quarter in.
witching hour.
Yeah, big time. There's been some spells cast just now. So this is the Apex car with Perry oversteer at the wheel.
I believe he might have gotten some next level help. No,
I
it was
think
the other
it's
one.
not. Oh, what happened there? You're gonna have
so
to
that
explain this one to me.
Yeah, so that was which LMP2 was that? That was the Frank Smith's car, the 184.
Yeah,
so
DSCDA, yeah.
So basically, the next level car in front of him took a compromised line, entering that tight corner on the inside of the GTE car. So they had to slow up more than Frank was expecting. Frank dove it in pretty much on his normal braking point. Ooh, there's a little side-to-side contact. So basically, Pete, what happened is Frank broke at his normal braking point, saw he was going to run into the back of the next level car, so slammed on the brakes a little bit harder, locked the rear, and spun into the GTE cars.
Okay.
To sum it up.
And next level, not out of the drama yet, because that's the Unicos car of Martin Ray. The middle of this P2 field at the minute is a hive of activity.
The whole track is a hive of activity right now.
It is actually. I'm just looking at the timing screen. It's gone mental. Jensen DeLew, Joran Vatlet, and Craig Jones are all sharing a very similar bit of tarmac at the moment. It does make me tense when they do that into that particular braking zone, because I'm expecting the car on the outside to have to turn in at some point.
Well, yeah, because they do.
So I don't know that Uran will be so accommodating on this one. Oh, is that a let through, do you think?
It's not impossible, yeah. As we see another batch of LMP2s going through. This is the one that just had the issues with the other GTE car. Perry used to veer.
I think that was the Kart Academy car of Jensen DeLew redressing the position that he got by shouldering Uran off the track before.
It's certainly possible, and with the SCCR black car looming, as there's more trouble in... Oh, that's the same. That's
Frank
again. Yeah.
So, on his own, there goes a cone, and here goes a car. Tyre off on the... Oh, no. Just round? Just round.
Yeah. That's the best way to describe it. Yeah. Just went round. Interesting. Yeah, clearly that car not as balanced as Frank would like it.
No, that's not brake bias, because he'd have been on the gas.
Oh, no, it's not. No, that wouldn't be braking. That would just be an unbalanced car, but yeah, not the race they were hoping for, that's for sure.
No, and it looks like Eric's got his race kit on, because he's closed in on Vitor. And these two are still together here. Martin Ray chasing down Jeffrey Cormel. And the drama around Uran, Jensen and Craig carries on. They're all close together once again, I think.
Alright, just catch up a bit with the... Oh, jeez, that was close. With the...
That was close,
and the report sheet. So, we have a warning for the... Kart Academy Esports. The 354. Not keeping enough space between other class. So, that's warming. One incident that happened with another car. We have the Vulcan Sim Racing 77 dive-holding GT, and that's a drive-through that have been thrown. And we have two other incidents under investigations for the TDA Esports Red. So probably the one with the Manity Purple
Yep.
Yeah.
We were talking about the awareness of the drivers and everything, so that has been protested. And rear lock issue as well has been protested.
Yeah, and in fairness to the Motegi car, you know, it's not unlikely that they get a that the LMP2 car gets a penalty for that, because, you know, by the letter of the law, you shouldn't be sticking his nose in there. But it's you know, it frustrates me when, you know, I see the slower class cars just show no awareness of the cars around them, you know, and it's one of those situations where it's, yes, you know, maybe by the if you go by the rule book, they were in the wrong, but you're essentially, you know, I mean, even if they get a penalty, you still got punted off the track, and it's a situation that you could have avoided, is kind of the point I think I'm trying to make, which is to say, you know, it's, even if by the letter of the law you are in the right, you still definitely could have saved yourself the trouble of getting shuffled off the track with a little more awareness of what's going on around you.
And I think that particular corner is even more complicated to manage in multi-class racing, because, as you said, you're from the far left, you go to the far right, and then you cut back again to the far left in just a short amount of time. When you're dealing with traffic, I think in this particular corner, you need to stay either on the left or on the right, or bad things. Bad things are gonna happen anyway. And this is what happened.
You know, if it were me, and I am imperfect as we all are, but if I were, you know, to have to make a snap decision there, I think I'd just kind of stay, because you kind of exit that corner to the left, just hang to the left, maybe give it a little bit of a lift to let the LMP2 car through. Ooh, that was a weird little slide from the next level car.
It was.
Eric just carried a little too much speed in, I think, and had to yank it to the right to keep it going straight. Frank's been given his black flag, presumably for that incident with the Motegi car.
Yeah, exactly. Drive through for the collision.
He's in there at the minute.
As you said, Tyler, going by the rules, that's well, was gonna happen anyway. Gonna be a drive through for that car, but yeah.
And I probably should have said at the time, you know, Frank is not without fault in that incident, as obviously the stewards have agreed. But it's just, I am just always bothered by situations that could have easily been avoided by both parties. So, but yeah, that's the rules, and it'll be a drive-through for Frank, which we just saw him serving, I believe.
Yep, he was.
And I believe also we are in LMP2 pit window. Yeah, there are the top two in the pit lane. They did 25 laps in the first stint. They've done 25 laps in the second stint as well.
Flashing lights there from one of the cars in pit road. So, Jelle Stamborg for DSCDA Esports Red was in pit road for a long time. Or he was on my screen at least. I'm just going to scroll to the right. 1 minute and 19. That's quite a long time, isn't it?
Sorry, who was that? I missed it.
Jelle Stamborg, DSCDA Esports Red.
So that'll be potentially them serving the penalty and doing a pit stop. Although, no, because they would have had to drive through. I'm not sure. It's not unreasonable for a driver change with a full tank of fuel. It's a little bit long.
Yeah.
Don't remember, they had a bit of damage from the incidents as well.
Yeah, true.
Which might be why they are in the pits a bit longer. Repair the rear ring. It's probably something they have to deal with as well.
Yeah, good point, Sam.
But I think they've been drive-through already for the drive-through before the pit stop. I think I saw them in the pits already, but no, not for long. Before that pit stop.
Yep. And Pete, like we highlighted last time, the Just Sprint Racing car is extending the stint once again. They've stayed out just a little bit longer than everybody else, which, well, even if it doesn't end up changing much at the end of the race, they're getting the lead laps now, which is always fun.
And they're gonna do 2 now.
Sorry?
They're going to do 2 more laps now.
Yeah,
wow.
which means, well, that means they've gone a lap longer each of the first 2 stints,
exactly,
which is
true.
Well, but that's what we were discussing, because they did have that drive-through penalty in the first stint, and we were wondering if that was helping to save fuel. But clearly, they've done the same amount of fuel saving this time through as well. So, doing a good job managing their pace, I would say, and getting that fuel.
Yeah, because they seem to be fast.
Lap.
They seem to be fast, almost able to catch up with the third, fourth place, if I remember correctly, before the pit stops happened. So doing something different from other, trying to gain time like that is probably the best way for them to, get back in the race, and at the end it will pay off for sure.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, they're as we were saying, they're not going to save a stop, but they will definitely have a shorter fill on that final stop.
We'll have to see how that pans out in the final hour, or final half hour it'll be, because these guys fill every, 40 minutes, did you say, or something like
that? Just about, yeah, a little over, I think, is what the other cars were doing. No action taken for that second DSCDA incident where they locked up the tires and got into the GTE car, which I think is fair. It's just an unfortunate situation there for the GTE car, but nothing... certainly nothing malicious, or a collision that could have been avoided, as the wording is from the stewards. It was just, a mistake that unfortunately saw the GTE car in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, unfortunate outcomes from that one.
Yep.
Well, Craig Jones is definitely sticking with Jensen Deleeu, and I'm surprised that Jensen's now getting a bigger gap ahead of him to Joran, because they were together for a long time. So I wonder if he's carrying some sort of damage there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't see anything wrong with the front of the car.
I think there is a little bit bent up on the front splitter. As I mentioned earlier, I think it's pretty similar to what the Chicken Nuggets car has. It's just the front is darker there. Tough to see from that angle, but yeah.
Look, I tried what I could with the camera angle and the slow-mo. No, you're the commentator, so deal with it.
Yeah, the lap time is not bad considering they've been in traffic, but it's definitely not nearly on the pace that the top 2 are doing, that's for sure.
New driver for the Just Sprint Racing car, Francisco Melo now.
Yeah, expect we'll see a lot of driver changes this time around, especially from the teams that didn't on the first time, which not many did. Two driver teams will be probably doing 2 hours 3 hours apiece, but probably splitting it up. So you don't do 3 hours in a row, and then the 3 driver teams will be probably splitting the race in 2 hour chunks. So would expect quite a few driver changes. In fact, I think the only driver I see that's still in the car in the prototypes who started is Mohamed Janko in the Vulcan Sim Racing car, and Francisco Melo, actually. No, he's who you just got it.
Yeah.
I was like, I knew the name was familiar, but that's just because you just said it.
Yeah. And I think we've only had Jeffrey Colmel in the Next Level car so far.
Yes, that is also right. Yep.
Track temperature, just for everybody's information, has dropped to 27 degrees now, so continuing to drop as you predicted, Tyler.
Oh, that was... Oh.
Hey! He wanted to give the position back, didn't he?
It's a tricky spot to make that outside move happen. There is Mohamedenko, who's actually jumped the Simsa car, likely by virtue of not doing a driver change.
Yeah, I wonder how much you actually spend on that switch of driver.
You know, it doesn't typically... typically, if you take tires, it doesn't... You don't lose any time. And I think that's what it was. I don't think Mohamed took tires that last time around. So I would imagine he's triple stinting those tires.
No.
That's the 27 Motorsport car who we saw locked in that battle with the Next Level car earlier on in the race. What's happened to them?
It doesn't look good for them, does it, when there's a GTE car so close? Oh dear.
Yeah, that was the GTE car not knowing where the GT3s are braking.
Think so,
I
yeah.
have to say, yeah, you know.
Stepped out and it made it look like a send, but I think it was more to do with trying to avoid ramming the back of him, but then...
Yeah, no, it wasn't so much he was intending to send it as he was braking at his normal braking point, kind of totally independent of the car in front of him, and had to go to the inside to avoid just straight up running into the rear of him. But, yeah, you know, I talk a lot in these races about situational awareness, but you know, you've there's no excuse at this point to not know where the GT3 cars are braking. You've lapped them a couple of times already. You should know, you know, where they're going to be on the brakes. So I'd imagine that'll be a penalty coming through for the was that the LM23 car?
It was. They were our one-time race leader of that class.
Yep. Yeah, so not surprised to see the Simsa car quickly through on the Vulcan Sim Racing car, with Mohamedenko not taking tires. That was...
I was surprised a second ago to see the Simsa car on the back of the hashtag car, but I've just seen who's driving it and his I rating. So Lars Baumiller is in the seat of that car now.
Yeah, a 6,130 I rating to his credit.
That's
not
obscene. Bad. Not bad. Understatement of the week.
That's rookie numbers. What's your favorite driver at, Pete, by the way? Still
Sorry?
2, 3? What's your favorite driver at?
I don't know what the question is.
That guy with 2. Oh, that's a pass for elite.
Right, yeah.
There you have it.
Sorry, I'll go and check now.
Yeah, small mistakes from Pedro, I think. Just gave the lead to Lars.
So the previous king of the lowest I rating, who had 2, has now sorted his act out and has a whopping and eye-watering 73.
I thought Sam was asking about Gary, because we all know Gary is Pete's favorite driver.
So I'm just going to check the other one now.
And while Pete's checking, just want to mention, as always, if any drivers in the series who are watching the stream want to come in and talk to us, you are more than welcome. There's 6 hours of this, so we need something to fill the time. So if you want to come have a chat, just jump into the voice channel on the Next Level Discord, and we'll pull you in.
So the new legend. What's his I rating now? Oh, he's dropped again. So he was on an I rating. He was on an I rating of 5. He's now on an I rating of 3. That's amazing.
And what was the lowest of
2.
the other guy? 2. Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's for that record.
He is going for the record, yeah. Legends.
A lot of traffic for the leaders when he left P2 there.
Yeah. So the lead of the race overall, and obviously the P2 field, is now Pedro de Souza's giving it up to Lars Baumila. And Lars is starting to pull away. This is your GTE leader at the moment. This is Roman Verdolivo. He's been in the car since the start. He's driving the V10R eSport car. He's got himself a tidy lead of nearly 13 seconds.
Yeah, that's really changed since the first hour, hasn't it? I mean, it was quite a different picture in GTE not all that long ago, but suddenly, yeah, the V10R eSport car is cruising out in front with your own valet in the Roaring Chicken Nuggets car. First in AM, but second overall, a little ways back. I've just seen another penalty come through. Who's that for?
That is the LM23 car. Wes Van Dijk.
Yeah, for the incident with the 27 Motorsport BMW. I'd imagine that was a pretty open and shut case.
Yep.
I feel like those are the ones you like as race control because there's not a ton of room for interpretation there.
No, that it lacks ambiguity, doesn't it? It's
yeah.
Pedro not able to make a move. Well, he's doing it now, but he's been behind the LMX Racing for 2-3 laps now. That means Mohamed is closing in. Will Mohamed be able to pass? That's the question.
I think Mohamed's been behind the wheel of that car since the start of the race.
That's true.
He'll know it very, very well now. He's given him a good old flashy lighty to the Hellenic car.
In mind though, Pete, it's 3 Sin old tires for Mohamed compared to fresh ones on the hashtag racing cars. So.
Okay.
And you saw in front of this, the hashtag racing locked the rear again?
Yeah, that won't help the tires, but they're still definitely quite a bit fresher than those on Mohamed Janko's
Even
car.
though the tires on diesel MP2s can stand quite long, you know?
Yep, but
it's not like the GTEs.
I think they lowered recently how long they can go, but it's still definitely capable of a triple stint. I mean, Mohamed will be fine. It's just a little bit slower, you know.
Yes, and he's been able to pass the Hellenic racing car quite fast compared to Pedro in the hashtag.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, you know, we it's a constant discussion. iRating isn't the end-all be-all of assessing driver talent, but Pedro definitely lower than the 2 cars he's racing around, and I believe the driver who got out of that hashtag racing entry. So, you know, it's not to say Pedro's slow by any means, but compared to Rui and Mohamed and Burkhard and Lars, he's a little bit lower down on the iRating scale.
Got through on that Audi at a really key point, though.
Certainly, yeah. If you can manage traffic well, you're gonna be fine in these races.
Oh, a bit of wheel spin for who's that behind him?
Was it the Hellenic car?
I think it was the Hellenic car, yeah. Went very twitchy in the background. Traction
Want to try and pronounce that name, Pete?
Yeah, it's Mr. Nikolaus.
That's a good that's a good jump from that. Cool.
I'd say Efstasio, but that might be overextending myself.
So this is your race leader overall, Lars Baumila. He's got himself already a 4.2 second lead over Pedro de Souza, who's locked in a heated battle, or he was just until very recently, with Mohamed Yanko in third. So all going on at the top of the P2 rankings at the moment.
Yeah, clearly Lars's instructions were to get out there and go fast, and he's done well so far to that goal. Once again, all three classes on your screen, with the Kart Academy GTE car going around one of the Motegi GT3 cars, and the Simsa LMP2 going through as well.
This is your GTE leader, Roman Verdolivo, driving the V10R Porsche. He's still got himself a nice tidy lead over Joran Vatlet. 15, nearly 16, well, 15 and a half seconds. It keeps jumping up and down on my screen. Craig Jones has been kind of dropped by Joran Vatlet now, who has in turn also dropped Jensen De Leeuw. So all of that close racing from earlier has calmed itself down now for GTE class. We have periods like this in these races, just not to alarm anybody. It'll all come back, and we'll be exclaiming at our screens in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I think things got exciting, and excitement means trouble for some drivers, and everyone seems to have settled down for a little bit. There's Peter Matischak. Is he extending that gap?
He is, yeah.
Yeah. He is rapid in that Lamborghini.
Be interesting to see what happens, because he's I've seen Piotr before. He's very, very capable, just in the same way as Florian. In fact, I've just noticed that their I ratings are almost identical. So it's surprising that he's got such a big lead over Florian. That Manita Racing purple car, I think, was in an incident, wasn't it?
It was. That was the one with the LMP2, the DSCDA car.
Yeah.
In the last couple of corners. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. I think without that, they'd have been closer, to be fair. Stands to reason, doesn't it? But stating the obvious, Bingham says it anyway. Be interesting to see how this goes when they swap drivers, and see who gets next into the seats of these cars in GT3.
Yeah, it is Maniti Racing second and third at the moment in GT3. They'll be hoping, I think, to do one better for both of those entries, but at the moment, holding on to podium positions.
Whilst we've got some gaps, I'm going to step away for a moment and go and find the men's room.
I don't know if we have the track map, Sam, but it suddenly feels like everybody is in their own little world. There it is. Yeah, look at that. I mean, everybody is spread out. You got a couple of multi-class battles. Yeah, there you've got some LMP2s and GT3 traffic, but by and large, everybody really is in their own little space. That's it's a bit surprising to be perfectly honest. I mean, it is a slightly smaller grid than we've seen at the first couple of races, and It's not a short track by any means at Twin Ring Motegi, but bit surprised to see it as spread out as it is. But there is Daniel Serrano, the much delayed Unicos Gaming yellow car, and Francisco Mello for Just Print. So 7th place currently for Francisco, but that's the car that has been going a lap longer each time on the fuel run. So they'll be interesting to watch for sure. They're about a minute off of the race lead. So at this point, they probably wouldn't cycle to the front in a pit cycle or pit sequence anymore, but they definitely have the opportunity to move forward as people pit out of sequence. There is Mohamed Janko, who has dropped well off the back of Pedro de Souza, as we somewhat expected. There is Pedro with those older tires for Mohamed. It was really just the Hellenic Racing traffic that was bringing Mohamed back forward. But that will be good for Mohamed that he was able to kind of keep that track position on these older tires. You know, the delta between taking tires and not taking tires is about 20 seconds. Maybe a little bit more than 20 seconds, 20, 22, 23 seconds. So as long as you can, you know, go the whole stint and not lose 22, 23 seconds, you've made the extra stint on the tires work. So that'll be the goal for Mohamed, and at the moment he sits round about 9.5, 10 seconds off the race leader. So still a little ways to go at this stint. They'll be in right around the 2-hour mark, but certainly seems like he's making it work for the moment.
I think though he might have lost a bit of time still, because I think he was already in the battle for the 3rd place. But at least for that podium position, they were pretty close to each other before the 2nd pit stop. And I feel like they're losing a lot with not taking the tires, and as we see, he's just been a bit wide there again. So
well, but the secret is next time. Well, no, the trick is he'll have one less tire stop than the others, so...
that's true, and probably the next one, he will take tires, probably change drivers as well, where the 2 other car will probably do a double stint on the tires, so no tires. Yeah. So it will give him back the 20 seconds, that's true, but...
He wasn't in the race lead before all this, which he would have had to have been, if he wasn't at this point making this work. So yeah, I think if he's, you know, within 20 seconds or so by the time this stint is over of the race leader, at least I would call that a success personally. But
yeah, we'll see how it plays out after the next pit stop already, and then the one after that will, you know, tell us the story about all of that. As Justin goes, people get close to each other again. Francisco Melo and Gerard Cabrera.
yeah, I guess this is yeah, for position between the Unicos Gaming car and the Just Print car. Yeah, I feel like the Just Print car was higher up before this round, this sequence, but I could be wrong.
I felt like they were, yeah, in a better position before the last pit stop, basically. And a big run as well, so I think they were in front of the next level and both Unicos car.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But well, they're ahead of the Unicos Gaming car now. They'll have the inside line for the next corner, so, and they've already got job done by the time they get to the braking zone. So good move there from Francisco Melo.
Available at the back of the GTE. No, the NM23 endurance team is very delayed because of the penalties and things like that.
Yeah, the penalty didn't help, but a bit surprised, honestly, to see them as far back as they are. I mean, Ivar doesn't have the best I rating, but it's comparable to a lot of the other drivers on track right now, and he's just been not really managing to make any forward progress, and is in danger of losing 7th place to Trackside Esports. Daniel Morphy behind the wheel of that car at the moment. So
yeah, yeah, sorry, Tiger. His last lap was about 3 seconds slower than the fastest lap of the car.
Yep.
Basically, so definitely Ivar a bit slower than the other people.
Potentially, yeah, potentially some damage as well from the contact. It's not impossible, but yeah, it's a bit surprising considering this was the car that was leading the race through a lot of the first hour. So they've got some ground to make up for sure. Ooh, that was a lock up there. Not quite enough to get Daniel through, but he's definitely on a charge right now. Is the Trackside Esport car as Mohamedjenko goes through. And I think the next level car sitting back there is enjoying these two battling because it means he can hang on to the GTE toe for a little while longer. Not sure, is it still? It is still Eric Verlet behind the wheel of that car. So they currently sit 5th overall in GT3, 2nd in GT3 AM. They were having that great battle with 27 Motorsport before 27 was shuffled out of the way. By the LM23. Yep, the LM23 car. Oh man, Daniel is definitely quicker right now, but he has not been able to find a way through just yet.
Yeah, as I said with Pete early, this track is super hard to pass. I feel like you don't have a lot of spots to, really make a move work, or most of them you just have to send it on the brakes. I feel the track is not made for good passing opportunities.
I would disagree with that. I'd say there are definitely, as the move is done there, I would say there are definitely places to pass around Motegi. I think it is, though,
there are, yes,
a track where you can definitely defend your position effectively, as there's another lockup for the LM23 car. Because there's a lot of the switchbacks, the lefts then the rights, and those kind of corners, it's easy to position yourself in a way that even if they get alongside, you can still defend in the next corner or the next part of the corner. So I think it's actually a good track for racing by virtue of being a good track.
It's a great track, yes. Yeah, I do agree with that. My point is, yeah, there's, as you said, there's opportunities to pass, but compared to other track on the service, that's probably not the easiest one. That's just because of the fact that you can't defend your line, basically.
It's not like it's funny because it in some ways it looks on a surface level not dissimilar to Watkins Glen where we were with the GT4 series this past week, but with Watkins Glen you can tow up alongside somebody and just pop down to the inside coming into the corner, or if you have enough of a run, go along the outside. But even with the long straights here, it still requires an outbraking maneuver to really get up alongside somebody at Motegi. And even once you're alongside somebody, it's no guarantee that you're going to complete the pass because, as we were saying, there's a lot of those cutbacks and good opportunities for the driver in front to defend.
Oh, who's that?
That's Daniel Morphy, who had just gotten past the LM23 car. Don't know if he had help in getting around. He had built a decent gap, so I'd be surprised.
Looks very on his own.
Braking on the curb. Oh, yeah. Just carried way too much speed in.
Yeah, it's almost
where is
like
Sam? Do we know? Is that the...
It's after double left.
Okay.
Not
to go under
the
the bridge.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Then the
That was...
I
mean, that is it's quite a tricky corner because it's a little tighter than 90 degrees, but you approach it thinking it's another 90-degree corner, of which there are plenty at this track. So it is definitely tighter than some of the other corners on the track, but that just seemed like he missed his braking point to me.
Yeah, and the LM23 car said, "Thank you very much."
Alright, as Pete is back, I'm gonna get myself a coffee and I will be back shortly.
For it. So Lars Baumeiler, still your race leader. I thought he'd have stretched it out a bit further than that by now, at 5.4 seconds over Pedro de Sousa. He almost had that quite a while ago, didn't he?
Yeah, maybe just settling in, or maybe Pedro just settling in. It's, if you look at the last lap times, it looks more like Pedro's gotten kind of up to the pace that the rest of this front group was running. He's not very far off the best lap of that car. Lars is also 1/100th off the best lap of that car, so still a lot of pace in both of those top two. But I think it's more to do with Pedro getting up to speed in the hashtag racing car than it is Lars slowing down. In fact, he just set the fastest lap of the race, did Pedro de Sousa, with a 1:38.42, almost 0.2 quicker than the next fastest lap, which was set by the first driver of the Vector by RSR car, whose name escapes me at this moment.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to go and look for it.
I'm working on it. Radu.
Yeah, Zeniviano, yes.
Yes. So Radu previously held the fastest lap of the race, but now in the hands of Pedro de Sousa. So
sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, we were wondering, looking at the I rating of Pedro relative to the rest of the cars he was racing around, if he was just going to be a little bit off the pace this stint, but clearly proving me wrong there. He's definitely got the pace in that car that everybody else up front has.
Yeah, and with the track temperature dropping constantly, faster laps are due, aren't they? Obviously, the capability of the drivers is also the factor.
And with the LMP2 cars, they get faster as the fuel burns off. They're not tire dependent as far. Well, if you're triple stinting tires like Mohamed Janko, yes, you're going to be slower. Although he's not particularly slow, as now Lars Baumeiler claims the fastest lap time right away from Pedro de Sousa. I think we're getting into the golden hour here. These cars are going quicker and quicker, as you rightly said, Pete. That's what's happened to Perry Hustevere.
It's not going to be good, is it?
It's going to be by himself, I think.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
He took it too wide on entry there. I think he tried to cut it back, and unfortunately that didn't work. But yeah, I think, as the fuel burns off these LMP2 cars on the first stint of the tires is when you're going to be setting the fastest laps of the race. And certainly we see that right now. with both the top two. I am impressed, though, by the lap times that Mahomejenko is doing in that Vulcan sim racing car on those significantly older tires. He is still right with our race leaders, and it's what he needs to be doing. You know, we were talking about how kind of he can deem this stint successful, and I think if he's within, 20 seconds or so of the race leader, I would expect pit stops in the next couple of minutes, as we see Jeroen Vatlet in from second place in GTE.
And we're just over the 1/3 race distance.
I would imagine that'll be a new driver in the Chicken Nuggets. Indeed it is, Nick Stoop getting behind the wheel of that car. Now, I don't know if they've got a third driver or that's job done for Jeroen. Well, if they do have a third driver, that'll be job done for Jeroen, but could potentially be getting back in if it's just he and Nick. The only two signed up at the moment are Jeroen and Nick, so
yeah,
possibly we will see Jeroen again before this race is over, but last time around, Hashtag and Vulcan, Hashtag in particular, hampered by traffic, a 140.1, Simza with a 138.7, so that'll grow the gap out front for Lars Baumiller, now up to 7.5 seconds over Pedro de Sousa.
Ooh, he kind of drifted it around that last corner, though. It was
a
lot of wheel spin.
He's pushing for sure, is Lars Baumiller.
Yeah.
Wants to build that gap up before the pit stops that I would imagine he's on an in-lap right now. It's been, it's been, I think, 25 laps stint for the front runners, so I'm probably wrong. Yeah, so lap 70-ish. More
Daniel
trouble for
Murphy
Daniel
again.
Murphy, yeah.
What's he done? Is it a similar one to the last one? No.
Well, I think
no.
Yes, I think he was about to do the same thing that Perry did. He was able to keep the car under him for the left-hand portion, but because he was coming in at such an awkward angle for the right-hander, he just lost the rear there, I think. So I think, excuse me, I think the setup to the situation was similar, but how they handled it was different.
Yeah, so that leaves Roman as still your GTE race leader. He's now got half a minute's lead over Craig Jones in the SCCR black car.
Their big competition is the Chicken Nuggets, I think, and Nick Stoop, the only GTE car to have pit so far. So clearly, some of the GTE cars are running till the tank is empty. In fact, most of them. I think the Chicken Nuggets are doing the stop on the hour strategy and don't quite take as much fuel. So they take less fuel on each stop, do the Chicken Nuggets, where the cars who are running their tanks empty will have a shorter final stop, basically.
Yes.
And in comes Romain Verdolivo. Ivar Langen's in as well in the LM23 car.
Yeah, that Audi in there is the Bazinga Motorsport car. And that Bazinga Motorsport car...
they've had a disconnection. Matt did that on the YouTube chat. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I was about to say they were a lot higher than that, yeah.
They were leading in the AM portion of the GT3 class.
That's true, yes. They were in front of the next level. And we all know how frustrating that is.
Yep.
I mean, especially Tyler is blinking. I mean,
Yep.
And old speeds connection as well.
I know. Going full Bingham. Nobody's done that.
I think I just inherited Pete's connection is what it is.
It is a little disconcerting when I see your GT4 go vertically in the air about 30 feet.
It was my welcoming present to the team. Yeah, it's It's funny because it's never a problem for me. Like, I see everybody else fine, by and large. It's just a well, I don't have great internet, and then I'm connecting to the European servers, so
Yeah.
it's not ideal.
Quite a few cars in the pits and in lots of different classes. We do get this, don't we, where they cross over eventually?
Yep, yeah, so this will be... both of the GT classes stop roughly on the hour. The GT3 cars go a little bit longer, but you're getting the overlap between the 40-minute stops of the LMP2s and the hour stops of the GTEs. So, yep, absolutely right. And here comes the overall leader, Lars Baumiller. We'll see if Pedro follows him in. He does. Would expect both of these drivers to stay on board and not take tires. And now Pedro looked a little wide heading into the pits. We cut away before I could see if he was over the grass, but that was a risky pit entry for Pedro de Sousa. I'll keep an eye on his pit time.
Yeah.
Would expect Mohammed in as well. No, he's gone around, hasn't he?
No, he's been in, and that's a new driver, in fact.
Yes. Yeah, that's James Holman behind the wheel. So they did change drivers there. Here is Pedro's pit entry. Oh, that's neat and tidy. That's right on the limit for Pedro de Sousa, but that is perfectly executed. So
Yep.
would not expect a penalty there. And in fact, he is out. No, he's not in front of the Simsa car, but it was a good stop. Gained about 2/10 on pit lane, did Pedro de Sousa. So he will try and chip away at the race leader. And indeed, as expected, Vulcan took tires with their driver change. The top two did not. So it'll be double stinted tires for Simsa Esports and Hashtag Racing. And Just Sprint Racing, who we have mentioned a few times, extending the stints in LMP2, is now at the point where they're not cycling to the lead, but currently sit third. But it was a pit stop.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see where they end up by the time we get into that last half hour. See what this tactic actually manages.
Yeah, if you're not saving a stop, it's not really the type of tactic that will, launch you to the front of the field, but it'll definitely help pick up a position or two if you're in any, remotely close battles. I'm just going to go top off my water bottle and I will be right back.
Mate. In terms of new drivers, we appear to have picked up... who've we got? We've got Daniel Serrano in the Unicos Gaming yellow car. Gerard Cabrera in the other Unicos car. We've picked up Michael Etienne in the V10R Esports car. Nick Stoop has joined us in the Roaring Chicken Nuggets car. Indy Doncha in the Kart Academy car. Vincent Osums in the Apex Racing car. Nathan Healy in the SCCR White car. David Amisi has joined us in the Trackside Esports GTE car. And then we dropped to Stefan Kurzman in the Manatee Racing red car. Oh, has he been in there for a while? Okay.
I think he started the car, yeah.
And then Mol Stumpf for Manatee Racing purple.
Yeah, maybe. I don't remember.
Oh, and we've just inherited a Rudy Knopfel in the Manatee Racing red car, so I think you were absolutely right there with your statement, Sam. They've now swapped that car out. Strangest pit direction. He's just pointing towards pit lane exit for both of the cars that are in there at the moment.
Yeah, it's easier to see the cars coming from the fast lane in the pit.
Right, I shall have to do that.
Well, I don't know. I just made that up. I don't know if that's the reason or if it just... I don't know.
It's a funny one.
I usually tend to do it like, if I add mechanics and things like that, because if they do implement the same thing as NASCAR, you will have to be straight and between your mechanics. So something like that will not be possible in the future. So we'll see. It would be great to have that for us.
It would, yeah. So you can't pit your car at an angle in NASCAR at all?
I don't think you can now, because, well, if you're just a little bit far on the left or on the right, the window is very close, very tight. With the new mechanics they've added in a few series.
Right.
So,
I'm back.
But Tyler is the specialist of
what were you just discussing?
New mechanics. Well, new. It's been on since like 2 years now on iRacing, but the fact that you cannot put yourself in a way. Do we have?
Not at the minute.
They left pit lane, but they were basically like in 30 degrees facing the pits exits.
Yeah, they were at a significant angle in their pit box, and some were saying that you won't be able to do that once we get pit crews in the road races.
That's not necessarily the case. There's definitely a limit to it, but you can be angled for sure. With the NASCAR stuff, at least, the pit crew doesn't jump over the wall until you're stopped in the box. So, you can be on an angle, and the pit crew kind of adjusts to your car, though there is a limit to it. I honestly haven't done enough IndyCar racing where they're set up on pit road before you get there to know if it'll work if you come in at an angle, but it is possible.
Okay. It is Michael Etienne in the Vitanard Porsche, your current GTE race leader.
Yep, getting overtaken by James Holman, who is still technically in fourth behind the Just Print racing car, but Francisco has not yet been in the pit lane for his third. They're doing an excellent job of stretching that fuel. I think it's now been looking at 27 laps since they were in pit lane.
Right.
That is significant. I think most of the lead lap cars are doing either 24 or 25 lap stints. So 27 is a notable jump. That's pretty significant. So and there you see it. So 26 laps till this point, but if they pit in this lap, I believe it'll be the 27th of the stint. So, and have they stayed out again? No,
that's the alternative.
Yeah.
It'll be not too far away though. Let's see what they actually manage. But
I've not seen that stint length graphic before, Sam. That's great. That's super helpful, and they come.
Yeah. In endurance racing, it's great to have it. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's called pit strategy in the display type, and
Gotcha.
you've got another thing that you can do a length, you can do the time in the pit, and in the pit lanes, and the laps they pit it in. So
yeah, it's handy.
Quite a few informations. Yeah.
Yep. There goes James Holman in the Vulcan Sim Racing car through to third place. Now what I'm interested in, and I'm going to take a look at here, is what sort of lap times James is doing compared to the top two, because he'll be on a fresh set of tires. The top two will be on double stinted tires, and indeed, last time around he was half second quicker than the race leader and over a second quicker than Hashtag Racing in second place. So that is where the off strategy basically that Vulcan Sim Racing is on comes into play. Sam, you were saying earlier where he might be losing out on the previous stint from where he was before, but he does get the advantage of fresher tires for at least this stint, and if anyone in front of him tries a triple, then the next stint as well.
Am I right in thinking that he's in a 1 minute bubble, 30 seconds in front of him and 30 seconds behind him, basically? In his class?
Yes, you are right. And the Just Sprint Racing car has come out of the pits in 4th place, so that's a significant gain for them. I think that'll be because they did not take tires this time, and I think some other cars around them did. So Vector by RSR also did not take tires, but the next 2 in line, which would be Next Level and Unicos, they took tires this last time around. So quite a variety of strategies in LMP2 at the moment. It's going to be very interesting to see how it shakes out by the end of this, but at the moment, the extended stints that Just Sprint Racing is doing is really playing out to their benefit.
And we've got 27 Racing have now closed in on the back of Next Level again.
That's impressive, to be honest, considering how far back they were after they were punted off the track. So good effort by Marco Viella in that car. I think that was just a switch. I could be wrong, but I think there was somebody else in that car not long ago.
There was, yes. And the same is true also for Next Level. Justin Nayer's taken over that car now.
Yes, that had been...
that was Eric.
Yes, Eric Verley had been in that car from the start. So new drivers in both of those cars, but the 27 team has done a good job to close that gap down. And that is the overall GT3 leader in there behind him, I believe.
Giving him a flash, or giving us a flash, don't know which yet. Probably the cars, they're not going to be bothered with us.
Yes, that's Patrick Sokolowski in behind these two. He'll be wanting to put a lap on them quickly. He does have a nice 25-second buffer back to Malta Stumpf in the first of the Motegi racing cars, but he'll be wanting to dispatch of them pretty quickly, I think.
He's a lot better on the brakes than the two in front of him, it has to be said.
In fairness, he's also not in a battle where it can be.
Yeah, true. He slowed himself
really
down.
Hit your optimal points. Yeah. Oh, just missed the apex there a little bit.
Managed to keep it in front for now. I think he scared the hell out of Marco Viella, though.
It's possible. Yeah, and clearly Patrick is getting a little frustrated here, but I would just be kind of letting this battle happen if I were him. Oh, that's more trouble. For trackside, David Omisi is now behind the wheel of that car, so they've had a driver change, but he is off the track. Now the 27 Motorsport car goes through into the hairpin. You can hang it around the outside here.
Nope. Door shut.
And now he's... Oh, careful, boys.
Well, he's sticking to that side of the track. He's not come back across, so...
Yeah, it was... It's one of those where, you know, the rule is generally you can't move in reaction, and it was one of those where they both moved at pretty much the same time.
Yeah.
They just happened to make contact. So, you know, not any sort of dirty move from Justin there, but now we'll see what happened to David Omisi in the struggling trackside esports entry. And that looks exactly like, well, not exactly like, but not unlike what his teammate did in that exact corner.
Yeah.
Braking on the curb and carrying too much speed in. His teammate just sailed off into the gravel, but he lost the car there.
Yeah, Daniel Morphy had a few incidents of that kind of nature. Maybe that's a setup issue on the car then.
Could be. Patrick has had enough of sitting behind this battle. He's through now on Marco Viella.
Yeah, and elbows out.
Will likely be through on Justin Nair before too long here.
Justin's got a bit of damage to the back of that Audi after the bump drafting incident.
Yeah, you could see it when it happened, as now there's a couple of LMP2s coming through as well, which is probably why Patrick wanted to get through when he did, to avoid being caught in this kerfuffle here. But that is one of the Unicos cars. believe that is the yellow entry. And the Vulcan Sim Racing car. Oh, more contact there. Justin was forced wide by the LMP2 car of James Holman. And the 27 Motorsport car did well to kind of keep right off of Justin.
Herb Cam at its best.
No recent incident reports, which is nice. I've probably just jinxed it, but things have been things have certainly settled down from those hectic few moments not all that long ago.
Yeah, I was just going to say, QA massive pile of cars somewhere on the track. So Marco starts to close back in on Justin again, little by little.
Yeah, this kind of feels like one of those battles that's going to go all 6 hours, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They got separated for a little bit, but seems to be two very evenly matched cars, and with the trouble for Bazinga Motorsport, this is the battle for the AM class lead in GT3.
It is. How far back did Bazinga end up?
They're
quite
still
a long way, isn't
yeah.
it?
In fact, these are the only two AM class GT3s still running. Trackside Esport and GTE Racing didn't even take the start. So it is a two-car battle for GT3 AM, but they're certainly putting on a show.
Yeah, trackside GT3 managed just 3 laps. And then quit it. I remember them starting because I remember calling the car at the on the grid. Although Justin Neyer's now slowly stretching a bit of a gap. So I think the different cars are behaving to different advantages on the lap. It's been cut down again to 0.3-ish of a second in this section where the BMW's got the legs on the Audi.
Yeah, it's ooh, that's wide for Justin.
That's done that one.
Position done. Yeah, he tucks back in behind Marco.
Oh,
jeez.
Oh, God. There goes the solar-powered Just Print Racing P2 past these two. Justin Neyer keen to get his position back as quickly as he can by the look of things. Very good on the brakes in that last turn.
Yeah, I think we will start to see. It seems like Justin doesn't quite have his feet under him yet in that Audi. I'd kind of expect to see a little bit of a gap build here, but hopefully Justin can get it closed back down before too long.
It was the Audi that people used to say was the killer car. It tries to murder you at every point. I wonder if it's still like that.
It's funny, I always found the Audi to be pretty placid until you really pushed it. And that's where it gets snappy. It's also pretty track dependent too.
Right.
There's tracks that really highlight its issues, I suppose. But to me, it was a pretty comfortable car to drive. Now, by all accounts, I don't have the BMW. By all accounts, the BMW is a dream to drive. Basically, it's smooth and won't really bite you. Might not be the overall quickest, but you put it in the hands of a capable driver and it'll go plenty quick. So I think that is probably a good choice for an endurance race like this, given the stability of the platform.
Yeah, I've done endurance races in that Audi at Daytona, albeit it was maybe 3 years ago or something, and I didn't find anything bad to say about it, to be honest. But we've had many builds since then. We've had tyre builds and all sorts of stuff. So, tyre models, I should say. There's the overall race leader approaching the battle we've just been watching. Gets through with ease on the next level car. He's now behind the Apex GTE car.
When you cut right to that spot on the track, it really looks like the cars are going wide there, but they're just setting up the next corner.
Yeah,
it stressed me out for a moment, but that is your GTE overall leader, V10R Esport. Michael Etienne behind the wheel at the moment, pretty comfortably over Nick Stoop, I believe.
Yeah,
yep,
22 seconds.
Yep.
Who in turn has about 27 seconds on Craig Jones. So all a bit spread out in that. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's 5 seconds, isn't it? I'm reading the wrong damn column. So P2s, we'll do the top 5, I think. Lars Baumeiler is your race leader for Simsa Esports. He's got 16 seconds over Pedro de Souza for Hashtag Racing, who has 34.2 seconds of a lead over James Holman for Vulcan Sim Racing. Somewhere behind James, about 30 seconds back, is Francisco Milo, who we were watching just before in the Just Print car. And Joris Blom then follows, who is now driving the next level car, 17 seconds behind that. So in those numbers are the first of the AM drivers, which is this man, Francisco Milo. The solar-powered Just Print racing car, and then Joris Blom is second behind him.
It's a good point, Pete. I hadn't realized that the Just Print racing car is an AM entry, but I think that their strategy as it stands at the moment is setting themselves up well to compete for that AM class win, because even if Joris Blom or one of the other AM class cars is able to reel them in, they'll be in good shape into the final stop. Here's your GTE running order. As we just mentioned, Michael Etienne in the V10R Esport Pro entry leads overall. He's followed by Nick Stoop of the Roaring Chicken Nuggets in the first of the AM class entries in GTE, another Porsche. Next up is Craig Jones in the SCCR Simsport Black Corvette. That is also an AM entry. The only other pro entry actually is the LM23 endurance team, and we've documented their numerous delays in this race at this point. So Ivar Langen is back in 7th, but that's your top 3, followed by Indy Dancha in the Kart Academy car, and Vincent Ausums in the Apex Racing team. Porsche rounds out your top 5 in GTE.
And then your GT3 field is led at the minute by Patrick Sokolovsky. It says Mr. Matusiak on the graphic at the top of your screens, but same car, different driver. He's got an 18.7 second lead over Molt Stumpf in the Manatee Purple car, who in turn has a nearly 50-second lead, really, over the other Manatee car, which is driven by Rudy Knopfel, and that's the red car. Stand out because of their wing mirrors, as opposed to any other coloration on the car. Fourth and first of the AM cars in GT3 is Marco Villela for 27 Motorsport, followed, as we've been watching, by Justin Nair. 1.9 seconds now, nearly 2 seconds behind him. And third in that class of car, and way back and in the pits and not moving, is the Bazinga car of Leonard Ziegler.
Yeah, shame about the disconnect for the Bazinga car. They were well in contention, actually had a pretty comfortable lead in the AM class in GT3, so unfortunate for them to be out of this race, especially with the already somewhat thin GT3 field, but the race goes on. Marco Viella has assumed the GT3 AM class lead and has now pulled about 2 seconds over Justin Nair, which is kind of what we were expecting, Pete. I mean, he seemed quicker. He came up on Justin pretty quick as, whoa, I think that was the hashtag LMP2 popping out from behind Justin there. Nope, it was not. It was one of the, it was the Hellenic car. Yep.
Was it Hellenic, sorry?
Yeah, they look somewhat similar, at least from the front, kind of dark with red accents, but yep, now he heads through on the BMW.
Hang on a minute. I need to adjust my eyeballs.
Okay.
Because something's happened to the 27 car, I think, because now Justin Nair's in front of Marco.
You are correct. What has happened?
Overshot the first corner, I think.
Yeah, it was. Maybe put off by the LMP2 car going through in front of him. That's the only thing I can think of, because didn't lock up, so really just broke too late or carried too much speed in. No real harm there, besides a little dirt on the tires, but he pops back in about 3 seconds behind Justin. Oh, no!
You are joking, Justin.
And you see the cone on the 27 car. That's what I was talking about before. That can really affect you. So Justin now has some damage. Marco hands his cone to the Vulcan Sim Racing car. Although I think it stayed clear on the track. So now Justin is basically right back where he was before all that. About 3 seconds behind the 27 Motorsport car, although he has some significant damage to the back of that car, which I'd imagine will slow him down quite a bit.
You can see the bonnet's creased as well.
Yep.
He'd be as well to pit that car, I think, and get that, given the length of the race that's still to go, get it all repaired and get racing properly again.
Yeah.
And he's doing exactly that.
Yep. It's tough luck for Justin Nair, because he had just assumed the GT3 AM lead and promptly gave it away.
So, back with Patrick Sokolovsky in the Carbon Simsport GT3 lead. A remarkably incident-free race for this vehicle at the moment.
Yeah, they've done well up till this point for sure. And you saw some of that patience on display when they were in behind that battle between the Next Level and 27 Motorsport cars. going to put a lap on them. Just, waited for the moment. They had plenty of gap, and when you have the pace to build a gap like they did, that's the kind of patience you can afford to have. So it's kind of a compounding thing too, isn't it? Where they've kept it clean and built an advantage, which allows them to race with more patience and more awareness, and keep themselves even cleaner going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. They can afford to take some liberties with their racing position when the faster classes are coming through, for sure. There's quite a gaggle of cars here. This is Michael Etienne, I think, making his way through his own field now, putting laps on cars. The car in front, I think, is the SCCR white car. Yes, I can just make out the shoulders of the rear of it now. And the car behind the LM23 Porsche, which was one time the leader of this race, of this particular class, I should say. Oh no, that's not. That's the trackside car.
Yes, I was about to say, yes, that's David Omisi in the trackside car. He is about a minute and then some behind Ivar Langen. They've had a multitude of spins and issues in that car. There is the LM23 car.
So, I'm guessing that Pedro de Souza and the hashtag team are hoping that Simsport Esports don't come out with yet another 6K I-rated driver, and it gives them a chance to catch back up again, because that gap is extending. It's getting out to 20 seconds nearly now.
Indeed it has. Yeah, Pedro obviously has pace to be quick in that car, the hashtag racing car, but not apparently to be super consistent with it. As you mentioned, Lars has built that gap up almost to 20 seconds. Last time around, they were almost even, but almost wonder if Pedro is just having a tougher time with traffic than Lars is, which can be luck, or it can be, down to how aggressive the drivers are in dealing with traffic. You certainly don't want to throw away a good finish being too aggressive in traffic, so it could very well be for Pedro, but one way or another, that gap is stretched out quite a bit.
So, Justin Nair still in pit road at the moment. I think that damage might be taking quite a lot of time to resolve.
Yeah, it's been 5 minutes now. That's could very well be somewhere on the order of 20 minutes for some damage like that, if not even a little bit more. So it's going to be a long wait for Justin, and all they can hope at this point is for trouble for the cars in front of them.
Yeah.
Doubt you'll see them giving up, though, as it is their series. So,
yeah, I definitely think they'll be back on track. I mean, they're currently second in their own class. It's good points on the table for them. It's not just about this race, is it? It's about the championship in total. So won't be wanting to drop any points, that's for sure.
Yep.
Back watching Michael Etienne in the Vitonard Esports Porsche. He's now finished putting a lap on Nathan Healy in the SCCR white car behind him. He's now got about 40 seconds of empty road to the next GTE car, which will be Vincent Osums in the Apex Racing car.
Yeah, yes. Sorry, I was just looking to see if there'd been any fresh incident reports, and fortunately there have not. It's been clean and green for actually around about an hour at this point, if not a little bit more. So some nice clean racing for a little while now, which is good stuff. Yeah, at this point in the race, it seems like gaps are growing more than they are decreasing. It doesn't seem to be many battles on track that are really closing up. I have to say, I'm impressed by the job that Nick Stoop is doing at the moment. Second in GTE overall, and first in GTE AM in that Chicken Nuggets car. We spent the whole first part of the race talking about how, your own Vatlet was the ace in that car, and he was going to be, super quick and put, it would be up to the other guys to hold on. But Nick Stoop's been setting some pretty impressive laps compared to the race leader. He's not quite on the pace that Yaron was doing, but he's keeping well in track of Michael Etienne, the race leader in GTE. So pretty impressive job from Nick there.
Is that your cat shouting at you in the background?
Yes, not at me.
All right.
But yes, it is my cat. Actually, give me a minute. I'm gonna go see what she needs.
Yeah.
Ooh, something happened to Lars.
Let's see. I was passing the GT3 leader. Oh, he's just had a little bit of a spin. Human after all, I think that goes under the heading of Sam.
Yeah, that's a weird one because he's on the inside. Yeah, maybe a bit too much speed.
Yeah, a bit hot into the corner. Too eager to get the overtake done, I think. Oh, Molt. Yeah. Oh, dear.
So that's coming.
Yeah. So, in that situation, it's still the P2's problem, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Which is the hashtag car, I think, is it?
This is always the P2's problem.
Yeah. He's not alongside.
No, he's too far back. You cannot send it from miles away like that. It's never gonna work. If you're not alongside the GT car, he will not know you're gonna go for it. And he was in fact behind him, right behind him, not even on the right side, telling him, I'm gonna go for it, stay on the left. He was on the line behind him, so no way the GT could have, saw that coming. No way. So yeah, that one is for me 100% the P2, and I'm a P2 driver, so that's unfortunate. Hopefully not too much damage for either of those, but time lost.
I'm back. It sounds like I missed something.
You missed a couple of some things. Lars Baumila did a little silly over rotation at turn 3. Just too hot into the corner when he was trying to overtake the GT3 leader. And then we saw the hashtag car do this. So it's going to be on your screen shortly.
Yeah, I see it. Oh dear.
Yeah, that's what we said.
That'll be. Well, that's a shame for Pedro because with Lars's trouble, he would have been much closer. But that'll be an incoming penalty for sure.
Without a doubt. And Sam was saying, lacking the patience he required there. Absolutely. So Lars strides on again after his tiny little spin at this corner, funnily enough.
Oh, that's a nice onboard camera.
Yeah. Looking through the letterbox.
Yeah. I find visibility in the Dallara is not bad compared to the closed cockpit LMP1 car. Those are tough, but certainly not as good as in the HPD. But it's not a bad view in the Dallara.
Are they effectively two-seater? The same as the HPD was, or not?
Yes, but you know, if your second person was a small child, maybe they would fit.
Yeah.
But yes, they are designed as if there are two seats in the regulations. That's just
Right.
sports prototype regulations.
So your answer to the question, will Clyde fit in the passenger seat, is no.
No!
Well, what about the question of will Clyde fit in the driver's seat?
Well, that's a no as well, but let's not talk about that.
Might get one thigh in there or something like that. Ooh, and in the pits.
Yeah, it's about that time.
That really messed with my head.
That was an aggressive pit entry. And right on the money, 25 laps once again, so very consistent with the 25 lap stints are the front runners. Indeed, hashtag is in as well.
And
driver
Burkhard
change.
Mehring.
Yeah.
Burkhard Mehring takes the car now. Back off Lars Baumila.
Now, that was just one stint from Lars, wasn't it?
No,
Burkhard
two.
did the first two.
This is the 5th stint they're starting.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Every once in a while.
Yeah. Very, very rare. We are starting to close in on half race distance now. We've got a few retirees. GTE Racing didn't start. Tracks that's in GT3s. Couldn't be more confusing if you tried. Trackside Esports GT3 only did 3 laps. CXR Project Black in the P2 had an incident and never came back. Bazinga Motorsport had a disconnect and haven't raced since. And those are our 4 retirements.
Yeah, the next level racing car did eventually get back out on track after a 12, almost 13-minute pit stop. So not ideal for Justin Nair. That's set them about 7, almost exactly 7 laps off of the 27 Motorsport car they were racing.
So am I right saying that this is the 3rd stint on the tires for the hashtag racing LMP2? Because they're in front now.
Did they not change tires? No, they didn't. Yes. So yes, it'll be a triple for hashtag racing.
Yes, according to the time, this one is a triple stint on the tires.
Yep. Yeah,
so that will be interesting, as you said, with James Ullman doing his only 2nd stint on the tires now.
Yes. Yeah, will he be able to close that gap anymore? And especially knowing that there is a likely a drive-through penalty coming for the hashtag racing car. We don't know for sure yet, but would be a bit surprised if one didn't come through, I have to say.
Yeah, there's still no protest in, apparently, for that incident.
Okay.
But the driver is still in the car, and he may be alone. So we'll see.
That's true.
When the Humanity Racing finish the stint.
And we'll have to see how much Francisco Melo can extend the laps for as well again.
Yeah, he did do 27 last time, so if he can do that again, that'll put him about still almost 6 or 7 laps away from a pit stop.
It certainly will. Good to see these different tactics attempted, it has to be said.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, this is really, I think for Just Print, this is about securing that AM class win in LMP2. I think that's really what they're shooting for, and doing a good job of it so far. They've really had control over the field in AM. 2nd place at the moment is Joris Blom in the next level racing car, with Hellenic just now making their pit stop. Ooh, that was a wiggle coming out of the final corner.
Yeah.
So Burkhardt sets off after Pedro de Sousa.
Yeah, and he's pulling in like crazy.
Yeah, that's not particularly a surprise.
Yeah, 5 seconds on the last lap. We saw Pedro had a bit of a wiggle passing the the Unicos gaming car.
Yep.
And in fact, he's behind now, and that the old tires, probably not helping as well.
The interesting one to me is that the Just Print racing car, obviously on lower fuel, but Francisco Melo just set a purple sector 2. So plenty of pace in that Just Print car. Do we know what stint they are on with the tires, Sam? Is that 2 for them?
This is the end of their 4. Oh, right, in terms of how many times they've been going with the same tires.
Yes. Yeah, so Melo, I can't...
Give me a sec.
Yes.
That's the third stint. That's the third. No, the second.
Wow.
That's the end of the second stint. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what exactly Sector 2 covers. It might just be a couple of corners and some long straights, in which case I think the fuel is more important than the tires. But either way, still plenty of pace in that car, and they're doing. Francisco's doing a
Pedro
great
de
job.
Sousa is in.
Oh, yep.
Interesting.
Um.
And that is a black flag. It just came through.
Okay, so the sheet is updated after the penalties and the... Okay,
yep,
that's fine.
Yep. I'd imagine that you're probably right, Sam, that the Maniti car might not have a second person available to fill in the sheet, so they might have found another way to get in contact with race control. That promotes the Simsa car back to the race lead. It actually promotes the Just Print car into second for a short while. So he slots in just in front of the Vulcan Sim Racing car. Or actually a little ways in front of the Vulcan Sim Racing car.
And the Just Print car should be in this lap, shouldn't it? On by maths, even if my maths is bad.
I think your maths might be a little bad.
Right.
I think it'll be another couple. Yeah, if they were doing 20... Well, it depends if they can do 26 or 27.
Right.
But if they do another 27, I believe it'll be staying out and doing one more.
Yep.
And
Well,
indeed they are.
to answer that, they did 26, 26, 27. So it seems
Yeah,
like
and,
Francisco Melo can go longer than the first driver. So
Yeah.
expecting 27.
So it actually will be a
105
couple
laps.
more. Yep. That's a pretty impressive job that Francisco Melo is doing, you have to say. Both drivers in that car to extend the stint is impressive, but the lap times Francisco is doing they're not bad by any stretch of the imagination. You know, they're certainly not on pace with the race leader, but they don't need to be. I mean, for the strategy they're doing to work, all they need to do is be as quick or quicker than the rest of the AM class cars, and frankly they're quicker than just about everybody else in that group except for the delayed Unicos Pro entry, the 15 in 7th place.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a 27 lap stint again.
Yep. Ooh.
Yeah, maybe the end of the tire life, by the way.
Yeah, they'll probably be changing tires on the way through this time. That's a good lap though, 39.3. That's only a half a second off of what the race leader did the last time around. So obviously some fuel discrepancy there, but at this point the Simsa car nearing, you know, halfway through their stint, so they're not full fuel for sure. So good lap by the Just Print Racing driver. Looks like we may soon have a battle for second in GTE. I think Craig Jones has been closing on Nick Stoop, if I'm not mistaken. There's Craig Jones. He's about 3 seconds back. There's Nick Stoop. The lap time delta is not crazy, but that gap was definitely bigger at one point. And at least the last time around, Craig closed about 0.3 of a second. So that's starting to come down. Don't know. They're not too far from a pit stop, though. So don't know if we'll see that battle start to shape up before these drivers are in the pits again.
Yeah, I was going to say a few minutes ago, the last pit cycle round, I think it was, everybody was in at the same time, all three classes. In fact, Francisco Melo's just pitted the Just Print car now, so bang on schedule.
And if you look at the time, they're not out of the question for saving a final pit stop. We are on 3 hours on the dot.
Yeah.
So the tough part is, you know, it's 6 hours plus you finish the lap. So It may not quite work out that way for Just Print, but they are doing everything they need to be to really stretch their fuel, and they're doing an excellent job. But if you do remember last time around, the Roaring Chicken Nuggets stopped pretty much on the hour. Everybody else in GTE went a lap or two longer to the end of their fuel.
Oh, they did, yes, that's right.
Would expect Nick Stoop to be in probably within the next lap or two, and everybody else following in the coming laps.
Triple tire stint for the Just Print Racing as well.
Yep, and why wouldn't you? You know, why would you take Francisco Melo out at this point? And if you're going to leave him in, why would you change tires? So, good call, I think, for those Just Print guys. They're running a great race, and putting on a good show for us.
So this is developed quite quickly. So this is Unicos chasing down the Vector car. Gerard Cabrera in the Unicos car and John Jerick in the Vector car.
Yeah, where did this battle come from? I thought the Vector was a good bit further up the field, but nobody took tires that last stop, so I'm a bit surprised by this one, but yeah, certainly it has closed up.
Yeah, they were about 4 seconds apart not that long ago. I think there's just been some good laps been put in by the Unicos car recently.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Maybe traffic playing a part, but certainly Gerard Cabrera's closed that gap in considerably over the last few laps. Fastest Sector 4 for the race leader, Simsport Esports. They are the only car in LMP2 at the moment on fresh tires. Everybody else is either on a double or a triple as it stands right now. Now, was that the Maniti Audi or the Next Level Audi heading for pit lane? That was Next Level car. Yep, probably should have been able to tell by the rear wing, but should be scheduled service, I think, for Justin Nair, off sequence from everybody else. And interestingly, we have not seen the Roaring Chicken Nuggets in last time around, which I would have expected based on their previous stops. So maybe changing the strategy up a little bit. Will we see Nick Stoop in this time? Yes, we do. Everybody else stays out. Burkhard Mehring just set the fastest lap of the race for anyone. 38.09, getting quite close to the 37s, which no one has touched all day. That's a good lap from Burkhard. He is stretching that gap out front.
He is. That's head and full shoulders faster than anybody else by over half a second, I think.
Yeah, of course, bearing in mind, he is also the only driver on track on fresh tires at the moment. But,
yeah,
you know, it's working out for him. They're in the race lead.
Yeah.
With the drive-through for hashtag in really good shape, I think, if they're able to stay out of trouble for the rest of this one.
Whoa, the 27 BMW there. Oh, hang on.
Was that
That's the Vector cars just handed that position over.
Yeah, they were way off.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we were talking about before with the incident with the Audi, because the racing line, just carried too much speed in.
Yeah.
The racing line is to cut across, but if you've got a faster class car coming up on you, it can get pretty hairy there. And the 27 Motorsport car was lucky they didn't get turned off the nose of that Vector car. Yeah, there you see it. at least they did give space to the vector car to get through and then throw it off the track.
Yeah, I thought that the 27 car had shut the door on the Unicos car.
Oh, and vector's off again.
Oh, hot tires off that other incident, maybe.
Could very well be, or dirty tires, or both.
Yep.
So they had just gotten around the 27 Motorsport car again.
Third time in as many corners. Oh, there we go. This is a replay.
Yeah, not the first driver we've seen laid on the brakes into that corner. We've seen the trackside esports car go wide there twice.
That corner does feel off camber when you're racing it.
It's not,
but it feels.
Well, no,
like
it's not that it's not off. It's not that it's off camber, but if you look at the track map, it's considerably tighter than 90 degrees. But you approach it like all the other 90-degree corners on the track.
Yeah.
So it really tightens up on exit, and you think you can carry a lot more speed into it because you know how much speed you carried into the other flat 90-degree corners before it. So that's really what catches you out there, I think. There is your rate. Oh dear.
Ugh, blimey.
Oh.
What the hell?
That's
the Manatee Purple car. Malta Stumpf.
Yeah, who we've already seen today be a bit stubborn with the overtaking faster class cars. It was tough to see from that angle how far alongside the Simsa car was, but it certainly seemed like established, and now Malta's off the track again.
Racing angry, I think.
Yeah. I don't know if we've got a replay of that, Sam, but that was pretty hairy.
Certainly was.
So here's Malta, I think, sending it wide.
Yeah, overcooked that one big time.
Yep. Another fastest lap last time around for the Simsa car. Well, before that lap where he was held up by the Maniti car. But it was improved further to a 38.03.
Quite a lot of GTE cars in pit road now.
Yeah, it's about that time. We saw the chicken nuggets in a couple laps ago, and a couple laps later, everybody else follows.
Naya's back in the pits.
Yeah,
we
saw
saw
a message on Discord. They're retiring the car, I think.
Okay.
That's a
Too
shame.
much damage, evidently, for those guys. That's a shame.
Just Sprint Racing say they're trying their best on the YouTube chat.
Well,
we can see that.
They're doing an excellent job.
Yeah, they really are.
Really impressive performance for them.
Now then, the last time that these two cars did this,
The
Simsa car went round one corner later, so let's hope that doesn't happen again. Calm. The little things. So, a fair amount of distance between all the cars on track at the moment, really.
Yep. Just a reminder once again, if anyone from any of the teams in the race is listening and wants to jump in and have a chat, just head to the waiting room channel on the Next Level Discord and we'll pull you in. talk about how your race is going.
Then goes out to...
Complain about the cars in the other classes. All the classic endurance race conversations.
And the same goes out to the organisers and the race control and the stewards.
Yep.
The Unicos car, Unicos Gaming yellow car with Ricardo Fernandez behind the wheel, seems to be in close company at the moment.
Yeah, they've closed in on the Hellenic car fair bit. The Unicos yellow car has had all sorts of dramas today. They've had, I think, a couple of penalties, including one for having the wrong number on their car.
Correct, and they've taken 8/10 out of the Hellenic car in the last lap.
Yeah. So would expect this position to change hands before too long. Ricardo has a look, but not going to be able to do anything this time.
That little bit stretch of straight there is a lot steeper downhill than you think. You do need to measure your braking back a little bit.
That's a nice curb cam. Kind of shows you how close these two cars are. Ooh, there was a wiggle from the Hellenic car getting onto the front straight. That should open the door. And indeed, Ricardo pulls alongside. There is a car exiting the pits, but they'll be clear of them. That's the trackside GTE car. And through is Ricardo Fernandez.
What is it?
Well, Hellenic's having a look back, but Ricardo defends to the inside, and that's not really a corner you can hang the outside around.
Nope.
And
not,
indeed,
not that
Ricardo
way.
stretches the gap back out.
Bit of a gaggle going through here in front of the leader.
Yep. It's the two Motegi cars, and I believe they've actually just changed places because it had been Audi leading BMW for most of the race, and it is now BMW ahead of Audi. Yeah, good point, Sam. So the Audi's just been in the pits, so that will likely change hands back once the BMW has been through. And there is the BMW into the pits, and Audi reassumes P2. Gap out front in LMP2 is now up to about 30 seconds, maybe a little bit more actually. And James Holman, I believe, has closed in quite a bit on Pedro de Souza for second place in that Vulcan Sim Racing entry.
Yeah, he's taken a half a second out of him in the last lap. Or getting on for that anyway. Oh, hang on. It just ticked over. That's an impressive amount of advantage on time. A 138.8 for Vulcan and a 140.8 for hashtag.
Yeah, it
2
is.
full seconds.
Yeah, worth remembering. Hashtag is on triple stinted tires, where the Vulcan car is on just double stinted.
Yeah, that's a good point. Lots of, well, I say lots. There's only 4 of them running now. GT3 cars in the pits. Patrick Sokolowski, the leader, is in there, and Marco Villela for 27 Motorsport is also in pit road.
Yeah, 27 Motorsport, the only running GT3 AM entry, so they've got that win locked up.
Sure, I just commented on these two overtaking one another about 2 minutes ago, so...
Yeah, with the pit sequence, it's put him right back, right back in front of him.
Fastest sector 1 from Burkhardt. Patrick Sokolowski's done his fastest lap of the race on his lap into the pits. Track temperature has now dropped to 23 degrees, so that will fuel that.
Yeah, definitely quick track at the moment. I was a little surprised we weren't seeing more times drop off, but I guess part of that'll be teams on older tires.
Does it mean, or does the track look like it's got a bit of a sunset look to it now? A little bit of orange?
I think we're headed towards that time of day. You were figuring it would get pretty dark by the end of it, so might be starting to head towards sunset. The sun is definitely getting low. Got a replay here of the Just Print car. Ooh, no. Yeah, the DSCDA car had to check up because of, I believe that was the SCCR black Corvette in front of them. And the Just Print car didn't really anticipate it. Right into the back. That might be a penalty headed their way.
Very likely. Wonder if that impacts their well, obviously the penalty will, but if they get one, but whether that impacts and the time lost there impacts their ability at the end of the race, and they're nearly going round again.
Ooh.
I know
definitely getting a bit late on those tires for Francisco Melo. Pedro de Sousa is in the pit lane. That doesn't seem like the right time. That's about 6 laps early. But they've changed drivers. It's Rui Queiroz. Maybe back timing this a little bit.
Possible.
Figure 40 minutes. Yeah, that would put him right in the window to go 6 hours on 4 more stops?
4, I think it'd be.
4 more stops, yeah. An interesting choice for them. Yeah, if they were running to the usual 25 lap stints, they'd be coming in on lap 125, but about 6 laps early here.
Yeah, and Burkhard Mehring is lighting up the timing screens massively now. On his previous lap, he'd done the fastest ever Sector 1, Sector 3, and Sector 1, 4, and 5.
Improve his fastest lap.
No, his Sector 2 and 3 must have been... Well, Sector 2 particularly isn't particularly quick.
Would have found some traffic there, most likely.
Yeah. So, Michael Etienne in the V10R Esports Porsche continues to lead the GTE field.
Yeah, and now that pit stops have cycled through, we can see the SCCR Simsports black cars jump the Roaring Chicken Nugget. That's by virtue of the Chicken Nuggets taking tires on the last stop, where SCCR did not.
Interestingly, the next pro car in this GTE field is a number of positions behind them. It's Wes van Dijk in the LM23 car.
Yeah, we've highlighted their struggles today, I think.
Yeah.
So not too surprising they're down the order a bit. But yeah, only the 2 pro entries in GTE today. I'm going to step aside for just a few minutes.
Sure. As we watch Patrick Sokolovsky get it very wide. Obviously watching his mirrors rather than out of his windscreen for that P2 coming through.
Well, in all fairness, you should be able to still see on his front because the rear camera on that Lamborghini is just like a big screen. Like, it's bigger than my screen on my desktop, you know? So, I mean, you could fit a sim rig inside this Lamborghini and use that screen to play. That would be great.
Sim racing inside a car.
Yeah.
Class.
Imagine the fun it would be. Well, for people like Clyde, it's not possible. I have to say they cannot fit in race cars. But yeah, you get the idea.
You could sellotape him to the roof of it, though, couldn't you?
It would destroy the roof.
Actually, yeah, they're not that strong. So just to remind everybody, tomorrow on BSTV, you can laugh at me and 29 other cars, all TCRs, raging around Oulton Park Foster's circuit. When I say raging around, I mean doing a couple of laps and crashing and ending up in the pits. It'll be it'll be exciting, let's say. You looking forward to that one, Sam?
Looking at you crash always. I mean, you know.
One constant slow-mo, that's what that's gonna
Yeah,
be.
exactly. Yeah, looking forward to it. It's the first run has been great. A bit of door banging, but you know that's the point, I think, of the thing. Not a lot of mooning, if we accept one.
Yep.
And yeah, it was very great. I mean, the races were awesome. Yeah, in all fairness, I think all the people, except one, liked it a lot. So it's gonna be great racing for Run 2 as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. I did about 4 laps, and that's all I've done. The other night, I had some work to do, so I couldn't join the practice session that they'd put on. And I was there or thereabouts, but because it's so frantic and it's 3 20-minute races, and everyone's charging for the top spot, is it worth putting in masses and masses of practice? I don't know. It probably still is. I'm not sure. But it's going to be absolutely fantastic. And then on Wednesday, of course, we've got the GT4 TCR League, which goes to Chicago, the new road track, into the Windy City and probably into a wall. One of the many that surrounds that circuit.
Yeah,
I haven't done a single lap yet.
Excuse me, Pete, going back to the race, I think Francisco Melo just did a drive-through because he went through the pit lane and I have no pit stop time logged in. So, yeah, drive-through penalty probably for the contact with the DSCDA Sports Red.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the impact to their race is now. It brings them out in 5th overall, 2nd in AM class for P2. They are 6 seconds behind the hashtag racing P2 car, who we were saying had kind of pitted out of sequence. And then another 8 seconds behind their nearest challenging rivals, which is Joris Blom in the next level AM car. And they're in 3rd place at the moment. So work to do for this Just Sprint Racing team now, sadly. They're well, pretty much masterful fuel saving is now, I don't know, is it limiting them now? Could it have been any different if they were gunning it? It's 2 different races, so you probably can't compare, but I'm sure they'll be disappointed with that. What's David Amici done in the trackside esports Porsche? Oh, underbraking, just gone round very slowly. Oh, that's not going to help your tyre temperatures, David. He waited and stood still, which is exactly what you should do. Foot on the brake, let other people get round you.
It's not the first time we see that car in that gravel trap as well.
Yeah, and multiple spins on not just on one corner either. They've done that into the chicane at the end of the lap twice. Maybe there's big issues on their car setup that they need to address. They are currently 1 minute and 25 behind the next nearest car in front of them. And the next nearest car in front of them is a pro car, so they've actually got like 2 minutes nearly before they catch up with the next AM car, which is Nathan Healy in the CCR white car. They're quite a way off the back of their own field now, aren't they, Sam? It's going to be a massive effort to get back on terms.
Sorry, Pete, I'm just trying to sort out a few things. Say that again, please.
Just saying that these guys, David Amici's trackside esports team, they're 2 minutes behind the next nearest car in their class. In the form of the SCCR white car. It's going to take an unbelievable, oh dear, and not if they do that, an unbelievable effort to get back on terms with the next car in their class.
It's going to be tough. They in fact just went ahead of them 1 lap. So
yep.
Yeah, it's hard when you're racing in those long races and you see the car in front of you just lapping you and you're only just past the halfway mark. It's complicated to manage, but you know they were still get points of it, I think. Or there are too many cars in that class. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, you need to keep going because you never know what will happen to the other cars. I mean, they may battle with another one, crash, or maybe traffic will come into play as well. Maybe again a crash, Y- y- There's so many things that can happen in 2 hours and a half in an endurance race, especially when the dark comes out. That's gonna be tough for those drivers. Because this track is pitch black, by the way, except under the bridges. So
Right.
that's gonna be real tough.
Burkhard Mehring, our race leader overall, is in the pits. So that's another stop for them. Will they hand any kind of lead over to anybody else? It's unlikely, I think. They're still half a lap ahead of the next car. And this is a battle that has been brewing for a little while, but at a distance, and they're now together because of traffic. This is Hashtag, who were technically delayed by their own pit stop, and Joris Blom, who's now gone to pit road, so that's sorted that one out for us. And there goes Burkhard Mehring on his merry way. 46 seconds in the lead over James Holman and the Vulcan Sim Racing team. All pro cars in the top 3 at the moment, with Rui Guerreros in the Hashtag car, having recently taken the 3rd step of the podium, and doing the fastest ever Sector 2. Fastest of all, I should say.
Yeah, and they have 45 seconds lead over the Vulcan Sim Racing, which is miles. It's a world. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, and they are on the same tire strategy, kind of. Because they did took tire the last time. Well, not the very last time, because they just went to the pits, but the time before.
Yep.
Where the Vulcan Sim Racing didn't. So, probably the next time by, Vulcan Sim Racing will take tires. And Simsa Esports can afford to take tires as well, because they're so far ahead, that's not even an issue for them at all.
No, they're doing a great race with it. Welcome back.
I guess I'm just in time for LMP to do pit stops.
Yeah, Burkhard Mehring and the Simsa car have been in, as has the Vulcan car.
Okay.
We saw Rui Quieros bring the Hashtag car in what we considered to be earlier. And the Just Sprint car is still to pit.
Yep, so how it's been pretty much. up till this point, the Just Print car. The Hellenic car has also been going a little bit longer, but they haven't been extending it quite as far as the Just Print car. I'd expect them in the next probably couple of laps.
Yeah, the Hellenic car have been pretty much at the back of the field for a lot of this race. Extending their stints out, probably a good thing. I think they're in the pits now.
Yep.
As our race leader overtakes our GTE leader. Was trying to see if we had any new names in any of the cars, but we're just cycling around again.
Yeah, and I was just checking the incident reports. Nothing new aside from the Just Print drive-through. Have they served that yet?
Yeah, they served it.
Yeah, we call that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, which is a bad thing for them because, well, they're still in a good position for the win in the AM, but it's definitely gonna be hard to, trying to race with the Vulcan and the hashtag for the second place of the race.
Yep, for sure.
So, will they ever bring out a second P2, or is the Dallara the only one that's planned to be there? A lot of the other car classes have multiple manufacturers in there, but the P2 is just the Dallara at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. Sorry, you're talking about other P2 manufacturers?
Yeah, and whether any will ever come to iRacing.
Well, I wouldn't expect any of this generation. We're due a new generation of P2 car in 2023, which will coincide with the introduction of the LMDH class, which is based off of LMP2 chassis.
Right.
So it'll be the same for chassis manufacturers as it is currently. So Dallara, Multimatic, Orica, and Ligier. But currently the only LMP2 car really raced in competition is actually the Orica. There's a couple of Ligiers that are still run. The last of the Dallaras that was still run. Well, actually, I think Carlin may still run one in the Asian Le Mans series, but and nobody has run the Multimatic chassis outside of the Mazda DPI team in IMSA. So with the new LMP2 regulations coming in the next couple of years, I wouldn't expect iRacing to go out and scan a new LMP2.
Right.
But hopefully they scan one of the new LMDHs that come online in the next couple of years. I don't think any are entering competition until 2023, but I think Porsche was saying theirs is going to start testing later this year. I think Audi was similar, BMW's mid-2022, and who else is there? There's definitely been another one that's already been announced, and I'm not thinking of it. Oh, Acura. I don't know when they start testing.
All right.
Mm-hmm. But to the short answer within that long answer is no, I would not expect any new LMP2 cars in iRacing within the next couple of years.
Okay. Because it was the same with the HPD, wasn't it? It was just the one manufacturer for the whole time, the Honda.
Yeah.
What's the DH stand for? Is that what you said? LMDH? Le Mans Series, I'm guessing.
So, LMD is Le Mans Daytona, and nobody really knows what the H stands for. They've never said what the H stands for. So, it'll run...
Hyperspeed, I think, something like that.
Well, so the joint category that will run at least in the WEC and potentially some IMSA races as well is LMH, which stands for Le Mans Hypercar. So that's what, and those have already started running. So the Toyota is currently running, and the Glickenhaus are LMH, Le Mans Hypercar category, and already Peugeot is starting next season, and Ferrari in 2023. And somebody else has announced an LMH, but I can't think of who it is, I think. But anyway, but the H apparently doesn't stand for hypercar. It might stand for hybrid. It might stand for whatever Sam said. It is undetermined. At the moment, it just stands for H.
Right, okay. So a quick little sit rep of where we are. I'll start with the P2s. We're 131 laps in at the moment. Burkhard Mehring and the Simsa car are still your race leaders. They've got a whopping lead of 50 seconds. You'll see this battle on your screen now. This is for second place in Pro and overall. This is James Holman with the Vulcan Sim Racing car and the hashtag racing car of Rui Quieros. And they are... This is it. This is the fight for second place overall, which is why Sam's showing it at the moment. It is the closest battle on track at the moment.
And there's a battle on track, Pete. I'm gonna leave you for a few minutes and see if I can grab something to eat or ask my wonderful girlfriend to prepare something for me.
Okay then, cool. See you soon. And we are 3 3/4 hours into this 6-hour race. So, broken the back of it now. And a lot of these teams, some of these drivers will be pretty knackered. For those of you that have done endurance races in iRacing, you'll know how tiring this is. And it can be very hard, especially for someone like me who's bothered about what they're going to have for dinner and all the jobs they've got to do around the house. Hard to keep your attention span in check. Do you ever suffer with that, Tyler?
It can definitely happen. For me, it's normally if I get tired. I had an incident at the Nürburgring 24 hours this year because I was just too tired and lost focus. But it's definitely it's less of an issue in these shorter races. Whoa, that is close. Defensive driving from James Holman.
Yeah.
He really wants to hold off Rui Quieros, but I think Rui's going to get through before too long here. He sends it up the outside.
That was a big launch under braking, wasn't it?
Yeah. Try the outside again into the hairpin. Maybe get the over-under here.
James has gone very defensive. And again.
Yeah, he should get a good run here, should Rui. He'll have to take the outside, but he's been good on the brakes so far. And indeed does outbrake James, but
and himself
doesn't have the line. No, I think that was just being offline there. He's still alongside and does have the line for the next couple of corners. So I think that's job done for Rui. I was looking, do we think by the pit stop times that the hashtag car took tires and Vulcan did not? Is that correct? Hashtag would have had to. They were on a triple.
Yes.
And Vulcan, I think, are now on a triple. So it'll be quite old tires for James Holman. So not too surprising he's had to cede the position there, but did a good job hanging on to it for as long as he did.
Yep, and more cones go westward in front of that P2 there. And around the outside of the GT3 race leader at the moment, which is Patrick Sokolovsky still.
As it has been for much of the race.
Yep.
Yeah, that car has been commandingly out front. The gap really hasn't changed all that much to the Motegi Racing Audi behind. It's 25 seconds now. That's about what it's been. At points, it's been a little lower, down to 20 seconds or so. But I think Patrick is managing that gap right now. It was Piotr who started the car. And those two have been pretty consistent. Is probably an understatement. They've been in I'd have to believe they've led almost, if not every lap of this race in that Lamborghini, and don't show any signs of giving it up anytime soon.
No, definitely not. Like you say, they've done a fantastic job of driving with such consistency. Their lap times don't deviate very much at all.
Yeah, Rui is really pushing that hashtag racing car, trying to build a gap back to James Holman, and he is doing so. James having to work through two different classes of traffic back there.
James is getting mobbed, isn't he? His cars all around him.
Yes, he is, but yeah, I think the fight is for second at this point. The Simsa car pretty comfortably out in front.
Yeah, still 50 seconds out there.
Welcome back, Sam.
Just Print Racing car has pitted, so I'm guessing they're still on their strategy.
Yep, that is. They were 106 last time, so that's 28. Did they go 28 this time? No, it's 27 again. Yeah, it'll register as 27 once they exit the pits. But yeah, that's another 27 lap stint. And they're gonna need it. So basically, the advantage they have is they're doing 45-minute stints, and the rest of the field is doing 40-minute stints. Which means they can get to the end of the race with mental math. 3 more stops, I believe.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
I think everybody else in front of them will have to do 4, if I'm not mistaken. So I think by the end of this race, they will have saved a stop. It'll be a splash final stop for a lot of the front runners, but still, they won't have to make that extra trip down pit lane. So obviously, they did have to make an extra trip down pit lane to serve their drive-through penalty. But though they currently sit 2nd in AM and 6th overall, I think they are in good shape to secure 4th place.
Yeah, what are they? 32 seconds behind Joris Blom, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, 32 exactly.
Yeah. So if they maintain a similar pace to the next level car, pit transit time is more than 30 seconds anyway. Yeah. Not even figuring on a stop. So I would say they're in pretty good shape here. They should be good to go. Obviously, things can happen. There's still over 2 hours left in this race, but that strategy is proving to be a good choice for the Just Print Racing team.
So, Rui Quieros, not that long ago, put in a sub 138 lap and did a 137.93. Which is the fastest lap of the race so far, unless my eyes have gone funny. So he's obviously on a massive charge, and he's starting to chip away at that 50-second lead that's that he's got. That Burkhardt and the Simsa car have got.
Yeah, that will also be a discrepancy in tires. Burkhardt on a double stint, hashtag on the first stint on those tires. So not a totally level playing field, but that gap is slightly coming down.
Yeah, not to mention as well, Hashtag did pit it very early on the last stop. They pitted at lap 118 instead of 125 compared to all of the others. Well, except just Sprint, but we know they are out of sequence. So pitting early like that might make them do a splash and dash at the end, maybe. We'll have to wait and see, but you know that's something to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, drive-through penalty incoming, or potentially having already been served for the Vector by RSR car for an incident with the Roaring Chicken Nuggets.
So that's Radu Zenovianu in that car at the moment. I thought they were further up the standings.
Well, they may have served that drive-through. Nope, they're serving it now. So, yeah, well, we knew Radu was setting incredibly quick times. I'm not sure the other drivers in the car were quite up to his pace.
What we got going on with this?
This might, I think, is the replay of the incident. So,
it's that one again.
Yep.
It is, although the difference there is it's a GTE car instead of a GT3.
Yeah, and very harder to pass, yes.
Yep, the LMP2 isn't going to have quite the amount of overspeed. And in that situation, the Chicken Nuggets car at least established kind of middle of the road, so as to say, you know, it's
no
kind of as
open.
defensive of a line as you can take into that corner.
He's even on. There's not even the space for the car on the left, so I don't know what Radu was thinking there, but I think the outcome is pretty straightforward.
Yep.
And as you were saying before, Tyler, you don't want to bend up the front of these P2s, do you? Because they'll lose their front end downforce quite quick.
Yes, they will. Yeah, definitely don't want to pick up damage if you can avoid it. The good thing is they're pretty repairable, as long as you don't damage the underside. So they can take some time in the pits to fix that, good Vector. But that drive-through didn't cost them any positions, but obviously some track time.
Yeah. On board with Michael Etienne in the V10R Esports Porsche. About to head under the bridge and through this little kink which has been the site of so many murders today and into the chicane. Nice and smooth through there.
Yeah, and these guys in the V10R, they are really focusing on endurance racing. I've raced with them, well, against them in one of the few Le Mans and things like that with different teams, and they are all pretty good endurance racers and super tacticians.
Nice.
And you can see that they're not anymore because they're far enough in the lead, but we saw in the first two races they were extending the pits cycle, they did more laps, saving fuel, and still making super good plays. And I think if I remember correctly, they're pretty high up in the standings, like on the podium, something in the pro category, and this will make them probably first because the opponents are not there today.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find my way back to results. There it is. So pro standings. Yeah, they've finished high up, very high up in the first race. Actually, they were 1, 2, 3, third, and in the second race they were 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, they were fifth, and there's only 6 in that category. So this will do them no harm at all because they'll gain about 30 points or so in this one. That'll move them up. Well, no IBAC today, no KWC today, no LB Design today. That'll probably put them at the top of the pile.
Yeah, just by virtue of being here, that'll be a helpful. You know, they could finish. They could not finish at this point and still gain a significant amount of points.
A busy bit of track right here. 3 wide. That's not going to work, boys. Sort yourselves out before you get into the turn, and they do.
Yeah, good of the V10R car to back out there.
Yeah.
They certainly could have sent it and forced the 27 Motorsport BMW to back out, but discretion the better part of valor there.
Yeah, very mature racing from Michael Etienne. Here we have our ongoing and probably the entire race GT3 race leader. Has he done something?
Oh, just a little wiggle and an off track.
What's that, do you think? Worn tyres? Or lack of paying attention?
Could be worn tires, could just be just a moment. I mean, you know, it's a 6-hour race. You're gonna have moments here and there.
Yeah.
Even the super consistent race leaders can make mistakes. What they have done well is to minimize on them, make them not significantly affect their race. They still have a 22-second lead after that, so I think they're in good shape.
Yeah. We both did the same thing. Where are you going? Okay.
Yeah, that almost looks like a late dive from the E2.
It did.
Yeah.
It did.
Well, that's the being aware of the situation, right?
Yeah.
With the carbon Simsport car, because it's the same scenario that the Motegi car found themselves in, but instead of closing the door and potentially getting punted off, they opened the door on the dive, and the LMP2 was able to get through.
Any chance you could switch to Nathan Healy? Because I think he's about to get company.
I think he has company
He
there.
has company. Yeah, this is Wes van Dijk in the LM23 car. He proved he was very, very quick. That was the leader of GTE, as I've mentioned a few times.
And that's now, positions changed hands?
Yep, very much so. So that was for class position. He's got a bit of a job on now, though, because the next car down the road is 41 seconds away.
It would be great if we gained 1 pound each time that those goals have been thrown away. We would be rich by the end of the race.
Could finally buy all the content on iRacing.
Yeah, that's true as well. Yes.
So through our expert assessment of this, we could save the owners of the circuit at Twin Ring Motegi a fortune in cones.
They could save themselves a fortune by just not putting them there.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, I don't understand why they are there.
That's where
you have the cutout road, but
that's where the East Circuit goes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a white line, so there's no point of putting the cone. A bit weird. I don't even know if they are at that place in real life, or if it's just an iRacing thing. You know, they put the cones just to say, no, don't go there. I mean, there we go again.
Oh dear.
Yep, and they reappears, and they will disappear. Like, let's try. We'll see.
There you go.
Alternatively, you could have a set of bonus points based on the number of cones each driver knocks out of the way over the course of the race.
So, welcome folks to 4-pin bowling at Twin Ring Motegi. Using P2 cars, GTE cars, and GT3 cars as bowling balls.
Not a good effort there from the Simsa car.
That needs effort, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, really. What's happened to Nick Stoop?
Front of that car looks a bit bent up
Late
again.
brakes, going wide. Yes, it is. That corner bites again. Oh, he went very wide. I don't think the front is any more bent up than it was.
Right, you just don't think
that's
repaired itself in the model?
No, I'm not sure it would. No.
Right. David Amici. We've seen this car. It's like a spinning top, this one, isn't it? Is it going to go again?
It was. Ooh.
Ooh. Left a bit.
Yeah, they calmed down for a little bit. But yeah, they had some issues earlier on in the race.
Yeah, well, you stepped away the last time they went round again as well.
Okay, Karos is in for hashtag. So this was them. Clearly, they have attempted to back time this race, and with 40 minutes per stint, that sets them up nicely for 3 more stops.
Yeah, no tyres on that one.
Nope.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
They've only lost the 1 spot to Vulcan at this point.
Seems like Patrick loved the grass on the outside of that corner. I think that was the third time we saw him going wide.
He's definitely pushing.
I think he may have an attention span that only lasts for 1 minute and 49 seconds.
I think you're thinking of yourself there, Pete.
Yeah. Dory, the race driver. Oh, he's not.
More trouble for David.
I don't know you, but the fronts look still perfectly clean on my side.
Yeah, it wasn't much damage if he got any. I mean, the tire barriers generally will give less damage than the Armco or the concrete, so maybe he hit it slow enough that the tires took most of the impact. Giving it a test there to make sure it was all right.
He's back to full running, so no harm done.
Goes wide again.
Maybe not.
That is the Apex GTE coming through to put a lap on him. As is the DSCDA LMP2.
Getting a bit darker out of the front window now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to have some true darkness in this race before it's over. Really, the headlights starting to come through.
I had no idea that the sun sets so early in Japan in July. Nice efficient lap from Burkhard Mehring there. Bit slower than he's done recently there. Oh no, a bit faster actually.
Yeah, double stinted tires for the Simsa car, so not not going to be setting his fastest laps of the race. What's happened to Joris in the next level car? Oh, braking on the curb.
And around a bit.
That corner has been one of the trouble corners today, hasn't it?
For many different cars, yeah. He'll have cooked his tyres good and proper in that one. Gets a flash for his troubles from the Unicos racing car of Martin Ray.
Yeah, now this is for overall position, but not for position in class. Unicos in the pro category. Next level in the AM category.
Woof. That was close.
That was late on the brakes.
So under 2 hours of racing to go.
It's giving him a flash. I don't know if he's just trying to wind him up, but there was nothing that Joris did wrong there.
No, he's found the I'm a moron button, clearly.
I love the description of that button.
Well, and the good news for Just Sprint Racing is they've closed in a ton on these two, which is going to help them, especially considering they had one less stop to make. They were about 30 seconds behind the next level car when they came out of the pits. They're now just under 15 seconds, so they've cut that gap in half over the course of this stint.
Someone called Weber, whoever that is, clearly drunk, because I don't know what Jeej actually means. It says, I'm back, did you miss me? Didn't even know he was there in the first place.
Who's that?
Somebody called Weber.
I never heard of him.
No. There go the cones again. They got good height on that last one, though.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a bit wide. That's the lack of downforce in the aero behind the car in front, isn't it?
Yep.
Lifts the front of the car up and get less traction. Now, this sort of thing happened in the last race, didn't it? We had a P2 battle right at the end, obviously not for the top spot, but we had a desperate dash for the line. Involving about 4 cars, and I'm not too sure once Just Sprint ends up back on a strategy alignment with everybody else, whether they'll come into one of these battles where it's close together now, like this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think if my guesstimates are correct, they'll find themselves kind of in their own little world in 4th, where this battle will continue on for 5th. These guys should owe us a stop in a lap or 2, I would say. Looked like the Unicos car was going to head in there, but he didn't.
Yeah.
Are they still on the lead lap? Because that might...
No,
they are not. Yeah.
Down, yeah.
So would expect probably 2 more laps from these guys before they head for the pits.
Yeah, we've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 8 cars. 8 of these P2s are on the same lap, which after however many hours worth of racing we've done, 4 hours 10 minutes nearly, that's impressive, isn't it, for so many cars to be on the same lap?
Yeah, and wide variety of strategies and race paces. It's all kind of played out pretty similarly for everybody, but the Simsa car.
You know what? I'm sure there was someone called Weber on the Twitch channel before, saying he was going to be having a pop at me. Odd that. Now he's having a pop at you, Tyler. So I'll let you lay into him. Oh no! Oh, David, really? They need Caterpillar tracks on that trackside car.
Oh, don't break on the curb.
Oh.
Moral of that story. Yeah, see, I can.
Oh!
Was that a botched pit entry for the Unicos car?
I reckon. That wasn't the
Racing
direction
top
that
10,
they...
here we go again.
But no fast repairs available this time.
No. Oh, it's gone off my screen. Strobing in and out.
Little grass, little grass.
Oh, no! That's a good bit of reversing,
That
mine.
might not end up being a penalty, but it will cost him time.
I'm gonna tell you something that deserves a proper slow-mo, because that was class.
Yes.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Yeah, so he kept it within the limits. He kept it off those cones. And he's in the pits at this point, so I don't think you could call it an unsafe pit entry, but...
Unless he was speeding.
Yeah, well, I don't think he was.
I think the reversing was the most impressive bit.
He's on the jack, so he'll be taking tires. I'm watching the pit time. He's down, and he's gone.
So no penalty.
No penalty.
No. It's the widest exit ever on leaving. Suppose it's the most optimal line, so fair enough.
Yeah. Now I can see why Wobbly would forget that I finished the race at Watkins Glen, because unlike him, when I'm not going to win, I don't just throw it into the wall. Give up.
Oh, dear. We're still with this Vector Unicos battle as they take it into pit lane.
Formation flying into the pits. Yeah, we've seen, I think, everybody except for the Just Print car into pit lane at this point. No, Next Level is still stayed out. So they're getting good fuel mileage this stint, is Next Level. Simza is in.
Quite a mix of cars in at the moment. Oh, David Amisi has pitted the car, and he's been in there a bit, I think.
Oh. Did the Simza car... Oh, it was just changing driver. Okay. Putting Lars back in for the end of the race, I guess.
There's another lap on the DSCDA car there for hashtag.
Tires taken by Lars. There you go.
Yeah, he can afford to. I think he had a 2-minute gap coming into the pits, so not going to hurt too badly to take tires here.
Yeah, it's gonna make them faster. So there's Ree coming up at the end of the lap, but yeah, Lars is already away from the pit.
Yeah, the interesting one to watch with the differing strategies is going to be hashtag versus Vulcan here. And Rui's got 42 seconds on Mohamedchenko. So Vulcan took tires there when they switched drivers, where the hashtag car did not. I would expect Mohamedchenko's in that car and on those tires till the end of the race, which will be a triple. And Rui will likely be taking tires next time. I think this is the third stint on the tires for him.
You'll notice that I am trying to purposefully frustrate Wobbly by not answering his question that he asked me a minute ago. Patrick's done a stand-up job of keeping that 20. Well, it was about 24 seconds. It's 23.5. So
yeah, it's bounced
not much
between 20 and 25.
Yeah,
pretty much since he's been in the car. So he's done a great job, especially with Malta and his eye-watering I rating in behind him in the Motegi car.
I hadn't spotted that. That's the highest one of everybody.
I think so. Yeah, I haven't seen any other in the 7,000 bracket. So
7. That's not
in
that
the
much. 7,000. Oh, sorry. Okay, don't mind me.
That's funny.
And they're in the pits. I'm changing to Florian Kappel in the manager racing.
Who only has nearly 4,800 I rating.
Steps down.
Yeah.
I do wonder if we'll see Piotr back in the car for Carbon Simsport before this race is over. Ooh, bit of grass there for Patrick, but just use it to help him turn, basically. Hellenic Racing, the other P2 car who's been stretching their runs lately into the pits. Andy Purr's back in that car.
Wobbly's obviously been opening Christmas crackers because he's trying to suggest that I'm fat by saying that I'm so big my belt size is equator. I've heard better, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could call Duclay. That would be the worst.
That would have been my choice one. Or
Yeah.
did you know that Wobbly's school photograph was an aerial photograph just so they could fit him into it? When he gets on the scales, it says no livestock and one at a time, please.
He's got a lot to learn about being in the BS2B team.
Yeah, don't take a knife to a gunfight, Wobbly.
He's a rookie, you know.
Yep.
He's too fast first, which, you know, makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah,
he's crashing into
target.
walls. That's the only thing he can do right, you know.
Yeah.
But apart from that, yeah, he still has a lot to learn. And this is on again?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we'll come back around again, haven't we?
Sequence?
Yep. This is the one you were saying to watch?
Yeah, was Martin Ray in that car before?
I think Martin was in, but Jeffrey wasn't.
Jeffrey was not. No, it was the other one.
Hang on. No, Martin's been in since lap 122, so he's been in for 30 odd laps. Cones everywhere.
And there's one stuck under the splitter there. Yeah, it was Joris who he was chasing before. Now Jeffrey Como.
He's not. He is. I thought he's not going to go underneath that Porsche.
Yeah, the Porsche stayed left long enough, I think, that he knew the door was going to be open there.
Yeah.
So these two currently are behind the Just Print Racing car, who sits in fourth with about a minute and then some over these two. Now, Just Print will have to make 2 more full stops. These two will have to make 2 more stops, but their last stop will be short. So, definitely going to be an interesting one to watch. I think Just Print is going to probably have this one barring issue, but it's there, you know, there's no guarantee. And the recovering Radu is not far behind this either. about 7 seconds back from this battle is Radu, and with his pace, he'll be able to close that pretty quickly. He's got the second fastest lap of the race. Rui Quiros with a 37.6. Radu has a 37.8.
Tell you what, iRacing do a good sunset, don't they?
They definitely do.
It's getting good and close, this. That STCR car will want to be very much out of the way of this. And he's not, he's in it. Oh! That was close.
That was very close.
Unicos really ate the cones. Just saying. Because every single lap,
He's picking up as many of them as he can.
Yes.
He just wants to see how far around a lap he can drag one along. Whoa! Oh no.
Yeah. He's gonna have a bit of trouble getting back on here with the traffic.
Stepping out now. Yeah. And oh, that's good. Martin's waiting. He knew he made a mistake there, but the unfortunate part for both of them is that Radu is through.
Yes.
So while good that Martin redressed the position, not good that they've both dropped a spot.
It's nice to see a good sportsmanship like that in endurance racing, because it's fairly rare, I have to say. That's good to see.
No, you're definitely right, Sam. It's something we definitely like to see in all of our leagues that we run, but it's not something you expect generally outside of some leagues, but yeah.
Well, yeah, it was an over-enthusiastic lunge, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Jeffrey missed his apex in the left-hander, and I think that Martin was basically running his normal line and kind of panicked because he was, closing with too much speed, sent it to the inside, and it probably would have been worse if he didn't, but that was still unfortunate. Now they've gone from being 7 seconds ahead of Radu to being about 7 seconds behind.
And that's good for just sprint racing as well, That means they have 7 seconds more to play with their pit stop.
That's true. Yeah,
absolutely.
That's true. Given the fact that they've attempted a completely different race strategy, I would like to see Just Print come out with something good from it.
Yeah, I think they're in good shape now. Their worry is how quick is Radu in this closing hour and a half. He's gonna be quick. I'd expect Just Print in the next 5 or 6 minutes probably, figuring an hour and a half, 2 45-minute stints after this.
Yeah, to make it really work, they need to go over the 4.5 hours mark, basically.
Yep.
Talking about just sprint, Felipe just did the fastest lap of the car last time by.
Yeah,
1:38.38.
That's pretty comparable to what the other folks around him are doing, so.
Which P2 is it just in front of these guys? One that's a lap down then, is it?
In front of the next level car, it would have to be.
Yeah.
I think that is... Actually, I think it's Mohamed Janko who's a lap up on them.
Oh, a lap up. Right, okay. I was trying to figure it out. I thought, how is that 7 seconds?
And indeed it is. There's Radu.
Yep.
Who's growing that gap ever so slightly. What's happened to Frank Smits here?
I don't know. He's closing in on the back. Oh, no, it's not Frank.
Dear.
Well, now it is, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
Before.
So the SCCR car ran wide, and Frank had nowhere to go there. That's really tough luck for the DSCDA guys.
Very much. I mean, that car's mullered, isn't it?
Yeah, they're done. I'd be shocked if they come back out from that one.
Worst place ever as well, because
Yep.
that's the pit lane entry just the corner before.
Yeah, I think he's trying to drive it around. Oh, he reset. Okay, good.
Yeah, very sad way to be ejected from that race.
And it is the kind of racing incident we talked earlier. For, you know, the cars that are very delayed in each class.
Yep.
You still can make it to the end and get some position because, well, they're the DSCDA Sports, but the last car running in the category, but the other ones...
I don't think they were too far off Hellenic, though, so it's...
yeah, they were very close.
At least some cushion for Hellenic there.
Yeah, but even if they go back out, the repairs from that will be a lot of time, so...
Yep.
Always go to the end with these races. You might pick up some positions in the late race.
For these two here, I mean, anything could happen between these two, and then DSCDA might get out ahead of them.
And anything already has happened between these two. We saw the contact earlier. And a little bit more of that. Suddenly, Unicos and Hellenic are looking at some positions. The other Unicos
that corner
car,
was close again.
Yeah.
Owns again. At these points, you figure out how much pressure some of these guys like Jeffrey Colmel can take.
Yeah. And the answer is a lot.
Yeah, it is.
Not really faltered yet. There's the GT3 leader. That gap is up to 27 seconds now, so some good laps there from Pewter since he got back in the car.
very different lines into that kink from these two. They've done that 2 or 3 times now. Shallow line from Jeffrey and a much broader line round from Martin.
So the Just Print car is in, and again, it's super marginal on whether or not they're going to make it to the end of this race. By the time they leave the pit lane, it'll be a little over a minute past 4:30.
Actually, 2 stops.
It should be one more stop.
Sorry, one more stop, yeah.
It should be, but it's going to be very, very close. And they might have enough of a gap that it's just not worth risking it. You know, you do a very short splash towards the end of the race. It'll be very interesting to see where they come out relative to the Vector car here, because that'll probably determine what they can do. Do we have the track map, Sam? Wondering where the Vector car is at the moment. So there goes Just Print as Vector is just coming onto the start. Nope, sorry.
Other one.
They're on the other start-finish straight. So that's a pretty healthy margin for Just Print over Vector. So I think even if they can't make it to the end of this race, they can stop for a splash and still be in good shape.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I suppose the only... well, it's not even a concerning thing, is it? Radu's fastest lap is a 1:37.8. I suppose... well, he's not going to take that much time, is it?
Well, Radu still has 2 stops to go, basically.
Ooh,
so.
Here we go again. Trackside. Sideways under the bridge.
That is... Trackside's been trackside a few too many times today. They're supposed to keep it on the track during the races.
I bow before that pun. That was excellent.
That was close there. Unico's almost had the overlap, but I think you get the sense that Martin is racing a bit more... he doesn't want a repeat of the same incident they had before, I think.
Yeah.
He backed out of that one, I think, before he needed to, just to be extra short.
Oh, no.
That's, yeah, just out of the pits.
Yeah.
Is that cold tires, maybe?
I think it must be.
Or...
They haven't changed tires.
They didn't change tires, so it's not that. Just late on the brakes. Got put off by the GTE car, I think. So, now where is Vector? They're 30 seconds back, so still a decent margin, but the way Radu is lapping, that's much less comfortable than it was.
Yeah. It's down to... ooh, it's down to 11 seconds now, I think. Is it?
30, I think. Unless I'm looking at the number.
No, it's alright. I'm reading the wrong column again.
As I see it now, the gap is 30 seconds between.
Yeah, did something just happen again to the Just Print car? Because that went down quite a bit.
I think it's the time Radu went to the sectors where Just Print had the issue, and then the time fell down.
Okay. I think something happened again to Felipe, because I'm pretty sure that was up. I could be wrong. He didn't have any particularly slow sectors on that last lap, so I guess you're right, but bit confusing.
That's the other Unicos car having some trouble. Turn 1.
Oh yeah, that's
just in front of the leader GTE and the leader GT3, which is and then Andy Perez for Lenik just getting the position.
Yeah, this is not too dissimilar to what happened last time, isn't it? We had this flurry of activity getting on towards the end. Ooh, oh dear. Maybe jump a second time.
This time Martin is not waiting up.
Yeah, screw you. I'm away. Very side by side. Let's have a look at this one. Oh dear.
Martin just misjudged the gap there. He was trying for the over/under.
Yeah.
And was not clear.
Clearly, those two drivers are very similar in capability. Stuck on the same bit of track together. In fact, their I rating would suggest I'm exactly right. That gives a bit more of a... Oh, sorry, go on, Sam.
Yeah, I can tell you that the first incident that happened like 10 minutes ago, something, is in the review as well.
Oh.
So we might see 2 reviews.
Do you mean the one where they waited and let them through?
Yeah, there's no outcome, so I don't know if race control will give a penalty or not, you know. Sometimes, even though they give the place back, you still give the penalty because that's per the rules. But we don't have any outcomes yet, but I expect having another protest for that second incident. And might have some issue as well with this one, so we'll see.
Yeah, let's see what falls out of that. This is Roman Verdolivo, V10R Esports, still the GTE race leader. 18.5 seconds, call it, ahead of Craig Jones at the moment in second place. But it should be noted that Roman is a pro driver and Craig is an AM driver. So it is AM drivers for second, third, fourth, fifths. That's it, yeah. The next pro driver is Wes Van Dijk in sixth place in LM23's team.
Yeah, here is Wes. He's right up behind the Roaring Chicken Nuggets, but there is a lap between them, at least.
Yeah.
Is it just one lap?
One lap, yeah.
Yeah, just a lap between them, but... Yeah, Wes's target next is Jensen DeLue, who is about 35 seconds up the road in the Kart Academy car, right in front of the Just Print Racing LMP2 there.
Right. Gents, food has been delivered, so I'm still gonna do the cameras for you, but I'm not gonna talk for the next few minutes.
All right.
It's a relief, isn't it, Tyler?
Quite.
Oh, come on, please.
So I would expect the hashtag racing car to be in the pits in probably the next 2 laps, with how they've been back timing since about the halfway point. They should be due probably, in the next couple of laps.
Yeah. So starting to get properly dark, as Sam was alluding to a minute ago. Once he's back and fully functional, we'll see if we can get on board and just see how dark it is in these cars at the minute. Oh, he is paying attention.
Yeah, Twin Ring is one of those tracks that actually does have some ambient lighting at night, which is probably why we see so many night races here.
Yeah, probably.
I feel like we're always doing that, but there is a little bit of ambient lighting. There's not a ton. Most of it's coming from the headlights.
Off the gas very early there, Lars, wasn't he? Into that downhill right-hander.
Maybe just saving fuel to make sure he can make it to the end.
Yeah.
Or just saving so he's not pushing the car with the lead that he has. Rui is actually not that far off the back of it.
No, he's not. I just looked at the screen and thought, is it right?
And now Rui is in the pits, as predicted. Now are they due to take tires? No. Yes, they are. Probably going to take tires here.
They may.
And double stint to the end.
Yeah, they may swap drivers back as well. I think Rui's been in there for a while now.
I'd be surprised if we see someone other than Rui to the end. He is definitely, I think, the quickest driver in that car. Should be going up on the jacks shortly. Or are they not taking tires?
Well, it's towards the end that it pops
Yeah.
up.
Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Okay. So, will be tires. It's still Rui in the car. They would have done the driver swap already if he was getting out. So it will be Rui, at least for the next stint, presumably till the end.
Yeah, all cars, by the way, all cars are fair shared up. No concerns around driver contribution.
There's the GT3 leader with some GTE traffic.
Yeah, good day at the office for that car. Very clean race. Kept well out of trouble. Made some good decisions in traffic.
Hard to have a better day at the office, to be honest. It's been about as smooth sailing in a 6-hour race as you will ever get.
Yeah, loves that grass at turn 4, but we'll give him that.
And that gap is continuing to grow back to Florian Capel in the Maniti Racing purple car.
Yeah.
It's almost up to 30 seconds now.
And the next car back is, well, miles back.
Yep.
2 minutes behind. Which is the other Manatee car. Sebastian Rain in that car.
And haven't talked much about 27 Motorsport since their battle with the next level Audi concluded, but Vitor Miranda behind the wheel of that car once again, chugging along in first place in GT3M.
And the last running car, I think. I think everyone behind is now definitely down.
Yep, you are correct. Yeah, Justin Nair is still showing in the pits, but he's been in the pits for over an hour now. So that's in fact closing in on 2 hours, I think. So don't think he's coming back out.
Oh yeah, the time is so big it doesn't even fit.
It doesn't even show on the screen yet.
is yeah, I think Frank Smits is in the pits for a very long time after that, coming together with the pit wall.
Yeah, and he's just
How
now
long's he
starting
been
to
in?
fall to the GTE cars. Oh,
Yeah.
that's wide for Florian Capel. That'll help the Carbon Simsport team.
It will.
Frank's been in the pits for closing in on 20 minutes now.
Oh, blimey.
Oh,
Ooh! Oh, no.
that's the leader.
That is, yeah. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, dear.
Boy. So,
Oh, safety 101, people.
Mohamedenko is too far out, but Rui Queiroz could be a factor for the win before this is over. We saw he was closing in. So Lars goes to the outside of the LM24. Oh, the Porsche just missed its braking. Yeah.
And then... Boom.
Yeah, that's the Maniti BMW.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage to the front left of that P2, that lead car now.
Yeah, we'll have to see his first flyer after the incident, what sort of lap time he does.
Wasn't the biggest of hits, but on those
Can
P2...
Sam, could we go on board and see if the steering is straight there? Because he took it right to the left front. Thank you. Yeah, it looks pretty straight.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. A bit of a... Oh, and it's run into the same car.
Oh, my word.
They both escaped all right, but I think there was definitely some contact there.
Yeah, and there's definitely some damage to the front left of that car.
Yeah, but lucky to escape without steering damage.
Oh, yeah, big time. What I forgot with Apex. This is Perry oversteer. Oh, with some understeer.
We'll get a replay here.
No, this is Jensen DeLue doing something.
Yeah. Oh no, we're live.
Oh no, yeah.
Sorry.
We're just, this
That
is
was coming back from the replay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Frank Smits has left the session, so I think DSCDA are done.
Yeah, that's a shame.
And I'm popping back in. I think the DSCDA, they are out because Yellowstone Ball just said thanks to the organizer for the race and everything. So, yeah, that's the end of the race for the 184.
Yeah, we did just mention that Frank had left the session, so they were likely done.
Just confirming.
Yep, thank you.
And I wasn't listening to you because I was reading Discord, so that's the thing.
Yeah. Is that a black flag for Martin Ray, the old one?
Yeah.
Not another one.
That'll be for
one.
his contact with the next level LMP2.
Yeah.
The second contact, I'd imagine.
That's the second contact according to the sheet, yeah.
Yeah.
Which, well, we called it, to be fair. That's...
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. He did redress the position after the first one, but after two, you know, there's not much you can do.
And in fact, they had a severe warning for the first incident. I think without the redressing the position, they would have been at drive-through.
Yeah.
But yeah, then the second one just made the thing down.
The Jensen's found the moron button as well. wonder if there's any tyre difference on these two cars at the minute.
Well, let me take a look.
Yes.
Nope, they both took tires last time.
Okay.
In fact, all of the GTs took tires last time.
Right. Setting themselves up for the last stint, I guess.
Yeah, do a double to close out the race, I think. Yep. I'd imagine they're doing doubles all the way through. And Simza is in a little bit early, but probably want to see if they can get some damage repair on that. And they can definitely get to the end from here on one more stop, so they don't hurt themselves by pitting early here.
Remind me, because I don't pay attention, even though it happens to me a lot. Does the damage get repaired while you're changing tyres or afterwards?
While you're changing tires, I don't remember on this car if it does while you're refueling, though.
Ah, right.
So, Vulcan Sim Racing also in. That also seems a bit early for them, but perhaps just covering off the Simza car. And it's a 42-second stop for Simza, which to me implies they didn't take tires, but they did fix some damage.
Okay.
Because it would need to be at least 55 seconds or so for a tire stop.
That's about 10 seconds of damage.
Although they probably wouldn't have taken full fuel on this stop. We'll have to. Can we see if they went up on the jacks potentially?
Nah, I don't think they went.
Well, it would be after the fuel.
Yeah, it's the end of the pit stop sitting there.
Okay.
So.
Yep. Yeah. Nope. You're right. So.
So Jensen's still behind Perry at the minute.
So with that stop from Baumiller, he's come out, if I'm looking at it correctly, 10 seconds in front of Rui Quieros.
Yes.
Both are due one more stop. Rui took tires, right? Yeah, Rui took tires this time, so it'll definitely be fuel only for hashtag. And I think, even though it'll mean a triple, I think Sims is going to have to do fuel only on that final stop. They can't afford to lose the time taking tires.
This could be quite an interesting end to the race then.
I would say so, Pete, yeah.
Because Rui, we know, is lightning quick when he's doing decent, doing his best laps. Which means he could chip away at that 10.5 seconds or whatever it is pretty quick.
Yeah, Sam, would it be possible to pull up the graphic with the pit stop times and history? Thank you.
Which one do you want? Because I cannot show...
The times, pit stop times, if possible.
Yep. Pit stop times, there you go.
Okay, so Baumiller did take tires, so he's only on a double right now, so I was worried he was already on a triple, in which case he would have had to take tires. So it will be a triple stint to close out the race for Baumiller. Full double for Quieros. Quieros' last stop will be a little bit longer in terms of the fuel needed than the Simza car, but he's certainly got some pace in that car, does Rui Quieros. So this race is far from over for those top two spots. And the last time around, he pulled in a second on Lars Baumiller.
This is going to get a bit interesting because the car behind these two is a lap ahead and wanting to put a lap on them whilst they're battling. So, be interesting to see if they can get through safely. Moron Button's getting some real abuse now.
Yeah. Jeffrey Como in the pit lane for next level. That's pretty much in sequence with what the LMP2s had been doing. So he's really the only one who's still on the run until it's dry strategy from that top group. Outside, of course, of Just Sprint Racing, who are doing that, but they're running it quite a bit longer than everybody else.
I'll be back in a second.
Didn't know you were here. Getting that final hour of an endurance race energy, Sam.
Yeah, the battle are coming to us.
Yep.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, there's only 6 seconds between Lars Miller now and Query.
Yeah, that gap is
sorry, Rui.
Rui Quieros, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Has absolutely been coming down half a second to a second a lap. So that damage is definitely hurting the Simsa guys. There is Lars.
Yeah, you can see on the graph the last 5 laps they gained like 7 seconds.
Oh, and he's just nearly sent it off, braking on the curb there.
And they need to go one more stint on the tires.
Yeah, now the key for Lars is going to be he's going to need to fight as hard as he can to hold off Rui Quieros, because the hashtag team is going to have a longer final pit stop, but not by much. So, assuming he can hold Rui off for a little while, he might be able to get the track position back before after the pit stop sequence, but it's going to be tough. And the other thing that he needs to do, basically, knowing that his pit stop is going to be shorter, I think, well, it's a tough call, because these LMP2 cars we're looking, at some point we're going to have a change of position here, it really feels like, because Jensen DeLeeuw is really pushing on Perry Oosterveer. But it's a tough call for Lars because either you pit right after Rui pits, just to know exactly how much fuel you need to put into it, basically, or because these cars get faster as the fuel burns off, you run it till it's dry and hope you did your fuel calculations right because you can't afford to put any extra fuel in it.
Yeah, it's a tough call.
And that gap is down within...
If he pits at the same time as Rui, he might be able to, block him if he comes close. When there will be a separate battle, that's gonna be harder to defend the position if there's nobody on track to help. And if he's not even inside, that's the trouble.
Yeah,
but again,
it's
fuel,
a tough call.
Yeah, the fuel... these cars are like almost 1 or 2 seconds faster with all the fuel, so it's tough.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that spin at the end there that we saw, and being hit by the BMW, I think that cost them the race if they don't win today.
Yeah, and that gap is still coming down. It's now down to 2.5 seconds. We're still watching this battle between the two Porsches because they're right together, but we're going to have a battle for the overall lead on our hands very shortly. The tough part for Lars is if he's down on straight line speed, which is usually where you lose it with damage in iRacing, that's going to make it very difficult to defend. As V10R Esport just sets the quickest lap of the race in GTE, Romain Verdolivo. So still some time in that kart, and they've got a huge gap over Craig Jones in the SCCR black Corvette. Would expect to see some of the GTEs starting to head towards pit lane soon, particularly the Chicken Nuggets. Actually, I think they've already been in. Was Yaron put in the car? No, they haven't been in yet. So Yaron got in the car last time by, but would expect them to be in the pits now, I guess. Is they can make it to the end from here as we see Wes Van Dijk peel off.
That's the gap between the two first car. Barely nothing in it now.
Yeah, you can see it there. I'm sure Craig Jones would like to be getting a move on too, because he's too far back to do anything with Ramon Verdolivo at this point, but you still want to be there in case something happens, and these two really aren't doing him any favors.
Well, a pit lane penalty for speeding or something that could cost Romain the lead still. That's
or an unsafe
less than
pit
30
entry.
seconds,
I mean, he's got... Romain has 30 seconds. An unsafe pit entry is a 40-second hold, so it's not out of the question. That gap's about as big as it's been for a few laps. Maybe Jensen DeLu just getting the tires back under him. Just Print going by Vulcan Sim Racing. Are they together on track? Or was that just a timing glitch? I think it must have been.
Looks like a timing glitch, yes, because I just looked, but they're not even on the same bit of track.
Yeah,
so that
no,
doesn't make any sense.
And with big gaps in front and behind, you have to believe that Felipe is going to be saving hard here. just to make sure that they can get to the end of the race with one more stop.
Yeah, and I think this is on now. Rui has caught up with Lars.
Yeah, and they're coming right through that battle we were just watching. Yep. Ooh, a bit wide there from Rui. That just bought Lars just a little bit of a reprieve from the pressure from Guerrero. But he'll be right back on him. In fact, that gap's down within a second. There's the chicken nuggets in the pit lane for the last time. So now is the big pressure time for Lars. He's gotta keep Rui behind him as long as he possibly can. Rui will be about probably 6 or 7 laps away from a pit stop. So the ideal situation for Lars is he can keep him back there for as long as it takes to get to the pit stop, but that's going to be incredibly tough. This could be it. Well, Jensen backs out again. Not a good spot for the over-under either. It's really tough to find a way through here.
Would it be a good time for Craig Jones to come into the pit lane now that he's stuck behind these two and do his final pit stop and get back in and try to make the gap and pass them? I think that would be a good call, you know?
It could be. Looking at the gap to Verdolivo, he's not really losing any time. I thought he was losing considerable amounts stuck behind, but everyone out there is really doing somewhat similar laps. He's only lost about a second since the last time I looked. So he's probably better off running it dry and, just taking the shorter fill on the final stop. I don't know that there's a huge advantage to pitting now, because I don't even know that he would really get away from those two in front of him if he did try and get the undercut. The Unicos car is going to very quickly go from helping Lars with the tow to hurting if he doesn't let him through pretty soon, and there he pulls off to the side. So good on the Unicos Gaming yellow car there. It's a defensive line from Lars. We look to the outside, but nothing doing this time around. You really get the feeling it's a matter of time, though. Rui just seems that much quicker at this point in the race. He looks to the inside, thinks about it. It's not going to be this corner. Tries the over-under here, but it's not going to set him up for the right side heading into the next corner. Lars takes... Oh, that's bold. That is a bold move, but it could go wrong here.
It looks like a Van Gisbergen move. I don't know if you saw the last time.
Well, that was some pretty expert driving from both of them there.
Yeah.
To keep the cars off of each other. That is just great awareness of what's going on around you while still battling incredibly hard. I mean, that was a heck of a move there from Rui. And Lars gave him just enough room that he would make the corner and not run into him, but not get the run out of the double left-hander. So fantastic driving on display from these two right now. not related to this race that we're watching right now. Wes Van Dyke received a black flag. That'll be for the contact into the Simza LMP2 that gave them that damage. So penalty has been served, but doesn't help Lars at all right now, as he is under hard pressure here from Rui Quiros, who ducks to the outside. He's going to try and hang it along here, but that's just not the line, and he'll have to cede that position again. And this is exactly what we were talking about earlier in the race, Sam. There's or I forget if I was talking with Pete about it. There's overtaking points, but there's also defending point. And
also with me, Pete can't talk about stuff like that. He doesn't know how to overtake people.
Yeah, so you've got a driver who knows how to defend clearly in Lars, and a driver who knows how to overtake in Rui, and they are putting on a show right now. Oh. It was a late defense, but he had to wait to get around the GTE car, and he definitely didn't move in reaction there, so good, solid defending from Lars. Good that Rui didn't run into the back of him either. And the other thing here is that the hashtag car has been pretty close to that 40-minute window on fuel each time. So he'll be pushing Rui, but he's got to be careful not to push a little too hard and find himself short on fuel in the final stint.
And then where we at? Sorry about that.
You haven't missed anything.
All right.
You've missed an absolutely incredible battle between Rui Quiros and Lars Baumiller in the lead.
Yeah, I can see that.
Really, really excellent stuff. Fantastic defensive driving from Lars, and some incredible attacks from Rui, but he hasn't been able to pull it off just yet. Lars got a bit of help in the traffic the last couple times around, and that's given him some breathing room as Rui is closing in on when he's going to have to head towards the pit lane. I would say another...
He needs to go to the 5 or 20 minute mark, though.
Yep, yeah, so probably another 3 laps. And Rui will be in the pits for his final stop. And then the question is, what does the Simza car do? The Chicken Nuggets doing their best to stay out of the way.
Yep, very professional, that.
Look to the inside from Rui. It's not going to happen there, but...
Ooh, and lost
no.
it.
Yeah, tried to cut back to the outside to open up the corner, but I think he broke on the curb a little bit and didn't get it quite slowed down enough. So that could prove costly. He might not be able to find a way around Lars before the pit sequence.
Yeah, we've got 46 minutes to run.
I think going back to that, when does Lars pit, Sam? I think it's going to be keeping an eye on the traffic, because that's really what it's going to come down to. You can't afford to have a slow in-lap stuck in traffic. So, if Lars has some open track for a couple laps, then I think he stays out, as long as he can. But if he's coming up on a gaggle of cars, he's going to have to duck to the pit lane as soon as he's able.
Well, looking at the map now, he's got that wall straight clear, and then he's got one GT3, one GTE, and other LMP2, so that should not be a big issue.
Yeah, but of course the pit window's not open for another 2 laps anyway, so
yeah,
not.
We'll have to watch that again in 2 laps when the hashtag racing comes to the pits.
Just to keep you up to date on some of the other battles we were watching, Apex Racing Team is still ahead of the Kart Academy team, and I think pit stops have split them up. The Kart Academy team changed drivers and tires, which the Apex Racing Team did not. So that an interesting choice from the Kart Academy team to do that. Meanwhile, the leader, V10 Esport, is in for their final stop. SCCR Simsports Black has extended the stint just a little bit. Was that a drive-through penalty?
For
No, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong lap count. Never mind. I was looking at the overall lap count instead of the
And
the GT
there's
lap
a
count.
protest against the Simsport Sports LMP2, by the way.
Okay.
Under investigation, so we'll see. Was in contact with the LM23 endurance team. I don't really remember.
That was what we saw after the incident coming through like that S section where he dove up the middle. Both the cars continued on, but there was a little side-to-side contact.
True, yes.
I'm not a steward for good reason, but personally, the fact that both cars continued on and there was no discernible damage to the LM23 car, I can't see them assigning a penalty to that one.
Oh, that's all. Oh, jeez, that was close. And as you're saying that, the outcome is out. So, a massive warning for the 66 for them driving.
Yeah.
And next one will be a draft room. So, no penalty this time, but
I think
sure
that's
race
fair.
control
Yeah.
will have an eye on. Oh, this is handled till the end of the race, but yeah, I think that's only fair. As you said, there's no arm to each car, so
Yeah, it was a low percentage move, and they definitely shouldn't have done it. Obviously, they were under stress from the previous incident with the same cars, so I think a severe warning is absolutely warranted, and definitely the right call there from race control.
and just
am
print
I
are
saying
in
that-
for the final stop.
Yep, and that's early. Oh, Just Sprint's going to have a really hard time making it to the end from here. But they're in
What?
pretty clear air, so I'd imagine they can stop for a splash, knowing that Vector's still going to have to take a pretty lengthy pit stop before all's said and done.
They do 45 minutes on this, and there's 42 minutes left.
Oh,
so
this
that-
could be it. Rui set that up absolutely perfectly to be on the right side for the double left-hander coming up. Really excellent
Yeah, that was
car
technical.
positioning from Rui Quieros there. That was perfect. Now the unfortunate thing for Rui is he's going to need to be in the pits in the next couple of laps. Sims is going to put up a fight here, but I don't think Lars really has anything for Rui. He just needs to stay as close as he can until they make their pit stops, because it is going to be shorter. It's definitely going to be a shorter stop for Lars Baumiller, but it's he needs to come out of the pits in the lead, and it's 4 laps difference on fuel, so that's it's not a ton. He needs to be close when these pit stops happen. Honestly, back to what we were saying about when do you pit if you're Lars. Now that Rui's ahead, I say you follow him in.
Yeah, and pass him in pit road.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, to go to the point I was saying, it's easier to defend if he's behind you than somewhere else on track that you can't control.
Exactly. Rui not headed for the pits this time, so it'll be one more before the hashtag racing car is in. Oh, who's this?
Oh.
This is Unico Sim Racing.
No stranger to being on the grass or in the gravel today.
No, just carried too much speed, perhaps. Yep.
Or tire off.
Yep.
Yeah. Back with the leaders here.
Ooh, and traffic. Yeah, traffic has brought Rui right back to Lars. Oh, this is very tight. Lars has a good run, but this is not a corner to go around the outside. He's going to try it.
No.
That was always going to happen there. But that gap did close up, and you're going to see that happen with traffic. Just an unlucky point for Rui, but Lars is not out of this one yet, especially with multiple GTE cars up ahead. And the fact that we expect Rui to be in the pits this time around. Now this is where you start to see the tire difference between the two cars really hurting Lars as he's trying to keep up He just doesn't have the power down out of the slow corners that the hashtag racing car has.
But he's better on the entry to the corners, ever so slightly.
Yeah. Now, yep, he's headed to pit lane. Lars stayed out, so this is going to be interesting. I think you have to come in next time if you're Lars. You're not going to have a tow around with a car that's down on straight line speed, and you don't want to find yourself coming out into coming up against a gaggle of traffic on your in lap.
Is he going to be better in clean air though? He can see lots of track in front of him before that P2.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Does that P2 help or hurt him?
Yeah.
Because if he can get within towing distance of the Unicos car, that'll help him around. But it could also definitely hurt as well. So these are the tense moments in the race that we all love. But it's going to be a tall order for Simsa to pull this off. Even if Lars is able to come out in front with 40 minutes remaining, that's going to be a tough battle.
I mean, if he can put in some blistering laps, then that'll help immensely.
Well, and this is what we were talking about too, because the cars full of fuel are almost a second slower than when they're empty. So it's definitely not out of the question for Lars to put in a couple of blinders and help that gap even more. But it's going to be a tall order.
So gap is now 47.5 seconds between Lars and Rui.
Yeah, that was a good stop. Good fuel-only stop for the hashtag car. 32.98 stopped in the box. That's pretty reasonable for a full tank, which we know they're going to be taking. And into the pits is Lars. Maybe they're listening to the broadcast, but or maybe they just know it's the right strategy decision here. So there is the gap. The two cars highlighted on your screen. We expect a short fuel-only stop. No way you're taking tires or switching drivers here if you're Simsa. Watching the time in box. Still sitting there. There he goes. So 24 seconds in the box. That's going to be an 8-second delta. Just in the pit stall. Don't know if the pit lane time was the same. Yes, it was. So probably going to look like a 6 or so second gap, depending on the in-laps and out-laps for Lars over Rui Quiros. And indeed, that looks like about what it is, 6 seconds. So we know Rui can close that gap down. But the question is, can he close it down and get by him in 35 minutes?
We'll keep a watching brief on that one.
Yep. 10th gained in Sector 2 there, so Quiros, we know Quiros is quick. And Baumüller on triple stinted tires at this point. We've seen people start to struggle, especially on that third stint. Only a couple thousandths in Sector 3, so not terrible. More tenths taken out in Sector 4, though, so this is getting this is going to be tense.
All right. You know what? I'm going to go grab a coffee. I'll leave you on the Simsport car with the sectors shown on screen, and I'll try to be back before we close up the gap, because that's going to be awesome.
Yeah, that was a good move on the Motegi car. I'm sure that light flash was because the Motegi car wasn't happy about it, but the Simsa car had to make that happen there. You've got to be putting cars in between yourself and the chasing car as quickly as you can. And also, he was fully alongside by the entrance of the corner. The Motegi car barely had to lift at all, and I really don't think that's warranting a flash, but nonetheless, he got one.
And just to remind everybody of what else is going on very quickly, Roman Verdolivo is still the leader of the Pro GTEs. The second place is Ivar Langen in the LM23 car, but way back. And then in AM, Craig Jones in the SCCR Chevrolet is the lead AM GTE with Joran Vatlet for the Roaring Chicken Nuggets, some way behind. And Perry Ustavier for Apex Racing even further than that, a huge gap back to him before the rest of the field. And then in GT3 we've got Patrick Sokolovsky for Carbon Simsport, still leading by a massive amount over Malte Stumpf for Maniti Racing Purple, and then Sebastian Ryan in Maniti Racing Red car before we get to the first and only running now GTE car for AM, which is Marco Vilela for 27 Motorsport.
Thanks, Pete. A costly Sector 2 there for Rui Queiroz. Basically negated any gains he made on the rest of the lap. That almost certainly would have been him working his way through the Maniti GT3 cars that Lars Baumüller made quick work of. Of course, should mention Mohamedchenko is actually leading this race at the moment, but does owe us a stop in the number 77 Vulcan Sim Racing car. He's actually got a pretty good gap, some 30 seconds, but even with a fuel-only stop, it's going to be at least 50 seconds down the pit lane. So not really in contention for this one, but a solid effort for the Vulcan Sim Racing guys, looking comfortably in position for a podium. As Queiroz lost more time in that sector struggling with traffic.
But gained massively at the beginning of the next sector, so...
Yeah, indeed he has. Yeah, some 0.3 pulled back in Sector 2, so the gap continues to come down. Rui definitely the quicker car at this point. But if Lars can keep catching some breaks in traffic, he might have a chance.
And the gap at the front to Vulcan is that growing? I think it is.
It stayed pretty steady, I think, around about 30 seconds. Yep.
Yeah, it's bobbing up and down, actually.
Now Simza finds the LM23 team, who they've had a few run-ins with today.
Yeah. Not much love lost there, I wouldn't have thought.
No, but does all right, working his way through. Next up is the often found Trackside Esports GTE team. Now this is a tough one. You don't want to be sending it on a GTE car here, but fortunately for him, Trackside lifted off and let him have the spot. That's good awareness from the Trackside team, knowing that the race leader's coming up on you through there.
Yeah, I didn't know
letting him through.
I didn't know whether it was too cheap a shot to say Trackside by name, Trackside by nature.
Do feel a little bad. It's not, they're not bad drivers in the Trackside team. They just clearly don't get along with Twin Ring Motegi.
I think looking at the behaviour of the car each time, it's very much a setup thing. I think they've overlooked something clear.
Yeah, maybe pulled some downforce out of it that they shouldn't have.
Yeah. And then we're down to, well, it's kind of staying steady at the minute, Tyler. It's 4.7, 4.8 seconds is the gap. And it's stayed there for about a lap.
Yeah, Rui's going to need to pull some time back. He's just not been getting lucky with the traffic. Whether they've not been as helpful to him as they have to Lars, or he's just catching them in the wrong spots. It's really been costing him. And, I'm sure Rui is being patient because he knows he's got the pace to do it. And there is still a half hour to go in this race, but at some point he's got to put the pedal to the metal and start closing that gap more aggressively.
Yeah, he'll feel a lot more comfortable if he's sat right on the gearbox of Lars Baumüller rather than 4.5 seconds behind.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Because we saw in the battle before, Lars isn't going to roll over and let him have it. He's got to figure it's going to take a couple laps of fighting if he is going to take that spot. So he's really got to get there before the very last minute.
So less than 30 minutes to go now.
The other.
Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say the other question, of course, is how tight is the hashtag racing car on fuel? Imagine they should be all right. Most of the cars have been able to do slightly over 40 minutes, and they came in with slightly under 40 minutes remaining, but could get hairy depending how the last lap falls. If they're a little close to that extra lap, that extra lap that the Simsa team has in hand could come in handy. Vulcan Sim Racing is in for their last stop.
Yeah, I think they're coming out a good 10 seconds behind these guys, aren't they?
Yeah,
maybe more than that, maybe more.
No, well, it won't be a full stop for them.
True.
They won't need a ton of fuel, but it's still at least a 30-second travel down pit lane plus whatever you're stopped, and they had about a 30-second gap, so would expect them, probably about 10 seconds, maybe a little bit more behind the race leader.
There we go.
Goes the race leader through.
That's come down a lot in one lap. And they're out fairly close, to be fair.
Yeah, they're in a good position to capitalize should something happen between Rui Queiroz and Lars Baumiller. Little puff of dirt from the hashtag racing car there. He's finding all of the track limits here, but as we mentioned, he was going to have to start to close in on Baumiller, and he has started to really reel him in hand over fist.
The Vector by RSR car has pitted now.
Yeah, that'll be their last stop. The one to watch with them is where they come out relative to Just Print Racing, figuring that Just Print owes us a splash. So if Vector, Just Print, Sam, stopped, if you remember, with about 47 minutes to go. So they're really marginal on fuel.
43 minutes to go, they pitted in. And according to someone in the chat, they don't need to stop, they think. And that's what I think as well. They should be able to go to the end.
The person in the chat said, oh no, they said don't. Yeah, okay. Cool. Well, so then that gap is real between Just Print, Next Level, and Vector. Though I think Next Level still owes us a pit stop as well. They've been one of the latest stoppers every time. Yes, it looks like they do. So we would expect Jeffrey Colmel in before too long. And then it'll be down to Radu to chase down Felipe in the Just Print car for the AM Class win.
And the Unicos car has entered the pit road now.
So Just Print can't even push now, which is good.
Yep.
That's a well-done strategy, by the way.
Yes. It is. Brilliant.
Yeah.
And that's one of those that you have to be on from the start of the race to make happen, and they were.
And this gap is getting very slowly closer.
Yeah, he was reeling him in. Now he's just kind of slowly drawing closer.
Yeah, he probably doesn't want to use up all his rubber getting there now. He can see him, he can see his quarry.
And he knows there's still 25 minutes left in this race.
Yeah,
I mean, he's going to have time once he gets there. He's already passed him once. He knows how to do it.
Within a second now. And still using every bit of the track.
Yeah, well, he's pushing. That's for sure.
I think Just Print need to just push because I think Next Level are on their way. But did you say that they owed a pit stop?
Yep, Next Level owes us one more stop.
That makes better sense of it then.
Yeah, the real gap is the gap to Vector, which I think is around 20-ish seconds. Maybe
15.
Less. Okay.
Oh no, you're right. I haven't added two numbers together. Anybody got the Jaws music to hand?
Yeah, half a second pulled in that lap by Rui Quiros. He's gonna be there. It's just, can he get by? Can he get by cleanly? And then, how much buffer do you have to Mohamedchenko, who is, I think, running quicker than both of them at the moment?
His last
Oh,
lap.
I say that, but suddenly he's tumbling.
Oh.
Is Mohamed off track potentially? No. Might have just been an artifact of the timing screen, but he was showing 6 seconds back, and then suddenly he was 8 seconds back on my timing, but maybe an off-track moment that we didn't quite pick up, or a bit of a wiggle coming out of the left-hander. These two are right together now.
I thought Vector had just pitted. Why are they back in the pits again?
That is a good question. Because you are right, they had just pitted.
Now they're dropping with Unico.
I wonder if there was a coming together between those two. About to find out.
Here we are. Unicos are going again, but Vector are not. So what is this going to show us? Ooh, dear.
Run wide.
No wall.
No wall, but do they come back on track into somebody's way? No?
No. Very odd. Back to this pair.
Yeah, this is the battle to watch.
6 hours of racing, and they're covered by less than the length of my lounge.
And really, these two have had pretty smooth running. I mean, obviously we saw the couple of little comings together that Simza had, but this is really just, you know, two closely matched teams coming together at the end of 6 hours. Little defensive line there from the Simza car, but no hard defense. Rui thought about going deep on the brakes there, but thinks better of it.
He has 20 minutes to keep that battle behind him. I mean, that's gonna be tough.
Yep. Neither of them got a great, particularly good run out of the last corner.
No, both a bit wriggly coming out.
Yeah, Lars moves to defend. Oh, a late on the brake lunge. This is exactly how Rui set him up the first time, and he's done it again.
Yeah.
He is alongside. He's not quite as far alongside as he was last time.
Well, that's very close, boys. Oh,
no.
Contact.
They're both off. Now, where is Mohamedchenko in all of this?
On his way.
Yeah, just coming into the double left-hander now as the Simza car rejoins. The hashtag car is back on track a little further ahead, but suddenly this is a 3-horse race. I don't think that was any, you know, dirty driving or anything. It really just looked like the Simsa car was squeezing the hashtag car as tight as they could, and
yep, they were trying to make the next left-hander as difficult as possible, but maybe too difficult.
Well, and it almost seemed like they bounced themselves off of the side of the hashtag racing car. Here we'll see it. I mean, just Rui did exactly what he did the time before. Hangs it around the outside just enough to stay alongside. Yeah, I mean, how could you rule in favor of one party there? I mean, that was just a coming together.
So, different pair of racers.
Yeah, I think if Jenko was going to play a factor, he would have needed to get by Lars while Lars was off track, and he didn't. So that's going to be tough for them.
What was all that smoke back there? There was.
I don't know. They're back within a second of Rui Queiroz. They have the vector car between themselves and Rui, so Rui's got a bit of a buffer, and he's going to get the Kart Academy car here, I have to believe. Yeah.
If you're interested in watching any of the other classes of cars, GT or GT3, then get in touch with the teams and tell them that if they finish the race in the same way that the P2s are doing, they'll get lots of footage.
Yeah. This is not a battle we want to cut away from at this point. And Rui is really just not pulling the gap that I expected he would after he got through on Baumüller.
Well, at one point he had 3 seconds or more. Now he's down to just about 1.
Yeah, and obviously traffic is playing a factor here, but he's either being incredibly patient or, you know, just a little unlucky. What's this replay here?
Maybe nothing. I'm just trying to see if I can find something, but there's really nothing to...
Yeah, no, nothing there. We saw this as it happened, I think.
So
that's the replay of the initial contact.
So that's the first incident, and then they went out quite far ahead of the other two. I'm still looking at the timing, don't worry. So if that's closed, I will go back live. But I just want to understand what happens to Rui, because he's clearly 3-4 seconds ahead of the battle there.
Well, that Unicos car ends up in front of him.
Yeah, as well.
So I think he's going to lock his tyres up when we go under the bridge.
Just nothing.
I think if we keep watching, there's...
Oh, did he have a slowdown?
From what?
I have no idea.
that was weird, but that's what happened.
Yeah.
Right, there we go.
Looked like wiggle in the corner and issue to put the power down. That was...
Did he grab weird. A gear he shouldn't have done? Can you do that in these cars? Some of them won't let you shift down if you're not hitting revs. Weird.
Very strange. What a gaggle of traffic here for them to do. This is not going to help them at all. Even though Rui is right in front of this group. There's the Motegi BMW getting out of the way. They're 3 wide in front of the battling cars here. Mohamed Janko giving a headlight flash. If ever there was a situation to use it, that's the one.
Yeah, I'll let him off. That makes sense to me, that one. So that Unicos car just in front of Lars, I'm pretty sure he'll get a flash in a second.
Yeah, and hopefully he does get out of the way, because he is right in the middle of this lead battle here.
Not lifting at the minute.
Now, is he in a battle? Which one is that? That's the 20.
He's in a battle with the Vector car, which is just behind.
Okay.
He doesn't want to lift up too much, because, well, he did. He did fair to him. Good luck.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah,
good on you, Daniel Serrano there.
Very good. So, 1.3 is the gap from hashtag to Simsa, and nothing at all, as you can obviously see between these two here.
Yeah, all it'll take to bring these two right back into it is some bad luck with traffic. I mean, Rui Queiroz, he's got the lead, but he just has not been able to pull anything more than a second and a half gap or so. Here's another replay of the incident.
The rejoin is under investigation.
Okay. It was pretty hairy, but he did, yeah. I mean, that seems, I don't see anything wrong with that. He was...
It's this bit.
Unless you need a racing car to lift significantly, but it didn't look like it.
No, ooh, busy watching replays again.
Yeah.
There's the Vector car going inside Malt Stumpf. And then, surprise!
Yes and no at the same time. I mean...
Yeah. You can see him in the distance.
That's a tough call again. I mean, race control is there for something. I'm not gonna choose that one.
Yeah, and the gap is closed right back down again with the GT3 leader. Oh, that's not gonna help Lars. Mohammed had a look there.
Whoa!
That's what I'm talking about. This race is far from over. Do we have the get the track map, Sam? Just wondering what traffic looks like ahead of the hashtag racing car. So they're not they
two
basically
GTs and then a big hole of
So how he gets through those two GTEs is probably going to decide how this race goes. Because I don't think either Lars Baumüller or Mohamed Janko have the pace to get by Rui without help from traffic. But with a little luck, I could see one of them holding off Rui Queiroz.
Yeah, he's stretching out now. He's got nearly 2 seconds on them. A lock up here and a tyre off there, and it could all change very quickly.
Very much so, yep.
Probably best you don't look away, and if you can, try not to blink over the next, what's that, 11 minutes or so?
He's gonna lose time there, behind the GT.
Yep, that's gonna be a block.
Just a little bit.
And that was, significant actually. But then these two are gonna get stumped the same.
Yeah, it's not a good spot. Ooh, big wiggle there from Jank.
Yeah.
Looks like the SCCR car will stay relatively clear, but that was not as much of a help as I think Lars Baumüller needed. Yeah, the only other real traffic is Andy Pers and the Hellenic Racing LMP2. You'd have to imagine if they get to him.
There we go, guys. That's gonna be a drive-through for Simsport.
Up for the rejoin?
Yeah.
Okay. So that'll promote Mohamed Janko to second. Now you'd want to get that drive-through served quickly. Because you don't want it tacked on to the end of your race. But I haven't seen the stewards hand it out yet, so it'll have to be at least another lap.
Really, Mo needs to use this tow for as long as he's got it in order to get as close as he can to hashtag's car.
Well, yes, but also I can't help but feel like he's being held up a little bit here by Lars.
Yeah. Under 10 minutes to go of this 6-hour race now.
Sorry, I read that again. That's next time 100% drive-through. That was for me a bit weird. Sorry, excuse me. So no drive-through for Simsport, my bad. So they're still in the race.
There we go. So, have we got any traffic for these guys? No.
Just the Hellenic Racing LMP2, which they might not even get to before the race is over.
Yeah, so it's going to take an error on Rui's behalf, I would think.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. At this point, unless Mohammed can get through on Lars and really put in some quick laps, which I don't think he's got quite that pace, even if he is a little quicker than Lars here.
Oh, and Rui's just thrown down his gloves because he's just on a 138.44. Nobody else is in the 138s at all. So he sticks his hand out of the window and gives 2 fingers to all the cars behind him and does a 138.44.
It seems like Mohammed is quick in the wrong spots. He can really close under braking on the Simza car, but the Lars really opens it up as soon as they're out of the corner.
Yeah,
which is not conducive to making a pass happen.
Be back shortly again. I've just got to get my cats back in.
While we keep our eyes on this battle, closing in on the last, well, we're within 10 minutes now. It is still remain Vertilivo for V10R Esport, who lead in GTE overall and in Pro. In second place overall is Craig Jones for SCCR Simsports Black, who leads in AM. He is followed by 3 other AM class teams, the Roaring Chicken Nuggets Apex Racing Team, Kart Academy Esports 2. Then it's the other pro entry of LM23 Endurance Team, SCCR Simsports White, and Trackside Esports GTE are the other running GTE cars. GT3, there's only 4 remaining runners. Carbon Simsport leads as they have all day, ahead of the 2 Maniti Racing entries, purple ahead of red. That's Audi ahead of BMW, again, as it has been for most of the race. And they are followed by the only remaining running AM class entry in GT3. That is 27 Motorsports. In AM in LMP2, just behind this, well, a lap behind this battle, is Felipe Barreto in the Just Print Racing car. He's got a pretty comfortable margin over Jeffrey Como, who is still staying out in the Next Level Racing LMP2. He's going to have to pit, I think. Or is he? But the Vector had to serve a penalty. The Vector car had to serve a penalty. So that is legit position for Next Level Racing, looking at an AM class podium. Then it's Hellenic Racing, who have had a tough go of it so far today, but hanging on there, looking at an AM class podium in 3rd place. Then the other runners remaining in LMP2 are Unicos Gaming Yellow, Vector by RSR LMP2, and Unicos Gaming Sim Racing.
Daniel Morpy's car is in the pits at the minute.
Okay, now you're back, Pete. I will be back in just a moment.
Of course, yeah. That must be a splash and dash. They mustn't have been able to quite fit enough fuel in that car at their last stop. With 5 minutes to go, or less than. Will we see a desperate last lunge from Mojanko? Hashtag I have stretched it out to a 3.5 second lead-ish. Some cars here to get in the way, that's for sure. That was the Hellenic car getting out of the way. Maniti Purple, I think that is, getting out of the way. I think they were in the Audi. Drop back a little bit here now, half a second back. He's going to reel it in under braking and then on the gas. Little wiggle. Don't want the wiggles. That means you're losing speed and traction. That's the 27 BMW ahead of them. Quickly dispatched. And the gap to the lead is 3 seconds, so I think Rui has encountered some traffic. It must be this car just in front here. No, that's the SCCR white car. That must have held up Rui just for a moment. Is Mo going to get through there as well? There's the Unicos car.
Yeah, and Hellenic Racing slowing down to let the leaders through. They've broke the Unicos Gaming back. So that's going to be a battle as well for the second spot in the and not far away. Still, the Vector by RSR. Still 6 seconds. Still a big gap, but you know, in a battle, everything can happen.
Yeah, there's lots of button flashing going on. Dropping ever so slightly further back now is Mo Janko. But they are gaining on Rui Guerreros. 2.3 seconds. He's not lifting or doing anything daft on fuel.
Is he running out of fuel, maybe? What I mean by that is probably coasting, lifting,
right,
and trying to save the few bits he needs to finish the race.
Maybe he's dropping back towards them slightly.
Back? Is Rui short on fuel? Is that what we're discussing?
Wait, he may be. He's dropped back by about a second.
I did mention it might be close.
Yep. How close did you mention it might be?
Didn't think it would be this close. It was dependent on how much of a last lap he gets. I mean, he'll have gotten the white flag this time through.
Yeah, that's the white flag.
So I think it's a matter of, you know, he might even have been lifting off just to make sure he got the white flag this time.
Yep, Unicos have caught Hellenic. Hellenic being a bit too generous with letting the leaders through. Now, Rui has opened up a little bit of more of a gap again, so maybe it was just a momentary lapse.
Maybe it was just making sure they were good.
Yeah.
Because it'd be one thing to have to save the last couple laps, but you do not want to run out. Even though the last sector is mostly downhill, the start-finish line is quite a ways up the front straight.
And everybody's kind of sorted themselves into a bit of a gap now. And even Unicos are dropping off the back quite fast. What's going on with Unicos? They've now dropped to nearly a second back.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that. Could everybody have miscalculated their fuel?
Well, maybe.
Meanwhile, last couple of corners for Rui Guerreros. Looks like he's under power.
Hey.
Moves to the inside, to the left, to the right. Careful, Rui. Our finish line is a little ways down, but he's across it. He's got the win. And Simza holds on to P2 ahead of Vulcan Sim Racing. That was a good battle in the closing stages.
Here comes Roman Verdolivo for V10R Esports to take the victory in GTE class.
In addition, ahead of them is 27 Motorsports claiming the GT3 AM class win. SCCR Simsports Black will likely not be far behind this for the GTE AM class.
Just Print Racing take the AM class P2 and donut themselves.
Fuel enough for some celebratory donuts, so they knew what they were doing.
And SCCR bring home the victory in AM class for GTE. Just Carbon to go now. A little bit more of the track for them to cover. Past the alternate pits and start finish straight and in and under the bridge in a second. And a fairly faultless drive from Patrick Sokolovsky and his Carbon Simsport teammates.
Yeah, really phenomenal drive by those two. They were... I can't think of... Aside from the one hairy moment where they ran a little wide, that was the worst I can think of with their race. I mean, it was smooth sailing.
It was, sensible, but at the same time, lightning fast. I mean, they won by a country mile. Lots of craziness and donuts going on. Wonder if there's any protests going on about the donuts.
Sure hope not.
Yeah. Well, what a race. 6 hours of blasting around Twin Ring Motegi. Some drama along the way, for sure. Any standout moments for you, Tyler?
Jeez, most of it. I mean, you know, there were some lulls here and there, of course, but there was pretty constant action. I have to say, felt to me like there was less, like the protest sheet was less full than in previous rounds, which is always nice. You know, obviously there were incidents and there were penalties, so really fun stuff and good, clean racing. I mean, you know, we don't do driver of the race in this season, but you'd have to give it to Rui Queiroz. I mean, 2 phenomenal passes on the Simsa Esports team to seal the win. That's just mighty, mighty impressive. And
yeah.
No, go ahead.
Go on. No, go on.
Oh, and just wanted to, even though I just did, commend the Carbon Simsport team as well. I mean, they were pretty much faultless the whole way through.
Yeah, absolutely. I think seeing the Just Print racing car challenging the fuel consumption rules.
Yeah, good point.
That was... We've not seen that so far in the first 2 races, so congratulations to those boys. And of course, V10R, I don't remember after about 3 or 4 laps, anybody else being at the top of GTE. They seem to lead it for an enormous amount of time. So the finishing results are on your screen. Do you want to do P2s, Tyler, and I'll do the other one?
Sure thing. So your overall winner in LMP2, hashtag racing. 2.8 seconds down the road behind them, Simsa Esports comes home in second overall and in pro. Vulcan Sim Racing is third overall and in pro. Your AM class winner is Just Print Racing. They were followed home by another AM runner, Next Level Racing LMP2, and yet another AM runner, Hellenic Racing. Then it was Unicos Gaming Yellow, which I believe is the AM team for Unicos, even though they had the wrong number. Vector by RSR, another AM entrant. Unicos Gaming Sim Racing, which is their pro entry. And then a couple of non-finishers, DSCDA Esports Red, with their really unfortunate incident with the SCCR Corvette on the front stretch. And CXR Project Black, a pro entry.
So, your GTE winners were V10R Esports as the pro entry, and they've taken the top spot. Half a minute behind them was the winner of the AM class, SCCR Simsports Black. Congratulations to them for finishing top of their pile. Roaring Chicken Nuggets finished third, and that was a further 40-odd seconds behind them. Apex Racing Team finished fourth. Academy Esports 2 finished fifth. LM23 Endurance Team finished 6th. SCCR White finished 7th. Sorry, I should have pointed out LM23 are the second pro car. And then Trackside Esports rounded out the end of the field there for GTE.
And in GT3, Carbon Simsport is your pro and overall winner. Motegi Racing Purple, which was their Audi team, came home in second in pro and overall in GT3. And Motegi Racing Red, the BMW, came home third in pro and overall. In fourth was 27 Motorsport, the AM class winner in GT3. They were followed up by a couple of misfortunate AM entries, Next Level Racing GT3 and Bazinga Motorsport. And then 2 non-starters, Trackside Esports GT3 and GTE Racing.
Well, an incredible race. What about you, Sam? That I know you got an injured arm and you're probably cursing every time we ask you to click a button, but that was a better race than we've seen of the first two, I would have said.
I think so. Yes, less crashes overall. People will say that's probably because there's less car on track, but I do think it's because the drivers know themselves a bit more. Being the third race of the series, it's pretty great, and yeah, I mean, if they could race like the last hour for the 6 hours length of the race, it would be even better. But I know endurance racing, it's not how it works. And well, that was still a pretty good race. And that was just awesome how the Just Sprint Racing recovered from that drive-through from lap 1. I mean, it was nice to follow that as well, with the battle for the first position.
Yeah, that was impressive. That they had a drive-through, put them basically to the back of the field, and have fuel saved their way effectively back to 4th place overall. That's an impressive drive. Well, we did have Joran Vatlet in the waiting room. Maybe he remembers that he owes me a sim rig, but he's gone again as a result of that.
We just have had a message from the organizers asking people to jump in. So
I'm going to re-grab Joran Vatlet. Do you want to take this one, or shall I?
I can talk to Jeroen.
Okay, Jeroen is in the room for you, Tyler.
Jeroen Vatlet for the Roaring Chicken Nuggets. Bit of I think an up and down day for you guys. It's fair to say you had the qualifying infraction that put you behind the 8 ball a little bit. Ultimately, you came back for second in GTE AM and made it on the overall GTE podium as well. So you and your teammate Nick Stoop, how did you feel like you could have done any more to move to that top spot in class, or was that about what you had?
Hey, good evening, first of all. Hope you're doing fine. Yeah, basically the drive-through penalty at the beginning of the race kind of screwed it for us. I'm not gonna say too much about it, but I think you know what I think about it. No, anyway, I think we lost about 20 seconds with the drive-through. We came 17 seconds short for the first place in GTE AM, so yeah, sucks a little bit, but basically pretty good race for us. The victory or P1 in GTE class was impossible. V10R, I think they're called, were way too fast. But yeah, P2 was, in my opinion, was definitely possible.
Yeah, we definitely saw some good battles with you guys as well. We saw you had a lengthy one. I don't remember if it was you or Nick in the car at the time, but with Kart Academy, who we've seen you battle with in the Sprint GT3 series as well. So that was pretty fun to watch. Did you have any standout battles from the race?
Yeah, the first 2 hours I think was the battle with Kart Academy, or when I came back, because they also took a penalty, I think, same reason as we did. So I was 3 seconds in front of them the whole time, but then I didn't get taken out, but the guy in front of me spun. I couldn't avoid him. So I went into the gravel, lost about 15 seconds. So I had to catch them again. I think by the end of the stint, I caught them again. We fought for indeed a couple of laps. Basically, for me, that was it. The rest of the race was just managing lap times, managing tires at the end because we double stinted them. So basically, a pretty boring race. I'm not gonna say because it's a fun track, but yeah, not really exciting. Not as exciting as, for example, at Hockenheimring.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, certainly a solid performance nonetheless, and a good recovery from that penalty. Do you have anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Yeah, my teammate, because he couldn't make it. He was working. Normally he works till I think 6, so that left me alone for the first 3 hours, which I didn't much like. So he did an effort at work, so he could quit earlier. So he was here at I think 4 in the afternoon instead of 6:30. So really appreciated that. So thanks, Nick. If you're still listening, I don't think so. I think he's in the shower. So no, thanks to Nick and obviously the rest of my teammates.
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much for joining us in the booth, Jeroen, and congrats once again on your second place finish in GTE AM. Jeroen Vatlet of the Roaring Chicken Nuggets, everybody.
Thank you very much, you guys. Have a nice evening.
Always a nice bloke to speak to. Right then, next I shall also, this is also for GTE, is our GTE overall and pro winner, V10R Esports, represented by Roman Verdolivo even. God, if I could even speak, it would make sense. So,
hello guys.
Good evening, bonsoir.
Good evening.
Should we say, not a safe race, because you absolutely blasted your way around the track, but you won by a significant margin in the end. The start of the race was a bit weird because there was a few penalties knocking about around you. And in the end, you had a very safe and successful race. Any standout moments for you?
Yeah, it was a good one. We made a gap from the beginning. As you said, there were a few penalties, so we benefited from that, obviously. But my teammates, Michel and Michael, they did a good job. We had a gap like 15 seconds. And then for the second part of the race, it was just about managing that gap, staying focused, because Motegi can be quite tricky when you are not paying attention. So yeah, we had a good one. I think it was a cleaner race compared to Watkins Glen and the first one at Hockenheim. But so it was a good one. There were less cars on track also. But for us, at last we had some kind of luck, you know.
Yeah, and you get to take home a bag full of points.
Yeah.
Which is going to do you no harm at all in that particular class of car, because not many of the pro cars for GTE turned up tonight.
Yeah, I know. We're hopeful that there were a bit more of GTE class cars, but we hope that for Barcelona it will be better. But it's in the middle of August, so we have to wait and see. But yeah. Maybe for the last one of the season we will have a larger grid, so it will be fun.
Yeah, hope so. That'd be good. Any shout-outs you'd like to make before we let you go?
Mostly to the organization, obviously, because they are doing a great job, doing the stewarding for that kind of event is it's quite a hard task. So yeah, shout out to them, and obviously to you, because it's always great to. Maybe we don't see live the broadcast, but to look at it afterwards, it's always a pleasure. So good job, everyone. So very happy to be part of that. And I don't know, see you next race.
You certainly will. Congratulations tonight, Roman Verdolivo and the V10R boys.
Thank you, guys. See you.
After seeing the broadcast, he will, talk to himself and say, "Oh no, not Pete again."
Yeah,
to repeat, I had to.
Yeah, I know. Oh dear. You get 2 for 1 this time, Tyler.
Good.
Because you are going to be talking to the boys from
There
the
you go. You
solar-powered
figured it
car.
out.
Hi.
How's it going? We've got Felipe Barreto and Francisco Mello. Are you both there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Good.
From Just Print Racing. And I have to say, for until the LMP2 overall battle really started heating up, watching you guys and following your strategy throughout the race was probably one of the most entertaining parts of the first part of the race for us on the broadcast. I mean, you guys, you knew what you were doing. It's fair to say from the get-go. Was it? So obviously, I think it was your first 2 stints that were 26 laps, and then you were doing 27 from there on out.
Yep.
Was it? Was it difficult to get to 27? How much pace were you compromising?
We didn't lost a lot of pace, but we could make the 27 laps with I guess for 1 second less per lap. Or
Gotcha.
also,
Yeah, it was difficult because we can be faster, but we have we have a compromise with the lap time. So we knew we have to be slower, but not too much, because the other guys can catch us. So we did double with water weather, and then 2 triples. Yes.
Yeah.
And the last stint we are managing only. We can do 39s lowers, but we are doing 40s, 41 to manage the tires.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it was certainly mighty impressive. Now, I think I missed the very start, but I think Pete said you had a drive-through right at the beginning.
Yeah.
Did this plan come about because of the drive-through, or were you planning to do it anyway, and it just helped recover from the drive-through?
No. The incident was. We are sad about that because we don't do. We didn't do that because
With
the other car take another line and then close. But I think they will gonna pass the slower car from outside. So I put my car in the inside and then we touch. So my fault. It's a race incident and we did a drive-through. But the strategy, it's the same. We do the same strategy. No, we do not change. Maybe we can be a lot more near the front guys, but I don't know if we have pace to deal with that.
Yep.
So
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, certainly an impressive run nonetheless. Do you guys have anyone you'd like to give a shout out to before we let you go?
To João Nascimento. That's the team manager.
Gotcha. Well, thanks so much for joining us in the booth, guys, and congratulations once again on your LMP2 AM class win. Phenomenal job from Just Print Racing.
okay, thanks. Okay, see you later.
And they're gone. Right, let's see if we can scare Mohammed Yanko or Mo Yanko into unmuting his microphone. Hey, there we go. Do you want to terrorize him, Tyler? You know more about P2s and tactics and things like that from P2. I don't know. I just talk into a microphone and humiliate myself.
I think the truth is Pete is probably eating right now. So
I'm not. I wish I had some food. They don't feed me around BSTB. There's no money for food.
Anyway, poor Mohammed Janko's been sitting in the interview room while we banter on. Mohammed, it was. I don't want to say it was a surprise run at the finish for you guys, but I have to believe you weren't fully expecting to have a shot at the win as you were as the minutes were winding down.
Yeah, we knew the gap would most likely come down. We did expect them to start battling. Well, that was the hope anyway. And then I think around 10 laps to the end, obviously something happened in front, which let us catch up. And then it was really, but around this track, as we found, it's quite difficult to get close enough to even go for a move.
Yeah, certainly it was tough to pass. We know the Simsa car had a little bit of damage there at the end. Did you feel like if you were able to get through, you would have challenged #racing, or were you was your pace really just enough to battle for second there at the end?
I think second was the most realistic goal, to be honest. Hashtag looked very quick, especially since they had a stint fresher tires than us. It would have been quite difficult, I think, especially towards the last couple of laps where they stepped up the pace to close the gap and have an attempt at them.
Gotcha. Yeah, it was definitely some solid pace there from hashtag. I have to say, I was looking for the results to pull up to see where you guys are in the standings. I have to believe this will be a good boost to your championship chances. Is that something you're thinking about?
Yeah, 100%. Would have been nice to, get a few points on Simsub, but I mean, still 2 rounds left. We still have a very good chance, so just gotta focus on them 2 now.
Gotcha. Yeah, see that now. Yeah, so solid effort, especially with hashtag being a little bit further down. Solid effort from you guys at Vulcan. Both you and James put on a great effort. Do you have anyone you'd like to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Stephen, Lucas, and Rob, our managers. Obviously, James for driving with me today, and our main sponsors, Race Anywhere.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on your podium finish in LMP2 from Vulcan Sim Racing, Mohamejenko.
Thank you.
Well, awesome guys to talk to, and an awesome race. I enjoyed that one quite a lot, actually. 6 hours went past quite quickly with just a few periods of inactivity where we didn't have very much close racing, but that is just par for the course in these endurance races. I think I'm probably most impressed with the Just Sprint boys. That was a really good recovery from that first penalty, or the penalty that they endured. Some other great racing out there in terms of keeping things clean from V10R and from Carbon Simsport. Nobody from that team turned up to speak to us. Clearly they don't like us, Tyler. Something like that. I don't know. Maybe Sam puts them off. I think, where are we at next with this series? Barcelona, right, okay. Yeah, that's a track that's either loved or hated. It's not my favourite. I do enjoy it in certain cars, but I think as long as it's the one without the safety bit in it, the safety chicane as it's termed, then it might be a bit better than normal. And it'll be interesting to see how the league standings have changed as a result of this one, because people like hashtag or teams like hashtag being at the bottom and doing rather well and winning in this one, and see how it stirs up the pot in each of these leagues. But it's been fascinating from me. Any other comments from you, Sam?
I think you covered it all. The only thing I will mention is that if you will have listened to the interviews, you would have known that next round is Barcelona. That's all I have to say. And that's gonna be my last time going at you for today, Pete. Sorry. Well, it's probably the last time I'll talk, so that's okay.
Just can't please some people, can you? And from yourself, Tyler, any other points before we wrap up this broadcast?
No, I'm just looking forward to Barcelona. It was a fun race today. Felt like one of the cleaner and more exciting rounds of the series so far, despite the slightly smaller entry. So I think once hopefully we get some more turnout for Barcelona and we get some more good racing.
Amen to that. And just to remind everybody, tomorrow we are back in BSTV action in the ITCR League. 3 Fury 20-minute races in the Audi TCR. It'll be crazy at Alton Park Foster's circuit tomorrow, so please tune in for that. And you'll watch me nerf Wobbly off the track. Or is he not racing? Is this the one where he's crying off because he's
not
under the
racing.
thumb? Yeah, okay. And then again, we are in GT4 TCR action from the new Chicago circuit, Windy City, on Wednesday. So that should be an interesting race as well. It's brand new to virtually everybody. I've done 4 laps. No, I haven't done any laps of that one. I've done 4 laps of Alton Foster's. So we'll see what happens there. Like this broadcast, if you would, please, because it means a lot to us. Stops us crying. Follow us on YouTube, follow us on Twitch, and on Facebook, and you'll hopefully not miss anything. I'd like to thank Tyler for joining me in the booth and committing such a massive amount of time on this Saturday. Same for Sam. It's a big investment in time. And to everybody that's contributed on the chat, and to the racers themselves, and obviously the organisers, because there's a lot goes into this league and organising it and putting up with all the complaints, etc., that go on in the background. And now I shall say goodnight and pass you over to Tyler, probably to say the same.
Yeah, goodbye, everybody. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow for the ITCR race.
And good night, everybody. Thanks to the drivers for a great race today. It was really entertaining. And looking forward to Barcelona. That's going to be interesting. And Weebly, you should race tomorrow. You know, a lot of opportunities to crash, so...
Yeah, he needs practice.
You don't need to practice to crash on lap 1, you know? Anyway, see you tomorrow, guys. Goodbye.